Chapter 752. Ao Shun transformed into a carp and jumped over the dragon gate. He entered the white ball of light and began to accept the West Sea Dragon God's inheritance. Gu Hai heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to look at the loud noises coming from the distant sky. The noises were getting louder. It meant that Takashi Ryushin and Sakura were destroying more and more violently. Your Majesty, there are cracks in the sky. The West Sea Dragon Palace's enchantment is about to be broken. Shengguan Hen frowned. Changming also showed a hint of worry. At the same time, a ball of fog not far away stared at Ao Shun as he accepted the inheritance. How is that possible? Transformed into a carp. A carp jumping over the dragon gate? That's so troublesome. That strand of divinity has been accumulating for 800,000 years. I was going to take it. Humph, forget it. I'll snatch it back later. The fog was gloomy. Then, two eyes appeared in the fog. They suddenly stared at Gu Hai and the other two. Three of you. Possess one and eat the other two. It's better than those rotten shrimps and crabs. Among the three of you, the Emperor in Black. Humph, it's him. His body is strong. If I possess him, my strength will be strong too. The eyes in the fog glowed coldly. After the fog made up its mind, it moved its body slightly. Bam! Suddenly, the fog around the Ruoshue River surged and quickly shrouded the three of them. Something's wrong. Be careful. Gu Hai's face darkened. Swish! Suddenly, a blue light shot toward Gu Hai. It was so fast that it arrived in front of Gu Hai in the blink of an eye. Your Majesty, be careful. Changming's face changed. Bam! Gu Hai's body swayed and he dodged it. What's that? Gu Hai's face darkened. Ha, you dodged it. What a fast movement technique. Roar! The blue light wrapped in the fog rushed toward Gu Hai again. Gu Hai reached out and slashed with the life extinguisher saber. Boom! Suddenly, the saber was drawn, and a huge saber aura suddenly appeared and slashed at the blue light. However, the blue light seemed to be illusory. Even if it was slashed, it did not touch. In an instant, it arrived in front of Gu Hai. Bastard! Gu Hai's expression turned cold as he punched out. Boom! The punch hit nothing. The blue light seemed to be illusory as it instantly engulfed Gu Hai's punch. It stuck close to Gu Hai's body and merged into it. Your Majesty! Changming's expression changed as he rushed over. However, Gu Hai waved his hand and stopped everyone. His mind sank into his body. This was because Gu Hai had heard a wild laughter coming from within his body. Keek, good physical body, good physical body. This foundation is even better than the West Sea Dragon King's. Ha. Lan Guang laughed. It went straight for Gu Hai's brain. How dare you? The fire god, water god, wood god, earth god, metal god, and even the spiritual Mother Supreme being attacked at the same time. However, they could not touch it at all. It was like a ray of light. The fire god was the closest. He could vaguely see the shape of a book in the blue light. The book had eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Its body was surrounded by a transparent blue light energy. It was very strange. There are words on the book. Earthly soul. The fire god was slightly stunned. Earthly soul. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Changming had sent countless bats to look for the earthly soul. They had been here for a long time, but there was no news. Did the earthly soul come here on its own? He wanted to absorb energy for his own use, but the earthly soul came here on its own and went to the earthly soul in his sky palace? Gu Hai felt that this was ridiculous. Was the earthly soul crazy? Did it come here on its own to give away its energy? At this moment, Gu Hai's initial attempt to stop them slowly came to a stop. He stopped trying to stop it. Keek, wait till I refine your earthly soul and occupy the sky palace. Then, I will slowly refine your earthly soul and heavenly soul. When everything is refined, you will be my puppet. Ha 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 ha. The earthly soul roared excitedly. Whoosh! In an instant, the earthly soul stepped into Gu-Hai's Naiwan Palace. The Naiwan Palace had opened up to 2 levels. On the first level, there was a palace that was 100 feet tall. No earthly soul could be seen inside. However, when the earthly soul saw Gu-Hai's lower sky palace, the earthly soul was shocked. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? 100 feet lower sky palace? Is this the perfection stage? Did I pick up a treasure? Perfection stage. Ha ha ha, what a strong foundation. I thought I could only make the middle sky palace reach perfection. Who would have thought that this body would give me such a big surprise? Ha ha ha. The earthly soul was excited. Whoosh! The earthly soul passed through the lower sky palace and rushed to the middle sky palace. The moment he entered, the earthly soul. Another palace that was 1,000 feet tall. Is this the middle sky palace? The earthly soul was in the middle sky palace. He was a blue transparent ball that was 50 feet tall. However, at the entrance of the middle sky palace, a 64 feet tall earthly soul was standing. Gu-Hai's earthly soul looked at the earthly soul from above. The earthly soul's eyes were wide open as if he was stunned. He thought that no matter how big Gu-Hai's earthly soul was, it would only be 1 foot tall. However, the earthly soul in front of him was 64 feet tall. Taller than him. Aren't you in the middle sky palace? The first level of the middle sky palace? Why is your earthly soul so big? The earthly soul looked at Gu-Hai's earthly soul in shock. Gu-Hai's earthly soul looked at the earthly soul with surprise in his eyes. If I'm not wrong, other than the earthly soul book in the center of your body, the blue light on the surface of your body is all energy, right? The accumulation of 800,000 years of energy has condensed into a form. Whoosh! The earthly soul took a step back because he saw his own excited and greedy gaze from before in Gu-Hai's earthly soul's eyes. What the hell? What the hell? Such a big earthly soul. You've only opened the middle sky palace for 2 days. How can it be so big? How am I supposed to eat it? No, it's a good thing that it's so big. It saves me a lot of trouble. So what if it's big? I'll still eat it. The spherical earthly soul's eyes were ferocious. Boom! Immediately, the earthly soul rushed towards Gu-Hai's earthly soul. He suddenly opened his mouth, and his body swelled up. His mouth became bigger and bigger, and in the blink of an eye, it was 100 feet wide. It was as if he was going to swallow Gu-Hai's earthly soul completely. Keek, come, merge with me. I will refine you properly. After the shock, it turned into intense excitement and tried to swallow Gu-Hai's earthly soul. A huge threat rushed straight towards Gu-Hai's earthly soul. Gu-Hai's earthly soul was not afraid. Instead, his expression changed slightly. In the past, the earthly immortal ancestor, Zhen Yuanzi, was an expert who specialized in cultivating the earthly soul. I once asked him for advice on the earthly soul's cultivation method. Although I didn't learn much, I learned the heaven and earth sleeve. Although my physical body is not suitable to use it, my soul is fine. Give it a try. However, he saw Gu-Hai's earthly soul flick his sleeve. Whoosh! The sleeve condensed by Gu-Hai's earthly soul seemed to produce a huge suction force. At the same time, the sleeve suddenly expanded. The earthly soul's mouth opened to 100 feet wide. Gu-Hai's right sleeve expanded to 500 feet in an instant. Then, he saw an even bigger bloody mouth trying to swallow the gnome. The earthly soul was dumbfounded. Evildoer, save me! The earthly soul screamed in fear, and his figure quickly fled outside. Boom! The sleeve shrunk, and in one bite, 1,000th of the blue light on the earthly soul's body was bitten off. How can this be? How can this be? How can there be such a perverse earthly soul's cultivation method in the first layer of the middle heavenly palace? If I didn't run fast enough, I would have been eaten by you. The earthly soul was so frightened that he was about to cry. He thought it was a fat pig that wanted to take a bite out of him. Who would have thought that just as he opened his mouth, it turned into a fierce tiger that wanted to eat him instead? I'm not eating anymore, I'm not eating anymore. The earthly soul turned around and fled in the direction he came from. Sigh, don't go. That was the first time I used the heaven and earth sleeve. I didn't use it well. Do it again, don't go. Gu Hai's earthly soul shouted. First time. Didn't use it well? Are you trying to scare me to death? Huff. In an instant, the earthly soul ran into the lower heavenly palace. Quang. The doors of the lower heavenly palace opened, and Gu Hai's earthly soul walked out. The earthly soul was 490 feet tall, and it immediately blocked the earthly soul's path. Scram, or I'll eat you. I can definitely suppress the earthly soul. The earthly soul roared. Earthly soul, since you're here, don't leave. The earthly soul said in a deep voice. I'll eat you. The earthly soul suddenly opened his mouth again. This time, the earthly soul wasn't afraid because he knew that the heaven and earth sleeve could only be used by the earthly soul. The earthly soul was the divinity of cultivation and couldn't do it. Roar! Just as he was about to swallow Gu Hai's earthly soul, he saw Gu Hai's earthly soul flip his hand and take out a book. Earthly soul book? Why do you have it? The earthly soul shouted in shock. The earthly soul book instantly released a dazzling golden light. Boom! The earthly soul's mouth was blown askew. At the same time, his body flew backward and returned to the first layer of the middle heavenly palace. Why did I return? The earthly soul was so frightened that he was about to cry. He couldn't leave. The way back was blocked by Gu Hai's earthly soul with the earthly soul book. Gu Hai's earthly soul also had the heaven and earth sleeve technique. Was he done for today? Heaven and earth sleeve. Gu Hai's earthly soul swung his sleeve again. Why am I so unlucky? The earthly soul roared in grief and indignation. He had waited for 800,000 years for an opportunity. Why did he encounter such a monster? The mouth of the heaven and earth sleeve opened again. The earthly soul revealed a look of despair. 800,000 years of loneliness and resentment suddenly erupted. Come on, I've saved up 800,000 years of energy just to make a wedding dress for you. Dream on, even if I have to sacrifice my main body, I won't give it to you. Explode. The earthly soul roared in grief and indignation. Boom. The earthly soul self-detonated. The huge explosion sent Gu Hai's earthly soul flying. At the same time, his right sleeve also exploded. A powerful airflow exploded. Rolling blue light instantly shot out through Gu Hai's body. Not good. Gu Hai's expression changed. The earthly soul couldn't escape, but his energy could be released. Energy and divinity were formless and had no form. This was also the reason why Gu Hai's previous attacks couldn't touch it. Now, with the energy leaking out, Gu Hai couldn't do anything about it. In Gu Hai's Zhongtian Palace, there was only that book, Earthly Soul. The energy shot out of Gu Hai's body, but it carried the earthly soul's consciousness. Keek, I'm out. Unfortunately, only a part of my consciousness came out. Without my main body, it will dissipate soon. I need to find an earthly soul as soon as possible. I need an earthly soul to possess. Countless energy wrapped around that part of consciousness anxiously. It didn't dare to provoke Gu Hai anymore. Changming was standing beside him. Offer up your earthly soul. I don't believe that you also know the universe in the sleeve. You also have the Immortal Soul book. With a rumbling sound. That part of consciousness, wrapped in boundless energy, rushed into Chang Ming's body. Chang Ming's expression changed. Wang. A pearl in his body suddenly released a dazzling black light. No, Chaos Pearl. F*CKU, why do you have the Chaos Pearl? If my main body was still here, would I still be afraid of you? TSS. Chang Ming's body let out a scream and the sound of something being annihilated. Chang Ming's body suddenly released a golden light. It was the Chaos Pearl that destroyed that part of consciousness and helped Chang Ming refine that surge of energy. Your Majesty, are you all right? Shangguan asked worriedly. I'm fine. Gu Hai shook his head and looked at Chang Ming. Chang Ming, how are you? Gu Hai asked worriedly. Your Majesty, I'm fine. That part of consciousness was destroyed by the Chaos Pearl. Then, the Chaos Pearl absorbed all that energy into my earthly soul. Your Majesty, I haven't finished refining the Chaos Pearl. I can't extract this surging energy for your Majesty. Chang Ming said anxiously. Since it's in your body, you should absorb it well. This energy should be able to help you reach the heavenly palace. Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Chang Ming nodded and sat down cross-legged to absorb this huge amount of energy. In Gu Hai's body, the heaven and earth in the sleeve tore off 1,000th of that energy. 1,000th was equivalent to that energy that an extremely talented person had accumulated for 800 years. If it was anyone else, they would have reached the heavenly palace. However, this 1,000th was only enough to fill the gaps between Gu Hai's teeth. Gu Hai's earthly soul was too big. The first level of the heavenly palace was still the first level of the heavenly palace. It didn't even rise by one level. However, the earthly soul picked up the book on the ground. Earthly soul. No, under the two words earthly soul, there was a small word, book, faintly discernible. Earthly soul book. Just as Gu Hai was looking at the earthly soul book in amazement. Boom. There was a huge explosion in the sky. Your Majesty, the enchantment is broken. Shangguan expression changed. Gu Hai, Ao Shun, get out here. Ao Sheng's roar came from the sky. Chapter 753. Boom. The enchantment of the West Sea Dragon Palace was shattered by Sakura and Takashi Ryushin. This time, the enchantment didn't recover. Furthermore, along with the shattering, the crack was still gradually getting bigger. Rumble. Rolling seawater instantly poured into the Dragon Palace from the West Sea. The West Sea seemed to be leaking, forming a super-huge whirlpool on the surface of the sea as it spun towards the center. Squeak 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 squeak. Countless bats in the surroundings instantly dodged in panic. Takashi Ryushin and Sakura were on guard against each other, but in the end, they stepped into the West Sea Dragon Palace together. Rumble. The subordinates of both parties followed in. Gu Hai, Ao Shun, scram out. Ao Sheng shouted coldly. Takashi Ryushin and Sakura didn't shout, but looked around coldly. The West Sea Dragon Palace was too big after all. There were countless pavilions, corals, mountains, and rivers. At a glance, there were novelties everywhere, but they didn't know where to find what they were looking for. There were only billions of bats that were flying around. Dragon God. Sakura's expression suddenly changed. Boom. In an instant, Sakura flew towards the dragon gate. After all, Sakura was also a dragon and had condensed his own dragon god. If his dragon god swallowed the West Sea Dragon God, then his dragon god would be even more powerful. Swish. The dragon gate wasn't far. Very soon, Sakura arrived. You guys are really here. Sakura's expression sunk. But Where's Ao Shun? He raised his head and looked at the white light ball above the dragon gate. Sakura had a bad premonition. Sakura took a step and landed in the dragon gate area. Huff! His magic power dissipated and his body suddenly became 1,000,000 times heavier. At this moment, Sakura didn't have the time to investigate Gu-hai and the rest. He ran to the side of Ruoshui River and stomped his feet. Boom! Sakura was like a cannonball as he shot towards the white light ball above the dragon gate. Not good. Shangguan Hen's expression changed. Because Sakura's speed was actually more or less the same as Gu-hai's. With this kick, he was actually about to reach the dragon gate. Sakura revealed a sinister expression and he was worried that Ao Shun would seize the West Sea Dragon God. At this moment, he was thinking of thousands of methods to force Ao Shun to hand over the West Sea Dragon God. With his methods, Ao Shun would definitely not be able to defeat him. Just as he was about to reach the dragon gate. Bang! All of a sudden, a black shadow shot straight over. The speed was extremely fast, bringing along a sharp aura which made Dishir Tian's face sink as he turned his head to look. However, he saw a huge rock shoot in front of him like an arrow. Bastard! Dishir Tian's face turned cold as he slapped his palm over. Boom! Instantly, the huge rock was smashed into pieces by Dishir Tian. However, the trajectory of Sakura's flight was deviated by this huge rock and he instantly fell in another direction. Dishir Tian's face turned cold. Gu-hai, it's you. The huge rock just now was thrown by Gu-hai. Bang! Dishir Tian landed on the ground. Gu-hai looked at Dishir Tian coldly. Dishir Tian, you can go and look for other things in the West Sea Dragon Palace. The Dragon Gate has already been taken over by me. Taken over? What a big tone. It has been a long time since someone dared to speak to me like this. Gu-hai, do you want to die? Dishir Tian said coldly. He seemed to want to continue jumping. You can try. Next time, it won't be a rock. Gu-hai said coldly. Dishir Tian's face turned cold. Humph, ignorant thing. Since you are courting death, I shall send you on your way. Dishir Tian said coldly. While speaking, his body suddenly turned into a black arrow and shot over from afar. The black arrow was too fast, so fast that Shangguan Hen couldn't intercept it in time. Who was Dishir Tian? His strength was on par with Takashi Ryushin. He was the division leader of the mystical mountains' sacred ground, the demigods and semi-devils. He was equivalent to the existence of an imperial dynasty's great emperor. Was it very difficult to kill a rising star? Swish! In this place where every step was difficult, Sakura's speed was extraordinarily fast. He arrived at Gu-hai in an instant and sent out a punch. It was as though he wanted to shatter Gu-hai with one punch. Gu-hai's face turned cold. He took a step forward with his left leg and arched his right leg. He threw a punch forward. Boom! When the two fists collided, the solid black stone ground under their feet instantly shattered into countless rocks. The rocks flew in all directions and instantly shot countless huge holes in the surrounding stone forest. It was a head-on collision. Gu-hai stood at his original spot while Dishir Tian paused for a moment. You! Dishir Tian's face sank. This is a competition of physical body. My cultivation is not as good as yours, but your physical body is not as good as mine. Gu-hai said coldly. Ha, ha ha ha, I am practicing the absolute fiend Tao. How can I not be as good as yours? Dishir Tian stared and attacked Gu-hai again. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of collisions, rocks flew in all directions. Even Shangguan Hen couldn't take it anymore and retreated with Chang Ming, who was in the midst of cultivation. Boom. Dishir Tian took another step back and stared at Gu-hai, who didn't take a step back. I said, I will take over the Dragon Gate. Gu-hai said coldly. Not only did Di Tian not retreat, his eyes flashed with battle intent. Once I admit that I am right, I will not back down. I have never backed down before. The absolute fiend heart cannot back down. Again. Di Tian roared with a sinister expression. Rumble. The two of them started to fight again. The sound of battle resounded in all directions. All the people who were searching in all directions were suddenly attracted over. West Sea Dragon God. Ao Sheng's eyes lit up. Swish. Ao Sheng instantly shot towards the dragon gate. Stop him. Gu Hai shouted coldly when he was fighting Di Tian. Yes. Shangguan Hen immediately rushed up. Humph, you dare to be distracted when fighting with me. Di Tian snorted and punched Gu Hai's chest. Dong! However, Gu Hai's chest was like an iron wall. It was actually hard, causing Di Tian's punch to fail. Di Tian, in the Dragon Gate, you are not my opponent. Get lost! Gu Hai shouted. Boom! Di Tian was instantly blasted away. Ha 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 ha, I will beat you up in the Dragon Gate. Di Tian didn't give in at all. Boom, boom boom. The two of them started to fight again. On the other side, Ao Sheng was about to rush towards the Dragon Gate. Shangguan Hen instantly blocked in front of him. A huge tortoise shell in his hand slammed towards Ao Sheng. Ha, stinky tortoise, you want to stop me too? Last time, you couldn't even beat that monkey. You are really courting death. Ao Sheng slashed with his sword. Boom! Shangguan Hen instantly flew out. The long sword and tortoise shield shattered at the same time. Humph, ignorant. Ao Sheng immediately wanted to continue to rush forward. However, Shangguan Hen once again stepped forward to stop Ao Sheng. With me here, don't even think of walking over. Shangguan Hen said with hatred. Boom! Ao Sheng instantly punched again. In this place, it was all about the physical body. Although Shangguan Hen's movements were slow, his physical body was still considered strong. Boom, boom, boom. After being beaten back repeatedly by Ao Sheng, Shangguan Hen was covered in blood, but he was still unyielding. What a troublesome thing. Stinky tortoise, if you want to die, you should have said so earlier. If we were not in the Dragon Gate area, you would have been killed by me. Roar! Ao Sheng immediately turned into a huge black dragon. He swung his tail towards Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen's expression changed, and he immediately turned into a huge black tortoise. Boom! The dragon's tail slammed onto Shangguan Hen's tortoise shell. Again. Shangguan Hen spat out a mouthful of blood and roared. Roar! The black dragon stretched out his body and immediately wrapped around the black tortoise. At this moment, both of them had lost their cultivation. It was best to turn into their original forms in terms of physical strength. For a moment, the two ferocious beasts were entangled. They were torn apart. The surrounding mountain rocks were in a mess from the collision. Gradually, the black dragon wrapped around the black tortoise, making it unable to move. Supreme Xuanwu. Ha, ha 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 ha, you are just a so-so. Watch me bite your head. The black dragon revealed a ferocious expression and bit towards the black tortoise's head. At this moment, the black tortoise's entire body was entangled, and it could not move at all. It was extremely anxious and tried to retract its head, but it was firmly held by a dragon claw. The tortoise's body was hard, and ordinary swords and sabers could not pierce through it. However, the dragon's teeth were sharp, and it seemed like they would pierce through the black tortoise's head in an instant. Roar! The black dragon bit over. Shangguan Hen could no longer fight back. Suddenly, a black ball collided with the dragon tooth with a loud bang. Boom! The dragon's teeth instantly shattered. Roar! The black dragon roared in pain. Not only that, but the black ball also hit the dragon's head, causing it to bleed. Xuanwu immediately dodged. "It's you, stinky bat." The black dragon looked ferociously at Changming, who had woken up not far away, with a mouth full of blood. "Thank you, Lord Chang," Shangguanhen said with a lingering fear. "You are too polite, Supreme Shangguan. Leave the rest to me," Changming said with a smile. "Leave it to you? Roar, you are courting death." The black dragon suddenly swung its tail at Changming. "Be careful, Lord Chang." Shangguanhen's expression changed. The huge tail swung down, but Changming was not afraid. He suddenly stretched out his hands and hugged the dragon's tail. Boom! The dragon's tail was hugged. Shangguanhen and Ao Sheng were both stunned. "Aren't you only at the peak of the Middle Celestial Palace?" Ao Sheng said in surprise. "Just now, I have already broken through to the Upper Celestial Palace," Changming said with a cold smile. Buzz! A trace of blue light appeared on Changming's body. It suddenly increased Changming's strength by 1 point. "Breaking through to the Upper Celestial Palace? No, you have at least reached the 3rd level of the Celestial Palace. Earth Spirit. You absorbed all the energy of the Earth Spirit, 800,000 years of energy." Changming's expression changed. "That's right, too much energy. I only used 1/10 of it to break through to the Upper Celestial Palace. The rest was used to refine energy into qi to help me break through to the Upper Celestial Palace." "Rise!" Changming roared. He suddenly exerted force, and the huge black dragon was instantly thrown up. Just as the black dragon was about to be smashed to the ground, the black dragon suddenly twisted its body and escaped. Roar! Rumble! The black dragon landed and ferociously crashed toward Changming. Changming's expression was ferocious as he brazenly punched. Hong! The man and the dragon both retreated 10 zhang before stopping. Refine energy into qi. Changming is actually on par with Ao Sheng now. Shangguanhen's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. The battle between Changming and Ao Sheng started. Shangguanhen smiled bitterly. It seemed that he couldn't intervene at all. Slowly, Shangguanhen retreated to one side. It's enough for Changming to block Ao Sheng. On the other side, Gu Hai and Sakura were also locked in battle. At this moment, Takashi Ryushin was looking at the center of the battlefield from the outside, but his eyes were slightly narrowed. Just entered the Middle Celestial Palace? Gu Hai's physical body is actually stronger than Sakura's. To be valued by Long Zhanghua, he is indeed not an ordinary person. Dahan and Dal borders are connected. In the future battles, it will be essential. Today, I will make you stay. Takashi Ryushin's eyes turned cold. Bang! Takashi Ryushin instantly stepped into the land of the Dragon Gate. Like a sharp arrow, he rushed toward Gu Hai, who was in the center of the battlefield. Gu Hai was in a deadlock with Sakura. Their palms were facing each other, and it seemed that he was firmly suppressing Sakura. However, Gu Hai's back was wide open at this moment. Takashi Ryushin was about to approach in a flash. He was holding a long sword in his hand, as if he wanted to pierce Gu Hai's back. Your Majesty! Shangguanhen was close by, and his face changed. Without thinking, the huge black tortoise jumped. Whoosh! The sword pierced through the black tortoise in an instant. Chapter 754. A large hole appeared in the enchantment of the West Sea Dragon Palace. The endless water of the West Sea gushed in. For a moment, the West Sea Dragon Palace was raining heavily. Leaning against the hole, the buildings were submerged by the flood. In the land of the Dragon Gate, a large amount of rain sprayed from the sky, and the ground was already submerged. A large number of Great Wu officials and dragons gathered outside. After all, they didn't dare to approach the inside. Gu Hai fought Di Shi Tian. At this moment, they were fighting in the Dauntless Realm. The two of them exchanged palms, and Gu Hai suppressed Di Shi Tian. Your body. How did you cultivate? Di Shi Tian stared in disbelief. Di Shi Tian, you should retreat. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. Just as the two of them were in a stalemate, a cold air suddenly shot from Gu Hai's back. Your Majesty! Shangguan Hen exclaimed. Without hesitation, he immediately blocked Gu Hai with the back of the turtle shell. The black turtle's defense was extremely strong. Previously, Ao Shin couldn't break it no matter how hard he tried. However, Takashi Ryushin's sword was too powerful. Whoosh! The sword pierced through the black turtle in an instant. Pfft, how could it be? Shangguan Hen spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was full of disbelief. Boom! The long sword pierced through the black turtle, and its speed didn't decrease as it suddenly stabbed towards Gu Hai. Your Majesty! Shangguan Hen roared. Boom! The turtle body rotated and instantly crashed into Gu Hai. Huh! Gu Hai's expression changed. Boom! Suddenly, he pushed Di Shi Tian away with a palm. He dodged the sword. Humph, ruining my business, humph. Takashi Ryushin shouted angrily, and the long sword in his hand trembled. Boom! No! Gu Hai and Chang Ming's expressions suddenly changed. Di Shi Tian's eyes were also full of shock. However, he saw Shangguan Hen's body explode. It instantly turned into countless fragments. Gu Hai immediately stepped forward and hugged Shangguan Hen's head. Shangguan Zun Zun! Chang Ming exclaimed from afar. Whoosh! The gigantic Xian beast transformed into a human head. He seemed to still be breathing. Your Majesty, I can't bear to see the power of the Dahan anymore. Please take good care of those Xuanwu for me, Your Majesty. Many thanks for Your Majesty's appreciation over the years. Shangguan Hen has no regrets. After finishing the last sentence, Shanghai Hen's head seemed to close its eyes. Looking back at the past, Gu Hai felt sad for a while. As long as I don't allow you to die, you won't die. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Sakura looked at Takashi Ryushin and a trace of disdain flashed past his eyes. Hee, Takashi Ryushin, what a sneak attack from behind. As expected, you are a cold-blooded person who is only interested in this kind of treacherous tricks. Humph. Takashi Ryushin snorted and ignored him. He didn't care about Gu Hai's words. As long as I don't allow you to die, you won't die. He thought that Gu Hai and Shangguan Hen had a close relationship. But the next moment, he saw Gu Hai reach out and take out a huge bucket. In the bucket, Gu Hai poured a 9-colored liquid into it. He couldn't see what it was, but it was extremely strange. Gu Hai put Shangguan Hen's head into it. Buzz! Shangguan Hen's eyes that were about to close suddenly opened again. What? He didn't die. Sakura's face sank. Shangguan Hen's head is all that's left? Ah, why are there so many meridians and blood vessels under his head? Bones popped out again. Muscle filaments? This is. Countless dragons in the outside world exclaimed. What kind of liquid is that? It's helping Shangguan Hen to rebuild his body. Someone exclaimed. Huh, what? Your Majesty, I. Shangguan Hen said in shock. Rest well and rebuild your body. I said, as long as I don't allow you to die, you won't die. Now, watch how I take revenge for you. Gu Hai looked at Takashi Ryushin coldly. His eyes were full of anger. Takashi Ryushin's face sank. What's in this bucket? Only a head is left, how can it be repaired? Sakura was also shocked. What was in the bucket was naturally the heaven-replenishing power to rebuild Shangguan Hen's body. However, Gu Hai naturally wouldn't tell the two of them. Sakura, Stubborn. I have already given you face, humph. Gu Hai's face turned cold. What did you say? Sakura's face sank. And you, Takashi Ryushin, I originally didn't want to fight with you for Long Zhanggua's face. However, you want to kill me today. He even almost killed the Emperor's sovereign beast. Ha, since that's the case, I will help Long Zhanggua to discipline this unfilial son. Gu Hai shouted coldly. With a cold shout, Gu Hai suddenly stepped on the ground and turned into a sharp arrow, charging towards Takashi Ryushin. Humph, you're courting death. Takashi Ryushin's face turned cold. He stretched out his hand and slashed towards Gu Hai with his sword. Without his magical power, Takashi Ryushin's strength was also extremely great. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to pierce through the black tortoise's shell and explode the black tortoise with his sword. He slashed towards Gu Hai, but Gu Hai didn't dodge. He stretched out his hand and grabbed. Using your physical body to receive my divine sword. You're courting death. Takashi Ryushin's face turned cold. He increased the strength of his sword and slashed towards Gu Hai's palm. Gu Hai's palm also turned into the color of bones. Boom! The palm and sword collided, but the palm that everyone expected didn't appear. Gu Hai's right palm was actually harder than the black tortoise's shell. Gu Hai held Takashi Ryushin's divine sword in his palm, making it unable to move. This palm is for Shangguan Hen. Gu Hai's face turned sinister. He roared and threw out his left palm. The speed was too fast and the strength was too great. It went straight for Takashi Ryushin's mouth. Takashi Ryushin's face changed. He pulled out his sword to block, but the sword seemed to be rooted in Gu Hai's palm and couldn't move. In a hurry, he could only use his other hand to block Gu Hai's left palm. Boom! Takashi Ryushin's palm was knocked away. Slap! A crisp slap resounded throughout the Dragon's Gate. Takashi Ryushin was sent flying by Gu Hai's slap. Boom! A huge stone mountain was broken in half. Takashi Ryushin stopped. Everyone around suddenly became silent. They couldn't believe that Takashi Ryushin was crawling up from the ruins. There was a palm print on Takashi Ryushin's mouth. The divine sword in his hand had fallen out and was now in Gu Hai's palm. He crawled up from the ruins. His eyes were like copper bells. He couldn't believe that he was actually sent flying by Gu Hai's slap. Moreover, it was a slap on his face. Divine sword? Humph. Gu Hai snorted coldly. He held the sword with one hand and the hilt with the other and suddenly snapped it. Kacha! The divine sword broke. Heavenly Ice God Sword. Yong Prefecture's #1 divine sword, how could it be broken? Countless Great Wu's officials exclaimed. You didn't use your full strength just now. Sakura looked at Gu Hai with a gloomy face. Get lost. Gu Hai stared at Sakura. Get lost? Good, 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 get lost. What an ambitious and ruthless person, this deity likes to kill ambitious and ruthless people. Sakura suddenly rushed over with a ferocious face. With Sakura's pride, it was impossible for him to be scared by anything. Even if Gu Hai's body was stronger than his, he still wanted to fight. In his dictionary, there was no such thing as retreating. What's more, Gu Hai had just entered the Central Sky Palace and he already retreated. Boom! Sakura rushed straight to Gu Hai. In the ruins in the distance, Takashi Ryushin touched the palm print on his face as if he had been humiliated. The emperor could be killed, but not humiliated. Which emperor didn't have the ambition to create a new world? Which emperor didn't have the pride of being the most powerful person in the world? The emperor had the heart of a strong person, the heart of becoming the #1 in the world. Today, he was slapped by a Central Sky Palace and turned around to flee. Find another way to get back his face. Impossible, he had to get up from where he fell. What's more, there were a lot of officials here. Today, as an emperor, He was slapped in the face in front of his subjects, and then he dodged in fear? What a joke! Boom! Takashi Ryushin stepped on the ground and rushed towards Gu-hai. Takashi Ryushin wanted to use his hands to tear Gu-hai apart to repay the humiliation just now. Two sharp arrows shot towards Gu-hai from two directions. Good timing. Gu-hai stared and punched one after another. Boom, boom. Under Gu-hai's tyrannical body, Takashi Ryushin and Sakura paused for a moment, but they pounced forward again in an instant. Gu-hai also didn't stay idle. His hand speed suddenly became faster. For a moment, the three of them were filled with the shadows of Gu-hai, Takashi Ryushin, and Sakura's fists and palms. Gu-hai revealed a sinister expression. The more he fought, the faster he became. Boom! A punch landed on Sakura's chest and sent him flying. A slap landed on the other side of Takashi Ryushin's face. Slap! Takashi Ryushin was sent flying again. You! Takashi Ryushin instantly glared and roared. The slap just now was already a great humiliation. Now, Gu-hai gave him another slap. This slap is for Long Zhanghua. Unfilial son, unworthy of the surname Long. Gu-hai revealed a sinister expression. Sakura looked at Gu-hai and his eyelids twitched. Sakura was also furious when he was punched by Gu-hai just now. However, compared to Takashi Ryushin, he was much better. Around them, the water slowly flooded. Chang Ming and Ao Sheng continued their battle. However, the two of them were a little absent-minded. Compared to the battle between Gu-hai and the other two not far away, the two of them found themselves like two children acting cute. How can Gu-hai be so tyrannical? Ao Sheng had a look of disbelief. Around them, some Dragon Clan and Great Wu officials wanted to step in. Puff! The first few people suddenly vomited blood and fainted. The attributes of the Dragon Gate were too terrifying. In the bucket, the 9-colored liquid was slowly decreasing and fusing into Shangguan Hen's body. Shangguan Hen's body was slowly recovering. Meridians, bones, flesh, blood, and skin grew quickly and strangely recovered. The surrounding people were at a loss. When the surrounding rainwater reached the height of a person, Shangguan Hen's body was finally completely rebuilt. However, at this moment, his body seemed to be extremely fragile and he climbed out of the bucket with difficulty. In the bucket, all the heaven-replenishing liquid had been consumed. Shangguan Hen found the fragments of his previous body and found his storage ring. With a flip of his hand, he took out a set of clothes and put it on. However, after putting it on, he seemed to have no strength and fell on a big rock. He looked at Gu-hai and the other two who were fighting in the distance. The three of them fought more and more crazily. However, Gu-hai's body was tyrannical. Even if Sakura and Takashi Ryushin joined forces, they were still sent flying by Gu-hai time and time again. Your Majesty is amazing. Shangguan Hen sighed. Chapter 755. As time passed, the enchantment of the Dragon Palace became more and more damaged. More and more water gushed down, drowning the entire Dragon Palace. The terrain of the Dragon Gate region wasn't high. At this moment, the water was as high as 2 people and was still rising rapidly. At this moment, Long Shenwu and Sakura were also enraged. No matter who it was, being suppressed by a small character that they looked down on in the past, they would definitely feel unhappy. However, even if the two of them joined forces, they weren't Gu-hai's opponent. Gu-hai's foundation was too solid. Just based on physical strength, he was invincible among those of the same level. If it was someone of the same level, it wouldn't matter if they were defeated. However, facing Gu-hai from the Central Sky Palace, the two of them were unwilling to accept it. If they couldn't get rid of Gu-hai today, Gu-hai would be like a thorn in their throat, becoming their inner demon. Cough, cough, cough. Not far away, Shangguan Hen climbed onto a bigger rock weakly. At this moment, his body was extremely weak. On the other side, Changming was fighting against Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng attacked again and again, but he couldn't do anything to Changming. Are you all dead? And Sakura's dragon clan, why aren't you coming in? Ao Sheng roared. Countless dragon clan members in the periphery didn't enter the Dragon Gate region previously because once they entered, all forbidden techniques would be activated and their body weight would increase by 1,000,000 times. It was difficult for them to move. Those from the Central Sky Palace didn't dare to enter at all. There were also those from the Upper Sky Palace, but their cultivation wasn't strong enough. It was difficult for them to move and they were worried about losing their lives. After all, the aftermath of Gu Hai's battle and the flying rocks were extremely terrifying in their eyes. However, the battle between the two sides was in a stalemate. Ao Sheng let out a roar. Groups of Dragon Clan members swam in with difficulty. Once they entered, they were suppressed to the point of incomparable pain. However, they still swam towards the center. Go, catch Shengguan Hen. Ao Sheng roared. Ong! Ong! A group of Dragon Clan members swam towards Shengguan Hen. How dare you! Changming's expression changed as he exclaimed. You won't be able to leave even if you dare. Smelly bat, I'm your opponent now. Ao Sheng blocked Changming's path with a ferocious expression. Suddenly, Changming was unable to rescue him. Whoever dares to touch Shengguan Hen will become my enemy, and I will not rest until one of us is dead. Gu Hai suddenly roared. Huh! The faces of the dragons in the distance froze. Was he being targeted by Gu Hai? Ha 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 ha, fight to the death. Go, take down Shengguan Hen. Takashi Ryushin suddenly said with a ferocious expression. Your Majesty. Gu Hai only has a strong physical body. Humph, when we get out of the Dragon Gate, he will only enter the Central Celestial Palace. How can we fight to the death? Capture Shengguan Hen for me. Takashi Ryushin said with a glare. Yes. Suddenly, a large number of dragons pounced on Shengguan Hen. Sakura didn't stop them, because at this moment, the two of them also discovered that even if they attacked with all their strength, they wouldn't be able to kill Gu Hai in the Dragon Gate. Now, they could only take an unconventional approach and let Shengguan Hen distract Gu Hai. Courting death. Gu Hai immediately stretched out his hand to hit the two of them. Boom, boom. Sakura and Takashi Ryushin were instantly sent flying. Gu Hai wanted to rush towards Shengguan Hen, but Sakura and Takashi Ryushin instantly appeared in front of Gu Hai again. Want to leave? Ha 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 ha, you can't leave. Takashi Ryushin sneered with a sinister expression. The surrounding dragons were getting closer and closer to Shengguan Hen. At this moment, Shengguan Hen was extremely weak. How could he have the strength to resist? Shengguan Hen smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, I've dragged you down again. Just when Shengguan Hen was feeling helpless and guilty in his heart. Ong! Suddenly, a loud sound came from above the Dragon Gate. It was Ao Shun's voice. Boom! High up in the sky, the white ball of light suddenly converged and quickly shrunk into a white ball of light. Ao Shun's huge dragon body suddenly appeared. He opened his mouth and instantly swallowed the white ball of light. Ao Shun. Ao Sheng's expression changed. West Sea Dragon God. Sakura's expression also sank. West Sea Dragon God, Ao Shun will definitely not let you down, thank you. Ao Shun shouted solemnly. Ao Shun, save Shengguan Hen. Gu Hai shouted. High up in the sky, Ao Shun quivered and looked down. He immediately saw the tragic battle below. 10 huge dragons had already arrived at Shengguan Hen's location and seemed to want to tear Shengguan Hen into pieces. Ong! With a roar, Ao Shun's figure instantly scuttled down. Even in the Dragon Gate area, Ao Shun didn't know why, but he could suddenly use the power of his magic. Boom! As soon as the powerful dragon aura was released, the surrounding water instantly exploded. The dragon aura that was several times stronger than before spread out, causing the faces of everyone fighting below to change. Your cultivation has increased so much. Ao Sheng's expression changed. Bang! Ao Shun landed beside Shangguan Hen and swung his black dragon tail. Boom! 10 huge dragon tails seemed to appear in the air and swung towards the 10 ferocious-looking huge dragons. No! Save me! No! The huge dragons immediately screamed in horror. Hong! The huge dragons were like cannonballs, shooting in all directions and crashing into the Black Rock Mountains, causing them to collapse. Pooh! 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 The huge dragons immediately vomited blood and went limp. It was as if all their bones had been shattered by Ao Shun. They were paralyzed in horror, unable to move. The other dragons that were about to pounce over immediately trembled. Their expressions changed, and they fled in all directions. Ao Shun did not give chase. Instead, he transformed into his human form and helped Shangguan Hen up. Prime Shangguan. Your cultivation is completely lost. Ao Shun's expression changed as he said. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly and nodded. Ao Shun supported Shangguan Hen and looked at the two battlefields not far away. When he saw Gu Hai fighting Sakura Asia and Takashi Ryushin alone, his eyelids twitched. The ancient emperor's might. Royal father was right. The ancient emperor's foundation is too solid. Ao Shun smiled bitterly. He turned his head and looked at the other side. Ao Sheng versus Chang Ming. Chang Ming's cultivation increased as well. Ao Sheng. Humph. Ao Shun snorted coldly. As he snorted, he supported Shangguan Hen and took a step forward. Who? Ao Shun instantly appeared before Ao Sheng. Ao Shun's sudden appearance made Ao Sheng tremble. You obtained the West Sea Dragon God's inheritance. The forbidden arts of the Dragon's Gate are ineffective against you. Ao Sheng's expression changed. Ao Sheng, you can't keep making mistakes. Ao Shun said coldly. As he spoke, he swung his hand. Boom! Ao Sheng was immediately sent flying by Ao Shun's slap, crashing into a large mountain with a loud bang. This was the difference between those with spiritual power and those without. Moreover, Ao Shun had obtained the West Sea Dragon God's inheritance and his cultivation had increased by a lot. Pooh! Ao Shun. Ao Sheng spat out a mouthful of blood and roared with his eyes wide open. On the other side, Sakura Asia and Takashi Ryushin were being suppressed by Gu Hai. They also saw Ao Shun making his move. When they saw that Ao Shun could use his full cultivation, their expressions changed. They looked at each other and revealed a bitter smile. Ao Shun's appearance completely broke the balance. Today, it seemed impossible to kill Gu Hai in the Dragon's Gate. Sure enough, Ao Shun suddenly turned his head in the distance. Both of their faces sank. Go! Takashi Ryushin roared. You want to leave now? Humph. Gu Hai's face turned cold and he swung his hand. Boom! Boom! A powerful force slammed into the backs of the two retreating figures. Pooh! Pooh! Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood. Borrowing Gu Hai's strength, they shot out of the Dragon's Gate like arrows. Gu Hai, let's see if you'll come out or not. Humph. Takashi Ryushin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with resentment. Stop! Ao Shun glared and grabbed with his hand. Suddenly, a huge palm condensed in the Dragon's Gate. Humph. Takashi Ryushin snorted and turned his hand to face the attack. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Long Shenwu was blasted away. However, that palm strike from his powerful physical body still shattered the surrounding mountains and caused the water to surge into the sky. Dragon's Gate Forbidden Spell, Ao Shun, I don't believe that you won't come out. Ao Shun also rushed out of the dragon's gate and roared. Phew! Sakura and Takashi Ryushin quickly stepped out of the dragon's gate. Once they were out of the dragon's gate, both of them emitted a flaming aura and the surrounding seawater was forced to disperse. Surround the dragon's gate. No one can leave. Sakura glared. At this moment, Ao Shun was also incomparably angry. He originally wanted to kill Gu-hai in the Dragon Gate district, but what could he do? What could he do when Ao Shun was no longer using the forbidden spell? How could he fight again? Meet force with force, fight with strength with strength. Wherever he lost, he would get it back in order to erase his inner demons. At the very least, he wouldn't be brooding over it in the future and find it difficult to advance in cultivation. Although they were defeated previously, Sakura and Takashi Ryushin didn't think that Gu-hai could kill them, so they kept pestering him. Now that Ao Shun had recovered his magic power, if they continued to be in a stalemate, they would only be courting death. Sakura's face was gloomy as he surrounded the Dragon Gate area with Takashi Ryushin. No one can leave. Ong! Ong! Outside, the dragons were roaring, but inside, the water was overflowing, and the rocks were crumbling. Your Majesty! Are you okay? A group of Great Wu's officials looked at Takashi Ryushin worriedly. Keep an eye on them, no one can leave. Takashi Ryushin ignored his subordinates and looked coldly at the Dragon Gate district. In the Dragon Gate district, the water was overflowing, and vaguely, the figures of Gu-hai and the other three could no longer be seen. Where are they? Takashi Ryushin frowned slightly. Sea water, calm down. Sakura stretched out his hand and pressed. Buzz! The surrounding sea water suddenly calmed down, and even the sea water in the Dragon Gate district also calmed down. Now, the sea water in the Dragon Gate district was as high as 5 people. But Gu-hai, Ao Shun, Changming, and Shenguan-hen had all disappeared. Hiding? Let's see how long you can hide. Ao Shun glared. The Dragon Gate district was completely sealed off. If someone came out, a group of strong people would definitely find out. Even the water was sealed off, but there was no movement. Where's Gu-hai? Sakura and Takashi Ryushin's eyes were filled with irritation as they waited patiently. But they didn't know that at this moment, there were 4 carps that had already drifted out of the Dragon Gate district. Following the direction of the water, they rushed towards the broken barrier. Swimming against the water. The 4 carps rushed out of the barrier through the water column. Shenguan-hen is weak, I will bring him. You guys go first and split up. Gather at the place we agreed on last time. One of the golden carps said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. The 2 carps immediately split up and shot in 2 different directions. Your Majesty, I've dragged you down. The white carp looked at the golden carp and smiled bitterly. You got injured because of me, how are you a burden? It's a pity that I can't help you reconstruct your corporeal body with my cultivation. Sigh, let's leave this place first. The golden carp sighed slightly. The white carp swam slowly, and the golden carp accompanied him. The 2 carps swam towards the sea surface, and as they swam, they suddenly saw rays of golden light blooming on the sea surface. Not good, people from the sacred ground of Mount Numinous. They are waiting to reap the benefits. The white carp's expression changed. Go around. The golden carp said solemnly. The 2 carps swam away in circles. At this moment, suddenly, a ray of golden light rushed over and shrouded the 2 carps like a searchlight. Ha 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 ha, Gu-hai, you think you can escape from my old son's discerning eyes after becoming a carp? Buddha, Gu-hai is there, that golden carp is Gu-hai. A loud shout came from the sea surface. Chapter 756. Ha 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 ha, Gu-hai, do you think you can escape from old sun's eyes of fire and gold just because you turned into a carp? Buddha, Gu Hai is over there. That golden carp is Gu Hai. A loud shout came from the sea. A shout came from the sea, and Gu Hai's expression changed. He instantly understood what light beam was shining on him. Sun Wukong. Eyes of fire and gold. That monkey. Gu Hai's expression changed. He knew that Sun Wukong had discovered him. Without hesitation, his figure flashed. Wang. Gu Hai and Shangguan Hen turned into their human forms. Gu Hai pulled Shangguan Hen and shot into the distance. Amateus Buddha, ancient emperor, why are you in such a hurry to leave? A majestic shout came from the sea. Following which, a strong suction force rushed towards where Gu Hai and Shangguan Hen were. Your Majesty, you go first. Don't worry about me. Shangguan Hen said with a bitter smile. Walalala. The surrounding seawater was quickly sucked up into the sky. Gu Hai wanted to break free, but the force was too strong. Together with the sea, he was sucked up into the sky. As he was pulled up into the sky, Gu Hai saw the scene on the sea clearly. Above a huge cloud, there was a large number of monks shining with golden radiance standing there. The four leading them were the present Buddha, the past Buddha, the South Longnu, and Sun Wukong. At this moment, the present Buddha was holding an alms bowl in his hand. The alms bowl produced a strong suction force that sucked in all the seawater, including Gu Hai and Shangguan Hen. The alms bowl's suction force was so strong that no matter how Gu Hai struggled, he could not break free. A golden light entered Gu Hai and Shangguan Hen's bodies. The sixth of the 16 great magic treasures in history, the reincarnation pool. Shangguan Hen's expression changed. That alms bowl is the reincarnation pool. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Rumble. The alms bowl was like a bottomless pit. The water gushed in, but it couldn't be filled. Within the alms bowl, there seemed to be a world of its own. Gu Hai and Shangguan Hen were instantly sucked into it. Furthermore, the golden light on their bodies grew brighter and brighter. Gu Hai's expression darkened. As the golden light entered his body, Gu Hai felt as if his divine palaces and celestial palaces were sealed. This is the sealing technique of the current Buddha. Your Majesty, I have indeed implicated you. If you had left first, you wouldn't have. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly. All right. I don't blame you. Inside the alms bowl, Gu Hai stood in the middle of the swirling water, coldly looking at everyone outside the alms bowl. His cultivation had been sealed, and he had been trapped in the reincarnation pool. At this moment, it was even worse than before. Amateus Buddha. The Buddha's mouth was closed, but his body was surrounded by a majestic voice. Ha 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 ha, Gu Hai, to think that you would have such a day. Sun Wukong suddenly burst into laughter. The victorious fighting Buddha. The current Buddha is Tathagata. After being bullied by Tathagata, you have become his lackey. To think that I have always admired the arrogance of the great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Wukong. So, that's all there is to it. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai laughed. When Gu Hai said that, Sun Wukong's expression suddenly changed. Being bullied by Tathagata was referring to being suppressed by Tathagata Buddha under the Wuji mountain in the past. Now, he was Tathagata's lackey. How could Sun Wukong take it? Gu Hai, you are really stubborn, aren't you? Sun Wukong glared angrily. Turning his head, Sun Wukong looked at the present Buddha. Present Buddha, leave these two people to me. I was the one who discovered him. Sun Wukong asked the present Buddha for the two people. The past Buddha shook his head and said, please calm down, victorious fighting Buddha. This Gu Hai is fated to be with the sacred ground of Mount Numinous. He will be detained for the time being. Leave him to me. I will lock him up too. Sun Wukong shouted. The present Buddha smiled slightly and shook his head. What are you doing? I was the one who found him. Ka ka ka. Sun Wukong said angrily. You found him well, but he was caught by the Buddha. Victorious fighting Buddha, calm down. The Buddha still has some things to ask Gu Hai. After everything is over, you can settle your grudges on your own. What do you think? The past Buddha said with a smile. Ka, bastard, he is mine. Sun Wukong said anxiously. Whoosh. At the side, the southern dragoness held a suet jade bottle in her hand. She took out a willow branch from the jade bottle and gently swung it at Sun Wukong. Boom. Sun Wukong was immediately blocked. Victorious fighting Buddha, this Gu Hai is related to the sacred ground of Mount Numinous. Don't be rude. The southern dragoness shouted. You, ka, roar. Sun Wukong roared angrily, but he couldn't do anything to them. Whoosh. Sun Wukong turned his head and flew away angrily. Sun Wukong left, but the crowd ignored him and looked at the West Sea again. Don't move. The present Buddha said again. A white-robed monk stepped out from the group of monks behind him. Jedong Bodhisattva had gone to the heavenly court with the future Buddha during the Thousand Saints Conference. There, he competed with Gu Hai to become the personal disciple of the present Buddha and learned the secret method of Mount Numinous sacred ground, silent motionless Zen. Unfortunately, Gaochen had broken his silent motionless Zen with a song. All his cultivation had gone down the drain. Jedong Bodhisattva. You've recovered your cultivation. In the reincarnation pool, Gu Hai frowned slightly. Jedong Bodhisattva sneered. Thanks to Mr. Good, I've just recovered my lower heavenly palace. Buddha. Jedong Bodhisattva looked at the present Buddha respectfully. Take Gu Hai to the future Buddha and ask him about the doubts in our hearts. We'll be there after dealing with the West Sea Dragon Palace, the present Buddha said calmly. Obviously, he was going to send Gu Hai to be tortured for interrogation. Yes. Jedong Bodhisattva answered. Jedong Bodhisattva was immediately sucked into the reincarnation pool. Oh. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. He saw that the water in the reincarnation pool was spinning faster and faster. Gradually, it formed a huge whirlpool and sucked Gu Hai, Shangguan Hen, and Jedong Bodhisattva into it. Whoosh! Gu Hai felt that there was a huge passageway and it spun for a while in the passageway. Whoosh! Suddenly, the three of them flew out of the passageway. They fell into a huge square. Oh! Gu Hai looked confused. He saw that the surroundings were gloomy and there was snow in some places. This was a new small world. There were many palaces all around. A large number of ghostly soldiers were wandering around. Gu Hai looked up and saw that on the plaque at the entrance of the largest palace, there were the words Yama's Palace. There were 3 big words. Yama's Palace. The 10 Kings of Hell. This is the underworld. Gu Hai's expression changed and he said strangely. What underworld? Shangguan Hen looked confused. The underworld was the underworld. Shangguan Hen had never heard of the underworld. Gu Hai said that it was a name from Earth. Could it be that the 6 paths of immortality had a corresponding underworld? Gu Hai, you even know about the underworld and the 10 Kings of Hell? Have you been to the secret realm of the Hell Path before? Jedong Bodhisattva raised his eyebrows. This is the secret realm of the Hell Path. Gu Hai's expression changed. Oh. You've never been here before. How do you know about the 10 Kings of Hell? Jedong Bodhisattva was confused. At this moment, a group of ghost officials wearing official robes ran toward them from the Yama's palace. Greetings, emissary of Spiritual Mountain. The leader of the group, a ghost king in a black robe, said respectfully. King Yama. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Jedong Bodhisattva was even more curious. You know him? Jedong Bodhisattva was surprised. Gu Hai sneered but did not answer. Jedong Bodhisattva looked at King Yama. No, I've never seen him before. King Yama shook his head vigorously. Jidong Bodhisattva looked at Gu Hai and felt even more confused. Is the future Buddha here? Jidong Bodhisattva asked. The future Buddha should be with Ting Bodhisattva. But 2 hours ago, I heard that the future Buddha was going to the 15th level of hell to check on the fierce demon Kong Xian. I don't know if he's back or not. King Yama shook his head. Kong Xian. He's really stubborn. The Buddha has captured him for so long, but he's still so arrogant. The Buddha named him Mahamayuri, but he doesn't care. He's been imprisoned in hell and he still doesn't repent. Jidong Bodhisattva frowned. Yeah, the 15th level of hell is really scary. I only dare to go to the 3rd level of hell. The last time I went there, I almost went crazy. It's too scary. King Yama said in fear. Is it the 18th level of hell? Gu Hai asked curiously. Jidong Bodhisattva suddenly looked at Gu Hai coldly. Oh right, I didn't make it clear just now. How do you know about the 10 Yama kings? How much do you know about the Naraka path? It's your first time here. So the future Buddha isn't around? Gu Hai suddenly laughed. Gu Hai did not seem nervous at all, which made Jidong Bodhisattva feel uncomfortable. Jidong Bodhisattva sneered. Gu Hai, do you think this is still the Deqian Celestial Empire? The Long Zhonghua of the past is already dead. You're now a prisoner of the sacred ground of Mount Spiritual Mountain. Don't you have any awareness of being a prisoner? Awareness? What awareness do you need? Gu Hai suddenly smiled. Since the future Buddha is not here, I'll judge you first. Jidong Bodhisattva suddenly said coldly. Come, bring my judgment platform to me. Quick, quick, quick. King Yama said fawningly. Immediately, a large number of ghosts went to move the platform. Gu Hai smiled coldly and ignored them. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? A prisoner should act like one. Kneel. Jidong Bodhisattva shouted and slammed his right hand toward Gu Hai. Boom. There was a loud noise. Jidong Bodhisattva's hand stopped in the air. Gu Hai turned his head and held Jidong Bodhisattva's right arm in place with his right hand. He looked at Jidong Bodhisattva coldly. How is this possible? Wasn't your cultivation sealed by Master? Why isn't your cultivation sealed? Jidong Bodhisattva was shocked. The seal of Mahakassayapa. I happen to know how to undo it. Gu Hai said calmly. The seal of Mahakassayapa was something Gu Hai had learned from the Gautama Buddha when he was on earth from a group of deities and Buddhas. Gu Hai had thought there would be some differences when the Buddhas performed the seal, but the result was exactly the same. Therefore, Gu Hai had already undone most of the seal on his own when he was still in the reincarnation pool. By the time he was transported to the secret realm of hell, he had completely undone the seal. Impossible, the seal of Mahakassayapa is unique to Master. No one can undo it. Jidong Bodhisattva exclaimed. Boom. Gu Hai slapped Jidong Bodhisattva to the ground. Next, I'll ask you some questions. Answer honestly. If I'm satisfied, I don't mind teaching you how to undo the seal of Mahakassayapa. Gu Hai shouted. Yes. Huh. Jidong Bodhisattva was stunned. Was it true? Chapter 757. After Gu Hai released the seal on Shangguan Hen, Shanghai Hen looked at Gu Hai strangely. Shanghai Hen had followed Gu Hai for a long time. Back then, Gu Hai had just entered the innate realm. He knew Gu Hai very well, but he couldn't understand how Gu Hai could release the seal on the present Buddha. That didn't make sense. Shanghai Hen looked at Gu Hai, feeling that Gu Hai was becoming more and more mysterious. Shanghai Hen stood to the side, and Gu Hai began to interrogate the Jidong Bodhisattva. The surrounding ghost kings and ghost soldiers wanted to resist, but Gu Hai waved his hand and a large amount of true samadhi fire appeared, trapping the ghost soldiers. Shanghai Hen grabbed the true fire gourd and held the ghost soldiers hostage. Some of the ghost soldiers resisted, but they were burned to ashes by Shanghai Hen's fire. Jidong Bodhisattva would rather die, but Gu Hai heavily injured him. The group of ghosts trembled and told Gu Hai what he wanted to know. Path of Hell. It's divided into 18 levels of hell. We're in the first level. Gu Hai frowned. Yes, senior. This is the first level of hell. Over there, that's the entrance to the second level of hell. Do you see that entrance? King Yen Luo pointed at a huge circular entrance in the distance. Gu Hai turned to look. Indeed, there was a large amount of lightning flashing between the mountains. In the middle of the lightning, there was an entrance to the void that seemed to lead to somewhere else. There's an entrance to every level of hell. How do we get out? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Get out? No, there's no way out. Only the reincarnation pool can be accessed. The other entrances seem to have been sealed by the heavens. There's no exit. King Yen Luo explained. 18 levels of hell. What's the 18 levels of hell? Gu Hai was puzzled. The 18 levels of hell are a place of suffering for the evildoers of the world. They have committed countless crimes in their lives and suffer in hell. We're in the lightest level. Every level down, there will be a level of irritation and violence. The evil ghosts will want to kill each other, but they won't die. King Yen Luo explained. Won't die? Gu Hai frowned. Senior, look at those ghost soldiers burned by the fire. King Yen Luo pointed at the square not far away. Hundreds of ghost soldiers had been burned to ashes by Shanghai Hen's fire. However, during this short period of time, wisps of soul power began to gather over there. Slowly, those souls began to recover in a peculiar manner, and the ghostly soldiers' souls began to slowly come back to life. However, when they came back to life, when they were alive, they looked, and inexplicable fear. They came back to life. Gu Hai was puzzled. Yes, that's why evil ghosts are most afraid of entering hell. Once they enter hell, they will be killed endlessly. When they are alive, they will kill other ghosts, but they won't die. Their violent and irritable emotions will cause them to kill, but they won't die. This is a kind of spiritual disaster. King Yen Luo smiled bitterly. Why? Gu Hai was puzzled. No, I don't know. We've always heard that the spiritual mountain holy ground sent some extremely evil people to the depths of hell. King Yen Luo said carefully. Your Majesty, I seem to have heard of it before. Shanghai Hen said after a moment of silence. Oh. For energy. Evil ghosts kill each other, and killing each other requires energy. When they come back to life as a soul, the soul restores their energy. After they die, their energy is absorbed by hell. The energy consumed when the soul was alive and the energy scattered after the soul died is actually in this hell. This should be a world that collects energy. The entire hell is collecting the drifting energy for the immortal of the six paths. There is no one's mark on it, so it is hidden in this world, Shangguan Hen analyzed. That's right. Energy. Gu Hai looked around. Energy can't be seen or touched. Although there are countless energy around, it can't be absorbed. Shanghai Hen smiled bitterly. 18 levels of hell. The lower one goes, the more irritable and bloodthirsty the soul is. So there are countless ghosts in every level. Gu Hai looked at King Yen Luo. No, there aren't many ghosts in the 5th level and below. King Yen Luo said with a tremble. What do you mean? Gu Hai was puzzled. The Buddha's pool of samsara can only lead to the Hell Dao mystic realm for 2 hours a day. The other 24 hours can't be entered. Because using the time of the divine continent, the 18 levels of hell can only be opened once a day. Each time, it can only be opened for 2 hours. King Yanluo said with a trace of fear. Opened once a day. Wait, you said the time of the divine continent? What does that mean? Gu Hai was puzzled. Because a day in the outside world is 1,000 years in the first level of hell. King Yanluo smiled bitterly. A day in the outside world is 1,000 years in here. Shanghai Hen was shocked. You mean, the first level? Aren't the other levels the same? Gu Hai frowned. Time was not symmetrical, but Gu Hai had seen it on Earth. Back then, a day on Earth was a year in the immortal world. But here, it was 1,000 years. Yes, Senior is wise. You saw it with one look. King Yanluo said immediately. Cut the crap. Speak. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, the 18 levels of hell. According to the multiplier, a day in the outside world is 1,000 years in the first level. The second level is 2,000 years. The third level is 4,000 years. The fourth level is 8,000 years. The fifth level is 16,000 years. And so on. King Yanluo said fearfully. More than 10,000 years. Indeed, there are no ghosts that can live for more than 10,000 years without going through reincarnation. The fifth level is indeed the limit. Shanghai Hen frowned. No, Senior is wrong. In hell, there is no such thing as lifespan. Everyone's age stops the moment they enter. Or rather, it is according to the time of the divine continent. The fifth level. That is because once the exit is closed, one has to stay in there for 10,000 years. 10,000 years in a state of irritation and bloodlust. 10,000 years of killing ghosts, being killed, resurrecting, and killing. As King Yanluo spoke, his heart was filled with horror. Being killed for 10,000 years. Shanghai Hen shuddered. Hell was indeed the most terrifying place. Ordinary people would have been driven mad long ago. You just said that Kong Xian was sent to the 15th level of hell. Gu Hai's face darkened. That's right. We also find it hard to believe. How could Kong Xian's will be so tenacious? Or perhaps, he has tempered his vicious heart in hell. I heard that not only did he not go crazy, he became even more arrogant. This hell is divided into 8 levels of hell, cold hell, and 8 levels of hell, hot hell. After the exchange of cold and hot. The 17th level of hell, loneliness. Extreme loneliness. Being locked up once, almost everything is worn away by the years of loneliness. As for the 18th level of hell, it is like being locked up forever. No one can go down. It is too terrifying. King Yanluo said with a chill in his heart. How long has Kong Xian been locked up? Gu Hai asked solemnly. In terms of the outside world, it should be half a month. But inside. On the first day, he was locked up in the first level. On the second day, he was locked up in the second level. On the third day, he was locked up in the third level. All the way until he reached the 15th level. It should be around 32 million years. King Yanluo calculated and sucked in a breath of cold air. Yes. At first, the Buddhist ancestors thought that Kong Xian would be worn away by this period of time. However, Kong Xian has always been alive and well. Moreover, as time passed, the devil qi around Kong Xian became more and more monstrous. Fierce flames radiated in all directions, and hatred soared to the sky. This kind of tempering was not something the Buddhist ancestors could endure. Therefore, it is said that the Buddhist ancestors value Kong Xian more and more. Now, it seems that they are willing to pay any price to pull Kong Xian into the spiritual mountain holy ground. Not only are they going to confer the title of Bodhisattva, they are going to confer the title of Buddha, and even give him a higher status. King Yanluo explained. 32 million years. Hiss. Gu Hai and Shangguanhen sucked in a breath of cold air. 32 million years without being disturbed by the slaughter attribute of hell. His heart must have been tempered to be incomparably strong. The future Buddha went to persuade Kong Xian. Gu Hai asked solemnly. That's right. It's been 32 million years. If Kong Xian doesn't agree, he's going to be sealed in the 16th level of hell. One day in the outside world is 32 million years in there. He will go crazy sooner or later. He will not be able to accept the compromise. King Yanluo explained. The great Myojin. What a strong will. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a profound light. Your Majesty, it seems that the timing of the 18 levels of hell is not symmetrical. The future Buddha will not be able to return in a short time. Shangguanhen explained. Gu Hai nodded. He, it seems that the future Buddha sent us here for a reason. One day in the outside world is 1,000 years in the first level of hell. If we are tortured for 1,000 years, no matter how many secrets we have, we will be forced to reveal them. Shangguanhen's face showed a hint of hatred. Gu Hai took a deep breath and his face darkened. Tell me, is there a way to get out? Gu Hai looked at King Yanluo. No. Other than the reincarnation pool, the heavens can open an exit. Otherwise, there is no way out. All the paths have been sealed by the heavens. King Yanluo shook his head. Gu Hai had no choice but to look at the severely injured Jidong Bodhisattva. Cough, Gu Hai, kill me if you can. Jidong Bodhisattva said with a ferocious expression. Kill you? You can't die in the 18th level of hell. I'm thinking if I should throw you into the 18th level of hell and let you enjoy the long years. Perhaps the future Buddha will come looking for you in a day. Gu Hai sneered. Throw him into the 18th level of hell for a day. No, that's 130 million years. Jidong Bodhisattva shuddered at the thought. You dare. The future Buddha is in the 15th level of hell. You can't do it. Jidong Bodhisattva was shocked. Jidong Bodhisattva firmly believed that if he was in there, he would have gone crazy and turned into a pile of stone without any thoughts. That depends on your cooperation. Tell me, how do we get out? Gu Hai glared at him. We can't get out. There is no exit. There is really no exit. Jidong Bodhisattva said with some fear. Roar. At that moment, a loud sound came from behind Gu Hai. A huge ferocious beast claw slapped towards Gu Hai's head. Diding Bodhisattva. King Yanluo immediately knelt in fear. Boom. With a loud sound, Gu Hai caught Diding Bodhisattva's claw like how he caught Jidong Bodhisattva. Ha, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Only now did a brat inform you. Gu Hai turned his head and looked coldly at the ferocious-looking beast. The giant beast tried to move its arm, but Gu Hai's grip was too tight. The third level of the Middle Heaven Palace? Not bad. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Get down. Gu Hai extended his hand and threw. Boom. Truth Listener was immediately flung to the ground, causing the ground around it to tremble. Chapter 758. In the first layer of hell, in a large hall in the depths of hell, the two little ghosts hurried over. Diding Bodhisattva, save us. Save us, the two ghosts shouted in horror. Stop. The ghost soldiers at the door immediately stopped the two ghosts calling for help. Quick. 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 Report to Diding Bodhisattva. Someone is causing trouble in the underworld and even injured Jidong Bodhisattva, burning countless ghost soldiers to death. Diding Bodhisattva, please uphold justice, the two ghosts said anxiously. What? The expressions of the ghost soldiers at the door changed. Quickly inform the Bodhisattva, one of the guards said anxiously. No, The Bodhisattva is currently interrogating that person. He is not to be disturbed. Look at the situation already. Hurry up. If something happens to Jidong Bodhisattva, can you bear the responsibility? Jidong Bodhisattva is the Buddha ancestor's personal disciple. The ghost soldiers argued for a while. Finally, they charged into the hall regardless of the consequences. Inside the hall at this moment, a huge ferocious beast circled a monk wearing a kasaya, pacing back and forth. That monk was covered in blood. His bones were chained up and hung in the hall. His eyes were sunken in, and sticky pus flowed out of them. He looked neither human nor ghost, looking extremely miserable. The ferocious beast was none other than Diding. Roar! The Harken let out a loud roar that reverberated throughout the entire hall. It was extremely shocking. Old thing, speak up and avoid physical pain. What's the point of persisting? You have already been locked up for 3 months, which is 90,000 years in the first layer of hell. How much longer are you going to persist? Diding said with a ferocious expression. Amateus. Ha 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 ha. Diding, you evil creature, you found me. However, that's all you can find. Interrogate me? Hell. It's not like I haven't been here before. That bastard, the future Buddha, can't interrogate me. You? Just you. Ha 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 ha. The monk laughed bitterly. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng. Humph. The Buddha ancestor took pity on you and did not kill you. However, you want to destroy the Buddha ancestor? Humph. The future Buddha ancestor already said that if you don't speak, you will be like Kong Xian and continue to fight your way down. Diding said coldly. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng. If Gu Hai were here, he would recognize this monk as the monk that Gu Hai met when he entered the innate puzzle world. This monk explained the differences between the 3 souls to Gu Hai. At the same time, he took in Gu Hai's second son, Gu Han, as his disciple and brought him to the West. Banished to the lower levels of hell. Ha, ha ha ha, the future Buddha. Back then, if it wasn't for my support, would he have become the future Buddha? Did they get what they wanted? You threw me out alone. Humph, humph, humph. Dream, wait, what I lost, will definitely come back. I have a disciple. He will take revenge for me soon. Ha 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 ha. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng laughed in grief and indignation. Humph, what a stubborn donkey. Do you really think we won't dare to kill you? The Harken said coldly. Kill me then. It's better if you kill me. Ha ha ha. If you kill me, you'll never know the whereabouts of my disciple. Samsara Buddha. Ha ha ha. The Buddha of the 3 lives will forever live in fear. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng said with a ferocious expression. You, roar. The Harken roared furiously. As the Harken roared, the doors suddenly opened. Bodhisattva. Ah! The Harken's roar instantly scattered the souls of the ghost soldiers that just charged in. Whoosh! The Harken turned its head and looked at the doors. Who let you in without this seat's permission? The Harken demanded coldly. The ghost soldiers outside trembled in fear. Bodhisattva, evil people came to the entrance of Yama Palace and severely injured Bodhisattva Jedong. They even killed many ghost soldiers. The little ghost who came to report said in horror. Oh! The Harken's face sank. The Harken turned its head and looked at the miserable Bodhisattva Yen Sheng. Humph! Think about it again. I will be back soon, the Harken said coldly. Boom! The doors closed, and the Harken left. Now, only Bodhisattva Yen Sheng remained in the hall. Ha! You want to force me to say it? Ha 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 ha. If I say it, how can I vent the hatred in my heart? Only when I'm in hiding will you feel fear and panic. Ha 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 ha. Now, Buddha, just you wait. Just you wait. One day, Someone will take back everything you have, everything. Bodhisattva Yensheng said with a ferocious expression amid grief and indignation. After the grief and indignation, Bodhisattva Yensheng suddenly went limp. He felt somewhat tired and bitter. Some liquid flowed out of his sunken eyes. It was unknown whether it was pus or tears. The hall fell silent. Even Bodhisattva Yensheng fell silent. After some time, creak. The doors to the hall suddenly opened. Here again. Ha! Is it the Harkan? Or is it the future Buddha? Why don't you kill me? It will be fine if I die. I might as well die. Bodhisattva Yensheng said hatefully. Bodhisattva Yensheng, why are you like this? Suddenly, a voice that did not belong to the Harkan or the future Buddha rang out. Bodhisattva Yensheng felt slightly stunned, as though he could not remember who it was. Humph! You blinded me, and now you want to trick me by pretending to be someone else. Don't even think about it. I won't tell you where my disciple is. Go and find him yourselves. Ha 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 ha. Bodhisattva Yensheng no longer trusted anyone. The one who opened the doors to the hall was Gu Hai. Truth Listener attacked, a middle-stage third-layer heavenly palace. Although his cultivation was slightly higher than Gu Hai's, how terrifyingly sturdy was Gu Hai's foundation. When Gu Hai was in the lower heavenly palace, he could already chop down a middle-stage heavenly palace, what more now? Soon, Shaoqin subdued Truth Listener and interrogated him. When it came to the people close to Buddha, Shaoqin found them extremely familiar. Gu Hai had heard Bodhisattva Yensheng mention them in the past. 1,200 years ago, 3 monks went to the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land's Mahavira Hall to question the Buddha, causing a huge commotion in the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land. Those 3 monks were the people close to Buddha. More importantly, Bodhisattva Yensheng was a person close to Buddha. Bodhisattva Yensheng even said that his second son, Gu Han, was also the reincarnation of a person close to Buddha. 1,000-odd years ago, the emperor and officials of the former Day-1 imperial dynasty also went to the west. At that time, Qin Zibai's father, Qin Yun, obtained the closed eyes world-purifying Zen cultivation technique during that huge commotion. It was more like he obtained a jade-green bamboo staff. Indeed, Gu Hai immediately found out that Bodhisattva Yensheng was here. Gu Hai immediately rushed over. Your Majesty, Bodhisattva Yensheng is blind. He should have suffered very miserable torture. Shengguan Hen said with a frown. Boom! 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 The life-punishing saber chopped down, shattering all the chains binding Bodhisattva Yensheng. Plop! Bodhisattva Yensheng fell to the ground. However, Bodhisattva Yensheng did not feel grateful. After suffering so much torture, he no longer trusted anyone. Humph! Bodhisattva Yensheng snorted coldly. With his cultivation sealed, Bodhisattva Yensheng could not resist. He felt the other party press his hand to his eyes. My eyes are already so blind, and you still want to continue? Bodhisattva Yensheng said in grief and indignation. However, in the next moment, a warm energy entered Bodhisattva Yensheng's eyes. His eyes felt itchy, and a comfortable feeling surged into his heart. What? Bodhisattva Yensheng felt slightly stunned. He seemed to have guessed something but found it unbelievable. After a while, that hand finally moved away from his eyes. However, at this moment, his eyes felt itchy. The pain from before was gone. Bodhisattva Yensheng, try opening your eyes. Gu Hai said softly. Eyes? Didn't he gouge out my eyes? Feeling confused, Bodhisattva Yensheng tried moving his eyelids. Buzz! Immediately, a large amount of light pierced into his eyes from all directions. Huh? Am I my eyes? Bodhisattva Yensheng said in disbelief. As Bodhisattva Yensheng slowly adapted to the light, he could see clearly. Ha ha ha! I can see it again. Tears welled up in Bodhisattva Yensheng's eyes. Bodhisattva Yensheng, let me take a look at your seal. Gu Hai extended his hand and grabbed Bodhisattva Yensheng's pulse. Then, energy entered his body. Gu Hai. It's you. Bodhisattva Yensheng said in disbelief. The last time Bodhisattva Yensheng saw Gu Hai was on 9-5 Island. At that time, Gu Hai was only in the innate realm. It had only been 10-odd years, right? Why is Gu Hai here? Bodhisattva Yensheng found this somewhat unbelievable. He checked again. Is this really Gu Hai? Gu Hai checked his seal. It's useless. This is the future Buddha's special technique. Aside from him, no one can undo it. Bodhisattva Yensheng said bitterly. The Maitreya heart-pushing seal. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. Back on Earth, the Maitreya Buddha had taught him some of his best sealing techniques. This was one of them. Bodhisattva Yensheng, bear with it. It hurts a little. Gu Hai said. Buzz. A strange energy pulse immediately surged into Bodhisattva Yensheng's body. I'm not afraid of pain. However, it's useless. Even the current Buddha cannot undo it. Bodhisattva Yensheng said with a bitter smile. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound came from Bodhisattva Yensheng's body. It sounded like some kind of shackle had burst open. Surging energy surged out of Bodhisattva Yensheng's divine palace and heavenly palace like a wild horse, instantly filling his entire body. Ah! It's undone. Bodhisattva Yensheng looked at Gu Hai in disbelief. It's undone. Gu Hai smiled faintly. Boom! Bodhisattva Yensheng struggled, and some of the shackles in his body shot out. These shackles tore large holes in the surroundings of the hall. Bodhisattva Yensheng stood up, and his tattered kasaya fluttered despite the lack of wind. Ha ha ha! It's really undone. Mr. Good, many thanks. Bodhisattva Yensheng suddenly bowed to Gu Hai in excitement. Bodhisattva Yensheng is too polite. You are little dog's master and are no longer an outsider. How is my son, Gu Han? Gu Hai asked worriedly. Gu Han's father. Bodhisattva Yensheng immediately reacted. Then, he smiled and said, Mr. Good, don't worry. He is now in a safe place. I was captured for so long precisely so that I could interrogate him for his whereabouts. It is inconvenient to talk about it here, in case the walls have ears. Right now, the spiritual mountain's holy land is doing its best to capture him. Oh. He is safe. That's good, then. Gu Hai nodded. Then, Gu Hai frowned again. The spiritual mountain's holy land is doing its best to capture Gu Han. Why? Because the current Buddha is worried that Gu Han will snatch his position one day. Bodhisattva Yensheng sneered. What do you mean? Gu Han is snatching the current Buddha's position. Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. That's right. That position belonged to Gu Han in the first place. He will return sooner or later. Gu Han is the true current Buddha's reincarnation. Bodhisattva Yensheng said after a deep breath. I don't understand. Didn't you say that Gu Han was one of the people close to Buddha? Gu Hai asked seriously. Bodhisattva Yensheng glanced at Gu Hai and remained silent for a while. Sorry, I did not tell you the truth back then. Actually, 1,200 years ago, the current Buddha was the one close to Buddha. He challenged the then current Buddha and succeeded. The current Buddha fell and reincarnated into Gu Han. What? Is the current present Buddha fake? Who is he? How could he replace the current Buddha? Shengguan Hen's expression changed. Because of Jiang Lianshan's help. Bodhisattva Yensheng said indifferently. Jiang Lianshan. Dian? His Holiness? What do you mean? What does this have to do with the Dian dynasty? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. The current Buddha's surname is Jiang. He is Jiang Lianshan's son. Jiang Rulai. Bodhisattva Lianxing said hatefully. Chapter 759. Jiang Rulai. Jiang Lianshan's son. Gu Hai suddenly raised his eyebrows. Gu Hai had been to the Dian dynasty's divine farmer city in the past. However, His Holiness, Jiang Lianshan, did not have a crown prince. Jiang Rulai. The present Buddha is called Jiang Rulai. How can that be? Since he is the fake present Buddha, why can't the others of the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land tell? Shangguanhen said with a frown. Shangguanhen. You have obtained the deity Xuanwu's inheritance, right? Bodhisattva Lianxing asked solemnly. Oh. That's right. Now, the entire world knows about it, Shangguanhen said, feeling confused. Since you obtained the deity Xuanwu's inheritance, you should have heard of the present Buddha's former name. 800,000 years ago, do you remember what the present Buddha was called? Bodhisattva Lianxing asked. Gautama Heavenly Demon. Shangguanhen's expression changed. Why was he called Gautama Heavenly Demon? Bodhisattva Lianxing asked with a bitter smile. Legend has it that 800,000 years ago, the present Buddha was benevolent and demonic. He saved one and killed another. He was half good and half evil, moving unhindered in the west, Shangguanhen recalled through the deity Xuanwu. That's right. Do you know why? Bodhisattva Lianxing asked. Why? Because the present Buddha has two thoughts. One is good and the other is evil. It is like two people living in the same body. One is the good one, and the other is the evil one, Bodhisattva Lianxing said with a sigh. Oh. Dual personalities. Gu Hai's expression changed. Bodhisattva Lianxing nodded. Mr. Good's explanation is similar. In that case, it is somewhat similar to Shangguanhen's past. One body and two souls. One is Prime Fengyu. Gu Hai asked as he looked at Shangguanhen. However, Shangguanhen stared at Bodhisattva Lianxing. What happened after that? Tathagata is the heavenly devil. Kindness is the Buddha saint, and evil is the fiendish devil. Back then, when the Immortal of the Six Paths defied the heavens, it was the evil rulership's body that led the spiritual mountain's holy lands to assist the Immortal of the Six Paths, achieving great merit. Bodhisattva Lianxing sighed softly. Evil Tathagata? Gu Hai asked solemnly. That's right. One thought is good, and the other is evil. They can be twins. Later on, the two seemed to diverge more and more. In the end, the good Tathagata used a great method to sever the evil Tathagata from his body. It was just like how Xuanwu Supreme had severed the evil Tathagata from his body. The evil Tathagata was beheaded. The holy land of the spiritual mountain became even more solemn and merciful. The evil Tathagata and the good Tathagata were twins, and they were not killed either. They were merely suppressed. Until the great nirvana of the Buddha in the past. The evil Tathagata reincarnated into Jiang Lianshan's son. Bodhisattva Lianxing explained. Reincarnated into Jiang Lianshan's son? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Yes. Perhaps Jiang Lianshan did it on purpose, or perhaps the evil Tathagata did it on purpose. Perhaps the two conspired together. In any case, the evil Tathagata reincarnated into Jiang Rulai and became Jiang Lianshan's son, obtaining Jiang Lianshan's help. Bodhisattva Lianxing sighed softly. What happened after that? Shangguanhen asked with a frown. After Jiang Rulai grew strong, he came to find me. He worked with another person to head to the spiritual mountain's holy land to seek enlightenment and seize the sect. Bodhisattva Lianxing said with a bitter smile. He came to find you. Why? Which temple did Bodhisattva Lianxing belong to in the past? Shangguanhen asked, feeling confused. That is Nalanda Temple. Bodhisattva Yensheng replied solemnly. Oh. The spiritual mountain's former main sect? Shengguan Hen said in shock. That is Nalanda Temple. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. The Tathagata heavenly demon was a monk who left Nalanda Temple in the past. He was also my senior brother. Later, Nalanda Temple declined, and I guarded it. However, the spiritual mountain's holy land was opened by the Tathagata heavenly demon, becoming the largest land for monks and Buddhas in the world, Bodhisattva Yensheng explained. 3 Buddha inquirers. You, Jiang Rulai, and the other one is the current future Buddha? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. That's right. 1,200 years ago in the divine continent, the 3 of us agreed to reunite. The 3 of us agreed to reform the 3 generations of Buddhas, replacing the Spirit Mountain's holy lands 3 generations of Buddhas. Ha! That time, it was very miserable. Blood flowed like rivers, and cries shook the sky. In the end, the good Buddha's Buddhist heart was damaged, and the great nirvana vanished. From then on, the Spirit Mountain was replaced by Jiang Rulai. The former future Buddha's body and soul were destroyed. What about the past Buddha? You should be aiming for the past Buddha's seat, right? Gu Hai asked with a frown. The past Buddha. He betrayed us, which led to the future Buddha's miserable death. Bodhisattva Yensheng smiled bitterly. That is to say, the past Buddha betrayed the good Tathagata, and Jiang Rulai and the future Buddha betrayed you? The 3 of them went to Buddha Inquirer together, and the 2 of them snatched the seat while you were excluded? Gu Hai asked seriously. Bodhisattva Yensheng sighed softly and nodded. You harbored resentment and went to find my son, Gu Han. When you discovered that he was the good Tathagata's reincarnation, you wanted to use him to take revenge? Gu Hai asked coldly. Bodhisattva Yensheng nodded bitterly. Indeed. Originally, Gu Han and I started to rebuild Nalanda Temple, but Gu Hai stared at Bodhisattva Yensheng for a while before letting out a long breath. Gu Han is safe. Yes, Mr. Good. Sorry. Bodhisattva Yensheng bowed to Gu Hai with a bitter expression. Never mind. If Gu Han is really the good Tathagata's reincarnation, even if you did not bring him away, he would be taken away by another monk sooner or later. No wonder. No wonder all the bodhisattvas, arhats, and protectors did not complain when Jiang Rulai was in charge of the Spirit Mountain's holy land. It turns out that Jiang Rulai and the good Tathagata were the same person in the first place. It was just the difference between good and evil. Gu Hai sighed softly. Bodhisattva Yensheng nodded. Mr. Good, we had better leave quickly. Not long ago, I gave Gu Han the power of enlightenment. Right now, my cultivation is only at the Middle Heavenly Palace. If the future Buddha returns, we won't be able to leave. Bodhisattva Yensheng said. Leave? Do you know how to leave? I heard that one can only leave through the cycle pool. Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. The cycle pool? Ha! That was Nalanda Temple's cornerstone treasure in the past. Now, it is in Jiang Rulai's hands. However, I have a way to get out, Bodhisattva Yensheng said solemnly. Oh. Shaoqin saw Bodhisattva Yensheng take out a white jade bottle and gently uncorked it. Beams of rainbow light immediately came out of the bottle. Gu Hai looked down and saw a rainbow lotus flower in the bottle. There was also a rainbow lotus bud in the bottle. It was nourished in a bottle of liquid. This is? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. The water in this bottle is the cycle pool's source water. This rainbow lotus flower grew in the cycle pool in the past as well, Bodhisattva Yensheng explained. Oh. As long as you pluck this cycle lotus flower and let it wither, you will be able to open the entrance to the cycle mystic realm and leave. The exit will be random. You won't know where it is, but you can get out. Bodhisattva Yensheng said solemnly. The cycle lotus flower. get out? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Then, Bodhisattva Yensheng reached out and plucked it. Clack! The rhizome that was plucked instantly withered and disappeared. However, the plucked cycle lotus flower trembled slightly and shot out a beam of rainbow light. Ripples appeared in space as the rainbow light enveloped the place. Then, a huge entrance appeared. It looked like a passageway. The lotus flower floated in the air, but it quickly withered. Mr. Good, there is only one incense stick's worth of time. Let's leave quickly, Bodhisattva Yensheng invited. Gu Hai looked at the mysterious entrance before him, and his expression changed. Bodhisattva Yensheng, I still have a friend in hell. Is that possible? Huh? Bodhisattva Yensheng's expression froze. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Good, you are too late. There is only one incense stick's worth of time left. Once the cycle lotus flower withers, everything will be too late. Do you have enough time to call for your friend? There's no time. I don't know where he is for now, Gu Hai said bitterly. In that case, there is no other way. Mr. Good, let's go first. We will come back in the future, Bodhisattva Yensheng said bitterly. However, I see that there is still a flower bud in your bottle? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Bodhisattva Yensheng looked at the seven-colored flower bud and smiled bitterly. Mr. Good, I don't know how long I have to wait for it to bloom. Oh. Back then, when this cycle lotus flower was moved from the cycle pool to this bottle, it was also a flower bud. Furthermore, it was twice as large as the one in the bottle. That was 800,000 years ago, Bodhisattva Yensheng said bitterly. What? This cycle lotus flower bloomed after 800,000 years. Shengguan Hen's expression changed. Bodhisattva Yensheng nodded. Hence, it will take even longer to wait for this flower bud to bloom. 800,000 years. No, it might not even open after 1,800,000 years. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched wildly. Thud. At this moment, a petal fell. Bodhisattva Yensheng's expression changed. Mr. Good, quickly come with me. Otherwise, it will be too late. Immortal 6 paths sealed off the 18 layers of hell. There is no other way out. Gu Hai remained silent for a while. Bodhisattva Yensheng, can you give this flower bud to me? Huh? You're not leaving. Bodhisattva Yensheng felt slightly stunned. I want to continue searching. Furthermore, time here is not symmetrical with the outside world, right? Gu Hai smiled. Even so, you have to endure it. Can you endure it? Bodhisattva Yensheng asked in shock. I want to try. Gu Hai said solemnly. Naturally, it is fine to give it to you. However, once the future Buddha returns, he will definitely do his best to find you. How can you? Bodhisattva Yensheng said worriedly. There is always a way, right? Gu Hai smiled. Bodhisattva Yensheng remained silent as he looked at Gu Hai strangely. Alright, then. This white jade bottle is for you. I wish you good luck, Mr. Good. Bodhisattva Yensheng sighed softly. Many thanks, Bodhisattva Yensheng. Gu Hai received the bottle gratefully. Ha! Mr. Good, there is no need for me to stand on ceremony. You are the one who saved me. Ha! Never mind. Take care. Bodhisattva Yensheng shook his head. Bodhisattva Yensheng, when you go back, please help me pass a message to Gu Han. Just say, do not be pleased by external gains or grieved by personal losses. Even after losing the Spirit Mountain Holy Land, you are still the second crown prince of the Dahan imperial dynasty. Gu Hai said solemnly. Bodhisattva Yensheng's expression changed slightly. In the end, he nodded. I will pass the message. Take care. After saying that, Bodhisattva Yensheng stepped into the exit and vanished from Gu Hai's sight. Your Majesty, are we not leaving? Shangguanhen asked worriedly. We are not leaving. You don't need to leave, either. The 18 layers of hell are a blessed land. We can help you recover your cultivation, Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Shangguanhen nodded. Sure enough, in the time for an incense stick to burn, the reincarnation lotus had completely withered and transformed into ash, and the passageway had suddenly vanished as well. Let's go. Gu Hai turned his head and led Shangguanhen out of the hall. Chapter 760. Your Majesty, who are we looking for? Shangguanhen asked curiously. Kong Xian. Gu Hai said solemnly. Kong Xian. I remember that Kong Xian has tried to harm your Majesty several times. Shangguanhen asked with a frown. Yes, it's all in the past. Now, Kong Xian owes me a life. Gu Hai said suddenly with a smile. Oh. Shangguanhen was slightly surprised. In the past, in the heaven realm, Kong Xian's most beloved Eastern Emperor Tai Yi wanted to kill him and take his celestial force. I ruined Tai Yi's plan. Gu Hai said with a smile. But Kong Xian is too arrogant. Will he? Shangguanhen asked worriedly. It doesn't matter. There's plenty of time. Gu Hai said confidently. That's right. A day in the outside world is at least 1,000 years in here. Shangguanhen nodded. But I need you to accompany me. Gu Hai looked at Shangguanhen. Your Majesty, have you forgotten about my original body? Shangguanhen asked with a smile. Oh. Black tortoise. Art of tortoise breathing. Gu Hai's expression changed. Yes, I have the art of tortoise breathing. This is my innate ability. It's not a big deal to me. I can sleep for 1,000 years. Shangguanhen shook his head. That's great. Let's go. Gu Hai stretched out his hand and rolled. Whoosh. He wrapped Shangguanhen and flew toward the entrance to the second level of hell. The entrance to the second level was in the sky above a huge thundercloud. Below it was a vast world and directly below it was a battlefield. Countless ghosts were killing each other. It was a tragic scene. The air was filled with an irritable aura. The ghost soldiers were full of hatred. There were volcanoes erupting everywhere. What a violent aura. Your Majesty, I feel very irritated. Shangguanhen frowned. The feeling of slaughter? Ha! It's because you haven't been to the Azura realm before. There's a lot of killing there, and it's easier to get lost than here. Last time, I passed you the Book of Taoism. Recite the Book of Taoism, and you should feel better. Solemnly Gu Hai said. Yes. Shangguanhen nodded. Sure enough, as he recited the sutra, the irritation disappeared. The time here is twice as long as above. Let's go. The entrance to the third level is over there. Gu Hai said solemnly. As he spoke, he flew towards the entrance of another giant cloud. The two of them stepped inside. The third layer of hell. This place was infinitely colder than the first layer of hell. Snow was falling, and the chill was bone-piercing. The irritable feeling of wanting to kill was even stronger. Shangguanhen could also tolerate it if he recited the Tao Te Ching. There were still countless ghosts fighting each other in all directions, and the situation was getting more and more intense. Keep going. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The two of them rushed straight to the fourth level of hell, the fifth level of hell. The further down they went, the harsher the environment became. Cold and hot alternated, and the interference of hell on one's emotions became greater and greater. If not for the suppression of the Tao Te Ching, Shangguanhen would have been unable to take it. On the fifth level, King Yama did not dare to come down. However, on the fifth level, there were still a large number of evil spirits fighting each other. On the 6th level, on the huge volcanoes, countless evil spirits were cruelly roasting other evil spirits. On the 7th level, the evil spirits were killing each other more and more crazily. On the 8th level, the evil spirits' eyes were bloodshot. They no longer had any consciousness. They only knew, kill, 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 kill. On the 9th level, the 10th level, all the way to the 12th level, the evil spirits finally decreased. On the 13th level, the evil spirits had all turned into stones. It was as if too much time had passed and they had already forgotten that they were living beings. He stood there motionless. On the 14th level, there were no evil spirits, only stones. On the 15th level, there were no evil spirits. At this moment, Shengguan couldn't take it anymore. As long as he opened his eyes, he wanted to kill, kill, kill. Recite the Tao Te Ching and use the turtle breath technique until you can withstand this evil qi, then wake up. Gu Hai said. Shengguan fainted. Gu Hai took out a coffin and brought him along. 15th level. Between heaven and earth, everything was frozen. It was like the ice age that Gu Hai had seen on TV in the past. The earth was frozen, and the sky was covered in snow. The visibility was extremely pitiful. Gu Hai quickly shuttled through the interior, searching for the place where Kong Xian was sealed. Something's wrong. Gu Hai's expression changed. He saw a huge crater in the distance. In the crater, there seemed to be a huge group of icebergs. Now, it was uprooted. Along the way, there were even some small icebergs. Not icebergs, but fragments of icebergs. Gu Hai followed these fragments and quickly came to another entrance. Kong Xian has been brought to the 16th level of hell. Gu Hai's expression changed. Without hesitation, he stepped in. Boom! Then, boundless flames soared into the air and instantly surged towards Gu Hai. Hum! As soon as the true fire gourd appeared, it instantly absorbed the fire around him. Only then did Gu Hai see the appearance of the 16th level of hell. Magma, an endless amount of magma. In the sky, there were even more enormous fireballs falling one after another. It was an extremely disastrous world. The temperature of the flames was too high. If Gu Hai didn't have the true Samadhi fire, he couldn't suppress this terrifying fire. The 16th level of hell. What a terrible environment. Gu Hai's face darkened. Shengguan had been unable to bear it for a long time, but Gu Hai had been able to resist it. That was because Gu Hai had inherited Laozi's teachings and had a very deep understanding of the Tao Te Ching, so he could suppress this irritation. However, at this point, even the Tao Te Ching couldn't hold on. Gu Hai started to look around. From afar, he saw 5 huge black stone mountains erected on the sea of magma. From afar, he could hear the sound of chains clanging. Swish! Gu Hai stepped forward and flew towards the 5 enormous mountains. Magma filled the sky and rushed to the center of the 5 huge mountains like a tsunami. The 5 huge mountains were like a palm, slightly holding a huge bird in the center. It was a super huge peacock that was 3,000 feet long. On the peacock's legs and back, there was a huge chain that connected to the 5 huge mountains. It locked the peacock and didn't let it leave. The 5 huge mountains seemed to be in the shape of a hand, forming a golden phantom of a huge mountain in the void and suppressing the peacock's back. What a great ceiling formation! It's even more powerful than the 5-finger mountains. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched as he said in surprise. The tsunami of magma hit the peacock repeatedly, and the rain of fire burned the peacock continuously. However, the peacock closed its eyes and didn't move. Until Gu Hai spoke, the peacock suddenly opened its eyes. Hum! The peacock's eyes emitted a dazzling golden light, and a monstrous murderous aura burst out of its eyes. This murderous aura was similar to that of Tai's eyes in the past. At that time, Kong Xian was much weaker than Tai. Gu Hai. Why are you here? The peacock retracted its murderous aura and asked in surprise. Great Myojin, Kong Xian. Long time no see. You've become stronger again. Gu Hai said solemnly. It's been a long time. More than 30 million years. Ha ha, I almost didn't recognize you. What are you doing here? Kong Xian said coldly. It seems that you've been sealed by the future Buddha from the 15th level of hell. Gu Hai said in a low voice. So what if I am? What are you doing here? Kong Xian said coldly. Do you want me to undo the seal on you? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Undo? Ha, you won't be able to undo it. This is formed by the 9th grade golden lotus. Only the present Buddha can undo it. Besides, did I ask you to undo it? Kong Xian said coldly. Oh. I'm going to undo it for you, but you're not willing. Gu Hai said with a slightly changed expression. Gu Hai, I know you the best. Why would you be so kind? Help me undo the seal. Kong Xian looked at Gu Hai coldly. Great Myojin, you're quite clear-headed. Alright, I'll be frank. When I heard about your whereabouts in the first level of hell, I had a plan. I'm here to save the Great Myojin, so I naturally have a plan. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Oh. Kong Xian said coldly. I want to invite the Great Myojin to join my Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Gu Hai said with a firm expression. Join your Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Be your subject. Ha, Gu Hai, I know that you saved me in the heavenly realm back then. However, do you think that I'll be grateful just because you saved me? That I'll submit to you? Ha, that's impossible. I was loyal to Tai in the past. Although he betrayed me in the end, I submit to him. I only submit to him. What about you? You're not worthy. You're not worthy for me to submit to you. Kong Xian said with incomparable arrogance. Why? Is it because of your cultivation? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Cultivation? No, I don't care about your cultivation. If you want me to submit, you have to be stronger than me. Are you stronger than me? Ha, that's right. You're smarter than me. However, I don't believe in brains. I believe in willpower. The 3 lifetime Buddhas want me to submit? I don't, because they're not worthy. They're not worthy either. Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. Then, how can I be worthy? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. I've been sealed here for 32 million years. Do you dare? The future Buddha doesn't dare, the past Buddha doesn't dare, and the present Buddha doesn't dare. You want me to submit? Dream on. I, Kong Xian, will only submit to those who are stronger than me. Kong Xian said coldly. 32 million years. That's true. It's really been a long time. Gu Hai frowned. Ha, are you scared? If you're scared, then get lost. I don't need you to save me. Wait for me to recuperate for countless years. With my willpower, I'll be able to break through this rank 9 golden lotus seal. I'll be able to break through everything myself. Kong Xian scolded. What if I'm stronger than you? Gu Hai smiled. Kong Xian looked at Gu Hai with a solemn expression. Great Myojin, just treat it as me forcing you to repay me. After all, I've saved you before. I'm the one who saved your life. I don't expect much from you. 50 years. If you prove that I'm stronger than you, as long as you perform your duties in the Dahan Imperial Dynasty for 50 years, it's up to you whether you stay or leave after 50 years. What do you think? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Ha, how are you going to prove it? Fine, you've saved me before. I'll give you a chance. I'll do as you say. However, how are you going to prove it? Kong Xian said coldly. Just as Kong Xian was looking at Gu Hai with a cold smile, a monk flew out from the entrance to the 15th layer of hell in the distance. Then, he saw Gu Hai carrying a coffin. Gu Hai is here. Buddha, Gu Hai is here. The monk turned around and flew back to the 15th layer of hell excitedly. Prove it. I'm in the lower layer of hell. What do you think? One day in here is 32 million years. One day in the 17th layer is 65 million years. It's the same as your time. Am I right? Gu Hai smiled. What? You want to enter the 17th layer of hell? Kong Xian's face darkened. Gu Hai smiled and flew into the entrance of the 17th layer of hell with Shen Guanhen's coffin in tow. What? Kong Xian's eyelids twitched. Gu Hai really went in. Soon, the 18th layer of hell would be sealed. At that time, he wouldn't be able to come out even if he wanted to. Just as Kong Xian was frowning. Whoosh! A ray of light flew in from the entrance of the 15th layer of hell. It was the future Buddha, who suddenly appeared not far from Kong Xian. Where is he? The future Buddha asked in a low voice. Chapter 761. The entrance to the first and second layers of hell. The future Buddha led the group of monks out of the second layer. That peacock is really stubborn. Humph. The Buddha already spoke to him properly, even giving him the title of Buddha. However, he refused. Humph. He brought this upon himself. The Buddha suppressed him to the 16th layer of hell. One day in the outside world is 32 million years in there. Let's see how long he can last. Will he eventually lose heart and turn to stone? That won't happen. If he loses heart, he might as well join the spiritual mountain's holy land in advance. The Buddha is trying to wear down his pride. He is too arrogant. The group of monks started talking at the same time, all of them feeling indignant. Alright, quickly go out. The passageway to the 18th layer of hell will close soon. The future Buddha said. Yes. The group answered. The group followed the future Buddha into the first layer of hell. Huh? Something's wrong. The future Buddha suddenly raised his eyebrows. His figure flashed, and he instantly arrived at the entrance of Yama Palace. Buddha, what's wrong? The monks behind rushed over. They saw the Jiedong Bodhisattva, the Truth Listener Bodhisattva, and countless ghostly soldiers and ghostly kings tied up at the entrance of Yama Palace. They looked severely injured. Fortunately, this place had a recovery function. The heavy injuries slowly healed. However, everyone was tied up and could not move. What's going on? The future Buddha asked. Although the future Buddha's eyes were closed, he could use his mind's eye to see. He was immediately shocked by the scene before him. It's Gu Hai. Buddha, it's Gu Hai. The Jiedong Bodhisattva shouted anxiously. Gu Hai. The future Buddha frowned slightly. Yes. My master captured Gu Hai and sent me to escort him over for you to interrogate. However, Buddha, quick. He seems to be heading for the Buddhists. I don't know. The Jiedong Bodhisattva said worriedly. The Buddhists? Liansheng. The future Buddha's expression suddenly changed. Whoosh. The future Buddha instantly vanished from his spot. In the next moment, he arrived at the large hall where Bodhisattva Liansheng was imprisoned. The large hall was in tatters, but Bodhisattva Liansheng was gone. Where is he? The future Buddha suddenly said anxiously. Who saw it? Come out. The future Buddha suddenly roared. Soon after, a group of ghost soldiers were gathered. In the end, there were still some who saw it. Buddha, I saw the two of them enter the second layer of hell. A little ghost whispered. Oh. Two. Not 3. The future Buddha's expression darkened. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. I only saw 2, maybe 3. The little ghost said. The future Buddha frowned and pondered for a while. After a while, he suddenly realized something. Oh no, Kong Xian. The future Buddha's expression darkened. Everyone, follow me into hell, the future Buddha roared. Search every level. Find Gu Hai. Ah, Buddha, the entrance to the 18th layer of hell is about to close. At this time, the monk said in fear. Find him for me. The future Buddha roared. Why yes. The monks braced themselves and followed the future Buddha into the lower levels of hell. Gu Hai might not know where Kong Xian is. Search every level. The future Buddha said anxiously. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng was the master of the virtuous Rulai. If the virtuous Rulai was not eliminated, the future Buddha would never be at ease. He had to find him. That Gu Hai was truly a scourge. The group searched the floors one by one. However, it was too slow. Spread out and search. The future Buddha said anxiously. Boom. The monks immediately spread out and rushed to the various levels of hell in the 18th layer of hell. Soon, a monk reached the 16th layer of hell. Lava surged into the sky. That monk quickly adapted to this place. He looked at the place where Kong Xian sealed and suddenly saw Gu Hai standing in the air, dragging a coffin. Gu Hai. That monk immediately showed joy on his face. Gu Hai is here. Buddha, Gu Hai is here. That monk excitedly turned around and flew back to the 15th layer of hell. That monk did not clash head-on with Gu Hai. After all, Gu Hai already killed the Jidong Bodhisattva and the Truth Listener Bodhisattva. There was no need for him to take the risk. When he shouted, another monk at the entrance of the 15th layer of hell immediately flew to the 14th layer of hell and shouted. Soon, they reached the future Buddha's place. Indeed, he is in the 16th layer of hell. The future Buddha's face suddenly sank. Whoosh! The future Buddha immediately turned into a beam of light and traveled through the layers of hell. Soon, he arrived at Kong Xian's place. Where is he? The future Buddha asked. Kong Xian looked coldly at the future Buddha and scoffed, Ha! Kong Xian, where is Gu Hai? The future Buddha asked anxiously. Look for him yourself. Kong Xian said coldly, ignoring the future Buddha. Buddha, it's almost time. A group of monks flew over and said anxiously. No, we have to catch Gu Hai before we leave. You guys search the 16th layer of hell, I'll go to the 17th. The future Buddha's face darkened. Whoosh! In an instant, the future Buddha flew into the 17th layer of hell. The 17th layer of hell, the hell of solitude. As soon as Gu Hai entered, he looked at this hell in confusion. It was neither hot nor cold, just a vast land. However, there was no source of light, only darkness. The only light was from 2 entrances. Once the entrances are sealed, you will be imprisoned here for more than 60 million years, accompanied by darkness. More than 60 million years. It's really lonely. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with horror. He used the true Samadhi fire to illuminate the surroundings and immediately saw the ground below. At this moment, there were statues standing there. They were the statues of people who had been imprisoned here in the past. In the end, they died of loneliness and became fossils. The future Buddha is coming. Am I going to stay in the 17th layer of hell for a while? Gu Hai smiled bitterly. He could not hide. This place was too clear. As long as there was a source of light, he could see everything clearly. As long as the future Buddha arrived, he would have nowhere to hide. The 18th layer of hell. After a moment of silence, Gu Hai stepped forward and entered the 18th layer of hell. The 18th layer of hell was boundless. This place was like a universe of stars, boundless and without end. There were countless planets and some stars. The stars provided light, and the planets provided places to hide. Whoosh! Gu-hai instantly flew behind a planet and hid. At the same time, the future Buddha stepped into the 17th layer of hell. The future Buddha did not need a source of light to find someone. He looked with his heart and could see more clearly. He scanned with his heart's eye but found no trace of anyone. Impossible. Gu-hai went to the 18th layer of hell. The future Buddha felt a chill in his heart. Even the future Buddha did not dare to enter the 18th layer of hell casually. He could still see through the 17th layer of hell with his heart's eye. However, the 18th layer was boundless. Even the heart's eye could not see through it. After a moment of silence, the future Buddha stepped into the 18th layer of hell. As soon as he entered, the future Buddha felt a chill in his heart. He saw boundless with his heart's eye and could not find Gu-hai at all. In fact, the future Buddha did not dare to enter, fearing that he would get lost and not be able to return. Rumble. Suddenly, the entrances of the 17th and 18th layers trembled and shrank slightly. Not good. The future Buddha's expression changed. Whoosh! The future Buddha turned around and flew back to the 17th layer, then back to the 16th layer. At this moment, the monks on the 16th layer were also extremely anxious. Not good, it's going to close. What should we do? The monks were anxious. Whoosh! The future Buddha suddenly appeared. Buddha, it's great that you're back. Have you found Gu-hai? The monks asked anxiously. Are you sure you saw Gu-hai just now? The future Buddha asked solemnly. Yes, he must have entered the 17th layer of hell. The monk said with certainty. He didn't enter the 17th layer. A monk said blankly. The future Buddha said with a gloomy expression, he has entered the 18th layer of hell. The 18th layer? Not far away, Kong Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. The entrance is closing now. What should we do? The monks asked anxiously. Return to the first layer of hell first. Hurry. The future Buddha flicked his sleeve. Whoosh! The monks were swept up by the future Buddha and instantly turned into a stream of light that shot out. They quickly passed through the layers of hell and entered the first layer of hell. Boom! The moment the future Buddha flew into the first layer, the entrance from the first layer to the second layer suddenly closed. Bam! The future Buddha landed at the entrance of the Yama Palace. At this moment, Daiding Bodhisattva and Jidong Bodhisattva had both recovered. Buddha, did you find that thief Gu-hai? Daiding Bodhisattva was puzzled. Gu-hai has entered the 18th layer of hell. The future Buddha said with a gloomy expression. That can't be, right? He has a death wish. Everyone was shocked. Every time it's sealed, it'll be 130 million years. Jidong Bodhisattva's eyelids twitched. Won't he turn into a fossil the next time the entrance opens? Daiding Bodhisattva was puzzled. Stand guard. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Yes. The 16th layer of hell. Kong Xian narrowed his eyes as he watched the entrance disappear. The 18th layer of hell. Ha, Gu-hai, you're really daring. 130 million years. Ha 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 ha, you're dead meat. No one will survive. Kong Xian sneered sinisterly. Rumble. Kong Xian flapped his wings and slowly closed his eyes. He cultivated his energy and allowed himself to grow. Kong Xian's cultivation did not decrease in the 32 million years he was sealed. Instead, it increased because of the accumulation of time and energy. The Middle Heaven Palace cultivated essence, while the Upper Heaven Palace cultivated qi. The accumulation of essence could be refined into qi to increase the power of the Upper Heaven Palace. Although it was a good place for cultivation, it was also the place with the heaviest hostility. Only a ferocious person like Kang Xian could barely suppress the irritability in his heart. Being sealed and cultivating, the irritability of killing was accumulating, causing Kang Xian's demonic nature to become stronger and stronger. His body slowly emitted a monstrous black aura. Kang Xian waited patiently. In the 18th layer of hell, Gu Hai looked at the closed entrance in the distance and sighed softly. One day outside the 18th layer of hell is equivalent to 130 million years inside. Ha, I hope I'm right. Don't be driven crazy. Gu Hai said with a wry smile. Chapter 762. Gu Hai shaved off a mountain peak and took out a huge palace from his storage bracelet. Then, he squared it down. The baleful aura had already reached its peak. However, Gu Hai could suppress this hellish baleful aura. Not to mention the sacred text of Taoism, back on Earth, Gu Hai had learned some methods to suppress heart demons from many immortals. The murderous aura could not affect Gu Hai. This place was like Earth in the past. However, there were no animals or plants here. It was a barren, dead world. There were stars all around, but there was no life. It was boundless. The next time the entrance to this world opened would be 100 million years later. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. One day outside was 130 million years here. Would he be able to take it? Shangguan was still suppressing the irritation in his heart. He was lying in the coffin, using the tortoise breathing technique. No one knew when he would wake up. Gu Hai took out many jade slips. The jade slips recorded the secret techniques of countless gods and Buddhas on earth. Gu Hai needed to study them carefully. Because the Tao of cultivation was different, unless one started from scratch, they could not be cultivated. However, it did not mean that they could not be used as references. They could be studied slowly. He sorted out the techniques. Gu Hai organized them into a book so that he would not be too bored in the following time. Then, Gu Hai took out the Earth Spirit Book. Earth Spirit Book. It can absorb the energy of heaven and earth. In the following time, it can help me absorb energy to cultivate the heavenly palace. Therefore, the first step is to refine the Earth Spirit Book, Gu Hai said solemnly. The Earth Spirit Book was held in the hands of the Earth Spirit Book to be refined slowly. In addition to these techniques, there is also the 33 Heavens and Earth chess game. Gu Hai took out the 33 Heavens and Earth chess game. This was the map of the Thousand Islands Sea. It was not easy to see the 33 Heavens and Earth chess game through this map because the Thousand Islands Sea could not tell who was the white piece and who was the black piece. There were countless changes. Gu Hai needed to figure it out slowly. However, to Gu Hai, what he didn't lack the most now was time. In the 18 layers of hell, one could be resurrected after death. Exhausted stamina and soul power would be slowly replenished, so Gu Hai wasn't worried that he would die from exhaustion. Shangguan used the great tortoise breathing technique and recited the classic of Taoism. After 100 years, he finally woke up. After waking up, Shangguan still couldn't take it. He lay in the decaying coffin for a long time before he could catch his breath. Slowly, Shangguan sat up. This was a huge square, and the coffin he was lying in was in the center of the square. In the distance, the sun was rather dazzling. There were close to 1,000 planets orbiting around it, rotating slowly. The arrangement of the Thousand Island Sea's islands? Shangguan was slightly taken aback. After all, Shangguan had lived there for too long. At this moment, 1,000 stars were arranged to form the Thousand Islands map. Shangguan instantly understood that it was done by Gu Hai. Your Majesty. Shangguan called out curiously. Turning his head, he happened to see a large rock not far away. On the rock, there was a white-haired old man in white sitting cross-legged. The old man raised his head and sat quietly, looking at the arrangement of the stars in the distant starry sky. Your Majesty. Is that you? Shangguan was stunned, revealing a look of shock. The white-haired old man's eyebrows moved slightly, as if he was slowly waking up. Shangguan, you're finally awake. The old man smiled slightly. Your Majesty, what happened to you? How did you become like this? Shangguan immediately asked worriedly. It's fine. I'm just a little mentally and physically exhausted. I'll be able to recover after 10 days of rest. The white-haired old man smiled slightly. The white-haired old man was Gu Hai. In order to study this chess game, Gu Hai could be said to have racked his brains, mentally and physically exhausted. However, Gu Hai was not worried. The 18 levels of hell had their own recovery ability. As long as he stopped using his brain like this, he would be able to recover quickly. Is that so? Your Majesty, how long have I been sleeping? Shangguan walked out of the coffin and asked. The orbit of this star is about the same as the orbit of the outside world. It's been 100 years. Gu Hai looked at the 100 small stone marks beside him and said with a smile. Sure enough, in this short period of time, a few strands of Gu Hai's white hair slowly turned black. 100 years? Shangguan was slightly stunned. How do you feel now? Gu Hai asked. Much better, but this irritating feeling is still there. Shangguan said with a bitter smile. This is a good thing. It will help you temper your temperament. Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes. Shangguan nodded. You have lost all your cultivation. Gu Hai looked at Shangguan. Shangguan nodded. Yes, but I'm satisfied that I'm still alive. It's good that you have lost all your cultivation. Gu Hai nodded. It seemed that the heaven-mending power in the past was still insufficient and could not be completely restored. It could only be seen on the surface but not the essence. During this period of time, I have chosen a cultivation method for you. In the following time, you should practice it well. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Oh. Gu Hai handed over a jade scroll. Shangguan immediately took it and read it. The 8-9 mysterious art has 72 changes. It is a cultivation method that specializes in the cultivation of the physical body and has the strongest defense. It is a fusion of various cultivation methods of shaman, Buddhism, Taoism, devil, ghost, and monster. It is a divine cultivation method that was jointly developed by a group of Buddhists, Taoists, monsters, and devils in the past. Gu Hai said solemnly. Shangguan glanced at it and immediately revealed a joyful expression. Your Majesty, is this Sun Wukong's cultivation method? Shangguan asked in surprise. That's right. Gu Hai said with a smile. The 8-9 mysterious art has 72 changes, 8, 9, and 72 changes. How many levels has Sun Wukong cultivated? Shangguan asked curiously. Him. I heard that he has cultivated to the 54th level. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. 54th level? Is he that powerful? Shangguan asked in confusion. Gu Hai sighed softly and said, Monkey's temperament is too impatient. He was born as a stone monkey and has extraordinary talent. His cultivation speed is extremely fast. In just 7 years, he has cultivated to the 50th level. Unfortunately, the following cultivation requires a strong temperament. He is extremely intelligent, but he is also impatient. It is difficult for him to improve further. Even so, he is very powerful. Unfortunately, sigh. Your Majesty, don't worry. This subject will cultivate well. Shangguan said solemnly. Gu Hai looked at Shangguan and nodded. Your talent is not as good as Sun Wukong's, but you have perseverance. The 18 levels of hell will help you sharpen your will. If you take 7 years, you can take 70, 700, 7,000, or even 70,000 years. It doesn't matter. You have all the time in the world. This is the 18 levels of hell. Shengguanhen's expression froze. Why? Are you scared? Gu Hai asked with a smile. No, as long as your majesty is here, it will be fine. If I really can't stand it, I will stop. Shengguanhen said with a bitter smile. When Sun Wukong finished his apprenticeship, he only cultivated to the 50th level. Every 9 levels is a qualitative leap. Back then, Sun Wukong ate countless peaches of immortality and golden cores and refined them in the 8 trigrams furnace for a long time before he broke through to the 60th and 9th level. If you want to reach the 80th and 9th level, you will need to put in a lot of effort. Gu Hai said solemnly. Your Majesty, don't worry. I will work hard. However, the 18 levels of hell don't seem to have much spiritual energy. Shengguanhen said worriedly as he hugged the cultivation technique. That is why I chose this cultivation technique. This cultivation technique focuses on cultivating the physical body and does not have a high demand for spiritual energy. I have the immeasurable spirit stones here. They can provide you with spiritual energy. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. Shengguanhen replied. The lower celestial palace cultivates the spirit. You are the supreme Xuanwu, and you have the god Xuanwu. It can help you, so you don't need to worry. The middle celestial palace cultivates the essence. The 18 levels of hell are a place to collect energy. In the next few years, won't you have enough energy? As for the upper celestial palace cultivates the qi, it doesn't matter if you don't have qi. You can cultivate the essence into qi, which is purer and more beneficial to the cultivation of the 8 and 9 mysterious arts. Gu Hai analyzed. Yes, Your Majesty. Shengguanhen hugged the cultivation technique happily. In the next few days, Gu Hai taught Shengguanhen the cultivation method of the 8 and 9 mysterious arts. The old Gu Hai also quickly regained his youth. His white hair and wrinkles were restored. Gradually, he was back to normal. Here are 100 million upper-grade spirit stones. Use them first. Gu Hai handed over a storage bracelet. Yes, Your Majesty. Shengguanhen nodded gratefully. Gu Hai nodded and no longer paid attention to Shengguanhen. He was busy with his own business. Gu Hai used a year to analyze the chess game of the 33 heavens and earth. However, the next game was the most terrifying. This game of chess was indeed very difficult. Even with Gu Hai's 32 points of chess skill, it was extremely difficult for him to deduce it. As a result, he had not been able to deduce it completely after 100 years. No wonder the game between Old Man Guanxi and the Immortal of the 6 Paths is so complicated. Could it be that this is the limit? Gu Hai frowned. After 100 years of research, Gu Hai decided to take a break. He sank his mind into his body. In the middle celestial palace, although he had accumulated a lot of energy, compared to the huge earth soul, it was pitifully little. It was like a drop of water in the sea. It did not help. The middle celestial palace. As expected, if I only rely on normal cultivation methods, I wonder how long it will take to reach the upper celestial palace. No, perhaps I won't have the chance in this lifetime. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Fortunately, Gu Hai had refined the Earth Soul Book. The Earth Soul Book absorbed the wandering energy of heaven and earth. When it reached the 18th level of hell, it seemed to have a sudden reaction. The suction force suddenly increased by several times, or even 100 times, or even 1,000 times. Others could not see it, but Gu Hai could. There seemed to be a huge whirlpool around the Earth Soul Book. It was crazily sucking in the energy of the entire Hell Path mystic realm. The billowing energy was pouring into the Earth Soul Book. In a short 100 years, it had reached the state of the Earth Soul Book when Gu Hai saw it last time, which was 800,000 years. Losing it last time was nothing. You got it back here. You have 800,000 years of accumulated energy. Gu Hai smiled. Wang. The Earth Soul opened its mouth and sucked in all the energy. Gu Hai waited for the breakthrough. However, after a while, Gu Hai was stunned. Ordinary talented people can't break through one level even after 800,000 years of accumulated energy. Gu Hai was stunned. The first level of the Middle Celestial Palace was still the first level of the Middle Celestial Palace. Not enough energy. Gu Hai was speechless. Smiling bitterly, Gu Hai was helpless. Forget it, I'll take it slow. Is it so difficult to cultivate the Earth Soul? Fortunately, there is still time. Sighing slightly, Gu Hai took out the cultivation methods of the Earth Immortals and studied them carefully. Chapter 763. 5 million years later. 18 layers of hell. Roar. A deafening roar resounded. Shangguan Hen's body glowed with golden light as he punched a huge planet. Hong. Before Shangguan Hen's dazzling golden fist, that planet exploded. I can't take it anymore. Roar. I can't take it anymore. Shangguan Hen roared in frustration. Boom. 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 Shangguan Hen punched the surrounding stars crazily, and his eyes turned red. The loud noise seemed to have awakened Gu Hai on the distant planet. Gu Hai's hair turned white again, and his face was full of wrinkles. Stopping looking at the arranged stars, Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen. Gu Hai shouted. In the distance, Shangguan Hen shuddered and woke up. Swish. Shangguan Hen flew to the square where Gu Hai was. Bang. When he landed, he stomped on several stones in frustration. How's your cultivation? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. Your Majesty, I've already reached the 6th or 9th level, the 54th level. However, I can't break through anymore. In the past 1 million years, I haven't broken through a single level. Shangguan Hen said anxiously. 54th level. That means you're the same as Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong trained in the 8 trigrams furnace, and I let you train in the True Fire Gourd. Is that the limit? Gu Hai fell into deep thought. Your Majesty, I'm so frustrated. Shangguan Hen said bitterly. Forget it. It's been 5 million years. It's understandable that you can't take it. Go to sleep first. Sleep for a while with the tortoise breathing technique. Maybe you'll feel better after that. At that time, I'll use the Immortal Slaying Gourd to kill you. I'll help you continue to train the indestructible golden body, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Shangguan Hen said with a bitter smile. 5 million years, as boring as a day of cultivation. What kind of torment was this? Back then, when he first started cultivating the 8 and 9 mysteries art, he was full of enthusiasm. But now, when he started cultivating again, he felt like puking. However, Gu Hai did not allow him to sleep forever. Shangguan Hen knew that this was for his own good, but it was very uncomfortable. At this moment, he could finally sleep. Shangguan Hen suddenly realized that sleeping forever was the most blissful thing. Shangguan Hen quickly chiseled a coffin and lay in it. Then, he fell asleep. Looking at Shangguan Hen sleeping, Gu Hai smiled wryly. This is just the 6 Dao Immortal Dome's 18 levels of hell. Do you know how terrifying the 30 Dao Immortal Dome's 18 levels are? Taking a deep breath, Gu Hai looked up at the sky. The arrangement of the 1,000 planets changed again. 33. It is indeed complicated. Is this also the limit of my Go skills? No, we will definitely figure it out. There are still over 100 million years, we have an immeasurable amount of time. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with determination. At the same time, Gu Hai sensed his own body. The Earth Spirit Book absorbed a large amount of energy, and another batch was harvested. Wang! The Earth Spirit Book trembled, then calmed down. Gu Hai was speechless. The first level of the Middle Heaven Palace? Are you kidding me? The Earth Spirit Book has been absorbing for 5 million years. Gu Hai said bitterly. Gu Hai frowned suddenly. Something happened to the transformation pool and the heaven mending pool. Gu Hai's expression changed. The heaven mending pool and the transformation pool were originally back to back, but now they were eerily separated. They slowly flew towards the Spirit Mother God. Could it be? Gu Hai's face lit up with joy. The Spirit Mother God instinctively felt a huge threat. However, the transformation pool and heaven mending pool were refined by Gu Hai himself. How could they be a threat? Gu Hai suppressed the shock in his heart and allowed the transformation pool and heaven mending pool to fly towards the Spirit Mother God. They slowly flew towards the Spirit Mother God's eyes. The two pools gradually became smaller, and smaller, as they flew towards the Spirit Mother God's eyes. Boom! In an instant, the transformation pool and heaven mending pool merged into the Spirit Mother God's eyes. A majestic power rushed straight for the Spirit Mother Divine King with a loud rumble. Ah! Gu Hai screamed in pain. The Spirit Mother God was in even more pain. The transformation pool, heaven mending pool, and Spirit Mother God seemed to be melting rapidly. Even Gu Hai felt unbearable pain. One had to know that Gu Hai's endurance was incomparably strong, but even so, he still screamed in pain. Pain, 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 pain. If it was anyone else's nascent soul, it would have collapsed long ago. Only Gu Hai's Spirit Mother God had such great endurance. In the world, there were only a few nascent souls as strong as the Spirit Mother God. The Spirit Mother God was definitely the pinnacle of nascent souls. Even the pinnacle Spirit Mother God was almost unable to bear it. However, it was just at that limit. The Spirit Mother God trembled a few times but did not shatter. However, the transformation pool merged into the Spirit Mother God's right eye, and the heaven mending pool merged into the Spirit Mother God's left eye. Wang! The Spirit Mother God trembled violently. Ah! Gu Hai also screamed in pain. With a loud roar, the surrounding void trembled violently. This pain was tormented for nearly a month before it slowly subsided. The Spirit Mother God seemed to wither in an instant. After a long time, almost a year, the Spirit Mother God regained her vitality. At this moment, the heaven mending pool and the transformation pool turned into the Spirit Mother God's two eyes. The Spirit Mother God's left eye emitted a gentle white light, while the Spirit Mother God's right eye emitted a gentle black light. Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth, Third Heaven. Life and Death Eye. Gu Hai said with a shiver. The reason why the heaven mending pool and the transformation pool were formed in the Dantian was so that they could merge into the nascent soul's eyes one day. Now, they merged into the third heaven. This was also the result of endless accumulation. Fortunately, I cultivated the Spirit Mother God. If not for the Spirit Mother God, I wouldn't have been able to survive the third heaven of the Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth. So close. So painful, I almost exploded my nascent soul. Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth? What kind of cultivation technique is it? Gu Hai revealed a trace of confusion. Ninth heaven. He had only cultivated to the third heaven. In the past, I also investigated the heaven mending sect. Only the sect master of the heaven mending sect cultivated to the second heaven. The effect should be the second heaven, but no one has ever cultivated to the third heaven. Third heaven. Because they don't have the Spirit Mother God. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Third heaven, life and death eye. I wonder how the effect is. Gu Hai said in a low voice. His mind sank into the spirit mother god's eyes. Gu Hai suddenly raised his eyebrows. It was the eyes of the spirit mother god. What he saw was actually different from what normal people saw. What he saw were countless transparent black and white lines. His left eye had thin white lines, and his right eye had thin black lines. They were densely packed and endless. This is... Gu Hai revealed a trace of confusion. He opened his mouth and swallowed a broken longsword, sending it into his dantian. First, he closed his right eye and looked with his left eye. Suddenly, in the center of the countless thin lines, a sword-shaped object appeared. This object was also formed by countless thin lines. Vaguely, he could see that some of the broken ends of the thin lines seemed to be able to be repaired. A ray of 9-colored light shot out from his right eye. It was the heaven-mending power, pouring into the broken ends. The broken ends were quickly repaired. In the blink of an eye, it was completely repaired. This magical sword is a broken magical sword. The heaven-mending power connected those thin white lines and repaired it. The broken ends of the thin lines are the broken parts. In that case, the left eye, life eye, can see the essence of the object and the trajectory of existence, just like the genetic strands. It can see the genetic strands clearly and repair them. Gu Hai's expression changed. He closed his left eye again and opened his right eye. Wang. This time, he also saw the sword-shaped object, which was also formed by countless thin black lines. However, there were many fewer thin lines this time. The right eye, death eye, only sees a part of the life eye, but it's displayed in black. The death eye doesn't see everything. Gu Hai was slightly startled. The Divine King was slightly curious. He pointed his finger and released a thin beam of energy, but it cut off one of the black lines. Bang! It was just a single black line, but the long sword was shattered into pieces with a loud bang, completely shattering into pieces. It's all shattered. How can this be? Gu Hai was slightly startled. He quickly used the heaven-mending power to repair it. This time, only one black line was cut off, but it consumed more heaven-mending power than before to repair it. What is this black line? Gu Hai was slightly startled. Once again, he cut off a white line that the death eye could not see. Pa! The white line was broken, but the long sword was still as before, as if it was not damaged at all. Gu Hai fell into deep thought. After many attempts, Gu Hai finally understood what was going on. The death eye can see the vital point of an object with a single glance. Once the vital point is broken, it will damage its foundation and almost destroy it. The life eye can see the whole picture of an object, the trajectory of all existences. Can it see everything clearly? Gu Hai frowned. Right, Xianqiong. Gu Hai's expression changed. It was the Warring States Xianqiong that had been thrown into the heaven-mending pool to repair. At this moment, Gu Hai used the life eye to look. Immediately, he saw that the Warring States Xianqiong was densely packed with thin lines. There were too many, so many that Gu Hai was dazzled. The broken parts were also densely packed. The heaven-mending power was slowly repairing it. However, the repair was still quite slow. He threw the Xianqiong into the death eye. Immediately, only a huge black frame was left. Although there were many broken black lines, too many were missing. Repair these vital black lines first. Gu Hai's expression changed. Whoosh! Immediately, a large amount of heaven-mending power repaired those black lines first. At the same time, in the Warring States Xianqiong, which used to repair all sides, suddenly repaired the important elements. Boom! The broken sun suddenly pieced back together. The sun pieced back together. It was as if there was a demand for heat. Gu Hai immediately flew towards a star. Wang! The surging power of the sun was quickly absorbed into the Warring States Xianqiong. The sun of the warring states Xinqiang was repaired. At the same time, the life eye saw that many broken white lines did not need the heaven-mending power and were actually repairing themselves. I understand now. Ha ha ha, as long as the main frame and vital points are repaired, the minor parts can slowly recover on their own. There is no need to consume too much heaven-mending power. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Chapter 764. Immortal Dome. This was what Gu Hai was looking forward to the most. As he refined it, he mended the black lines. Finally, 10 years later. Buzz! A bubble suddenly appeared in Gu Hai's palm. Immortal Dome. This is my Immortal Dome. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with excitement. It was not difficult to refine the Immortal Dome. The difficult part was repairing it. Fortunately, the 3,000 black lines had been repaired. Although there were countless holes on the bubble, the minor parts had not been repaired. However, the Immortal Dome bubble did not burst. Those minor elements could be repaired on their own. Go! Gu Hai extended his hand and tossed. Whoosh! The bubble suddenly flew into another planet. The countless holes were like countless small black holes, crazily absorbing the surrounding dust, stones, and light of the sun and moon. Gu Hai had a connection with the Immortal Dome. Now that he had refined it, he could make the little Immortal Dome return with a thought. However, Gu Hai did not do so. His vital parts were restored. Next, he would let it recover on its own. Eye of Life and Death. The spiritual Mother Divine King immediately emitted a gentle light that merged with Gu Hai's body. Buzz! Gu Hai's eyes suddenly emitted black and white light. The Eye of Life and Death seemed to have reached the eyes of his physical body in an instant, but it consumed a lot of the spiritual Mother Divine King's power. He looked up at the 33 great arrays in the sky. In an instant, in Gu Hai's left eye, the 33 great arrays turned into countless white lines. They were densely packed. As for his right eye, there were many fewer black lines. What was the overall situation of the array? Where were the vital parts? In an instant, he saw everything clearly. So that's how it is. In this way, it can help me avoid countless detours. Gu Hai's eyes suddenly flashed with excitement. Gu Hai sat cross-legged again and looked at the 33 great arrays in the sky. In the 10 millionth year. Buzz! In between his eyebrows. Out of the 100 small chessboards, 80 of them suddenly merged together in 4 directions. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, 20 large chessboards merged into one. The chessboard didn't last long, only a year. Ka 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 ka. The large chessboard quickly shrank, removing the pieces that could be replaced. Once again, it turned into a small chessboard with 19 paths. Together with the original 20, the most complicated chessboard. Now, there were only 40 small chessboards left. The Heavenly Cycle Saber art could slash out the 8 heavenly cycles due to these chess puzzles. Unfortunately, that was only an ideal situation. Gu Hai's current strength was far from enough. 33. It's really complicated. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. It was only because of the Eye of Life and Death that he was able to gain a preliminary understanding of the 33 great formations. How long had it been? Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Is that old man Guanqi really that talented? He has lived for thousands of years, yet he was able to comprehend such chess skills. Just as Gu Hai was mocking himself, the energy gathered by the Earth Spirit book in his body paused, and the Earth Spirit trembled. Gu Hai's expression suddenly froze. Boom! A loud sound came from Gu Hai's body. Suddenly, a strong air current surged out from his body. A breakthrough? Gu Hai was stunned. At this moment, he did not know whether to be happy or sad. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have a breakthrough in your cultivation. Shengguanhen, who was in a coffin not far away, woke up and said with a smile. Gu Hai smiled bitterly, yes, I have a breakthrough. The second level of the Central Heaven Palace. Huh? Shengguanhen's expression froze. I have been sleeping and waking up non-stop. It has been almost 10 million years, right? Your Majesty, you have a breakthrough. Shengguanhen said blankly. 10 million years of energy was only enough for you to advance by one level. Gu Hai sighed slightly and nodded. He was too embarrassed to tell Shengguanhen that he had borrowed the power of the Earth Spirit Book. Otherwise, he did not know how long he would have to wait. Shengguanhen's face twitched, but he did not dare to judge Gu Hai's cultivation. Since you are awake, continue cultivating. Now, you need to break through to the 7th or 9th level. Gu Hai looked at Shengguanhen. There is still a lot to go. I am now at the 58th level. However, I have to cultivate when I wake up, cultivate when I sleep, cultivate when I wake up, cultivate again. I am about to throw up. Shengguanhen said bitterly. Right now, you are already stronger than Sun Wukong. He is only at the 54th layer. Only through hardship can one rise above others. Continue cultivating. How long has it been since you came down? Continue. Gu Hai said seriously. Shengguanhen smiled bitterly and nodded. Oh right, Your Majesty, I wanted to ask last time. There seems to be a black hole in the distant star field, swallowing the surrounding stars. Do you want to investigate? Shengguanhen asked. Gu Hai looked into the distance. Indeed, there was a black hole in the shining stars, swallowing the surrounding stars. There is no need. That is a formation that I made. You can cultivate on your own. Yes. Shengguanhen nodded with a trace of horror. That black hole was Gu Hai's Immortal Dome. After the Immortal Dome absorbed countless stars, it became bigger and bigger. The holes in it also became black holes. It was not one black hole, but 3,200 black holes, swallowing the stars and mending them. Shengguanhen continued to cultivate. Gu Hai also continued to study the 33-Go formation. Gu Hai enjoyed his time, but Shengguanhen was incomparably unbearable. He spent 60% of his time in the Great Tortoise Breathing Technique. Now, the Great Tortoise Breathing Technique was becoming more and more powerful. Just like that, more than 100 million years passed. The first level of hell. Almost 1,000 years. The future Buddha looked coldly at the entrance to the second level. Everyone, listen up. Seal all the entrances to hell. No one is to come out. If you find Gu Hai, the Buddhists, and Shengguanhen, report immediately. Yes. Everyone answered. Buddha, Gu Hai should have turned into a fossil by now after going to the 18th level of hell, right? Jidong Bodhisattva laughed. Let's take a look first. Also, the Buddhists, search carefully. The future Buddha said in a low voice. Yes. The 16th level of hell. Almost 30 million years. Kong Xian exuded a monstrous demonic aura. On his back, the huge mountain that was suppressing Kong Xian shook, as if it could not suppress him anymore. Kong Xian's eyes were also spewing black gas, accumulating over time. The demonic aura had almost dyed half the sky black. With great difficulty, Kong Xian's pupils shrank. It's almost time. Is the entrance to the 18th level of hell going to open again? Kong Xian's consciousness returned. Looking at the entrance to the upper level, Kong Xian's face turned ferocious. Humph, future Buddha. Present Buddha. Past Buddha. Your plan is going to fail. Wait until I get out, watch me devour you. Roar. Walalala. Kong Xian's vibrating chains shook violently, as if trying to break free from the huge imprisonment. However, Suddenly, Kang Xian paused and looked at the entrance to the 17th level of hell. Gu Hai. Humph, you've already turned into a fossil after entering the 18th level of hell, right? I'm not going to wait for you. Kang Xian said coldly. But in the next moment, Kang Xian paused, thinking of the bet he made with Gu Hai. There was a moment of silence. Alright, I'll wait for you for a while. Anyway, I don't care about this time. Let's see if you can still survive after the 18th level of hell is unsealed. Kang Xian said with a ferocious expression. Kang Xian slowly calmed down. However, Kang Xian was extremely irritated at this moment. Kang Xian could no longer suppress the overflowing demonic aura. Although his energy had increased a lot, the demonic aura was distorting his mind. Although he was not lost, he would be affected in the long run. He could not stay in hell any longer. Just as Kang Xian was waiting. Boom! All of a sudden, a huge boom rang out as the entrance to the 18 hells opened. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a stream of light appeared from the first level of hell to the 16th level of hell. It was the future Buddha, who had arrived immediately. In the 16th level of hell, endless demonic aura dyed the sky black for a moment. As soon as he entered, the future Buddha felt a strong evil aura emanating from Kang Xian. The evil aura was so strong that the future Buddha felt a chill in his heart. Kang Xian, have you thought it through? The future Buddha said with an ugly expression. Future Buddha, why don't you try sending me to the 17th level of hell? Kang Xian said with a ferocious expression. No, the demonic aura in your body. I can see it. Ha ha ha, you can't take it anymore, right? You can't suppress the demonic aura in your heart, right? The future Buddha suddenly laughed. Humph. Kang Xian snorted coldly. He was indeed about to lose control, but he had not been driven crazy. Kang Xian, what's wrong with being the great bright Lord Buddha of Soul Mountain? The Buddha will not restrict your freedom now. The future Buddha persuaded. Get lost, you're not worthy. Kang Xian said coldly. Ha, ha 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 ha, not worthy. Then you can continue to stay here. I can feel that you can't take it anymore. There's no need for the 17th level of hell. Let's see how long you can hold on here. The future Buddha swung his sleeves and snorted. Turning his head, the future Buddha stepped into the 17th level of hell. At this moment, a large number of monks flew over. They also followed the future Buddha into the 17th level of hell. However, there was nothing in the 17th level of hell. The future Buddha stepped into the entrance of the 18th level of hell and looked inside. He did not dare to go deeper. Humph, it seems that Gu Hai has turned into a fossil. That's good, humph. The future Buddha snorted coldly. He flew up to the 16th level of hell. He tried to persuade Kang Xian, but Kang Xian did not care at all. The future Buddha could only dejectedly lead the group of monks away. Kang Xian looked coldly at the future Buddha leaving and sneered, Future Buddha. Just you wait, I'll break the seal of the 9th grade golden lotus and devour you. Kang Xian endured the demonic aura in his body and was about to break free from the chains. Whoosh! Not far away, a figure suddenly flew out from the entrance of the 17th level. Kang Xian frowned. He turned his head to look. Shenguanhen. Prime Xuanwu. Why are you here? Kang Xian said in surprise. The 18th level of hell. I can't take it anymore. His Majesty sent me to the 16th level of hell to accompany you. Shenguanhen exhaled deeply. The surrounding flames burned Shenguanhen, but they could not harm him at all. Last time, you slept in Gu Hai's coffin. Did Gu Hai bring you in? Gu Hai is not dead. Kang Xian said in shock, his expression turning cold. Indeed. His Majesty is still in the 18th level of hell. Earlier, the future Buddha was lucky that he did not go to investigate. Otherwise, he would have fallen into His Majesty's Go ritual array trap. Shangguan sighed softly. Kong Xian's eyelids twitched. Is Gu Hai really not dead? Where is he? Kong Xian said with a gloomy expression. Counting all the time, Kong Xian had been imprisoned in hell for more than 60 million years and could not hold on any longer. Gu Hai had been in the 18th level of hell for 130 million years, twice as long as him. Gu Hai was not crazy. He could not hold on any longer, but Gu Hai was still alive. Didn't that mean he had lost? His Majesty. He said that he was still a little short of maturity and wanted to stay in the 18th level of hell for one more round. Please wait for His Majesty. Shangguan said with a bitter smile. Still a little short of maturity. Kong Xian looked blankly at Shangguan. Don't lie to me. I'm not well educated. Tell me, what do you mean by that? Does Gu Hai not want to come out? His Majesty does not want to leave the 18th level of hell for the time being. He is afraid that you can't wait, so. His Majesty said that if you are bored while waiting, I can talk to you. Shangguan explained. Kong Xian. Chapter 765. Kong Xian could no longer suppress the demonic aura in his body and was ready to break free from the seal and escape. However, Shangguan words made Kong Xian completely stunned. His former pride seemed to have been severely challenged. One day, Gu Hai stayed for 1 day, which was equivalent to twice his time. He couldn't stand it, yet Gu Hai said it wasn't enough. Not enough. He wanted him to wait. Wait? Kong Xian's eyelids twitched. Fine, I'll wait for one more round. Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. Kong Xian's remaining pride made him unwilling to admit defeat. However, even if he didn't admit defeat, he still lost. Perhaps it was his pride that held him back. At first, he laughed complacently and despised Gu Hai. Now that Gu Hai had spent 4 times his time with him, how could he not dare? That's good. Sigh, I had enough on the 18th floor. If it wasn't for His Majesty, But it's fine now. I'm on the 16th floor, so it's much better. Just bear with it and it'll be over. Shangguan said with lingering fear. Humph. Kong Xian snorted gloomily. Gu Hai waited for 1 round, Shangguan also waited for 1 round. Could it be that Shanghai Hen's endurance was better than his? During the wait, the future Buddha came several times. Kong Xian looked at him coldly and ignored him. His heart was full of resentment. Until a new round began. Boom! The entrance to the 18th floor closed again with a loud bang. Kong Xian looked coldly at Shangguan who was in the magma in the distance. At this moment, Shangguan was wandering in the magma. The rolling flames surrounded his body, but he couldn't be harmed at all. Kong Xian, if you're bored, you can chat with me. I'll sleep for a while more. Shangguan said. Humph, tortoise breathing technique. So you've been sleeping all this time? Kong Xian showed a trace of disdain. Yes, I've slept for most of my life, but I've also been awake for tens of millions of years. It's useless even if you try to provoke me. His Majesty gave me the Tao Te Ching, which can alleviate the baleful aura in hell. Do you want to learn it too? Shangguan smiled. Humph, I don't need it. This baleful aura can temper me. Humph, sleep. Go to sleep, I thought you guys were so powerful. Kong Xian said coldly. I sleep, but your Majesty has never slept before. His Majesty doesn't even have enough time for 1 round, so how could he sleep? If you don't want to admit it, just say so. Why do you have to slander His Majesty? Shangguan sneered. Humph. Kong Xian snorted and turned his head away. Shangguanhen fell into a deep slumber once again. A new round began. Kang Xian's eyes were gradually bloodshot, and the demonic aura around him grew stronger. The demonic aura that had previously dyed half the sky black was now expanding at full force. Time passed slowly. The more time passed, the more unbearable Kang Xian became. The 18th layer of hell was not a place for humans. Even with Kang Xian's strong willpower, he could barely withstand it. Roar! Kang Xian let out a deafening roar, and the entire magma sea was filled with endless waves of fire. Shangguanhen, who was in the depths of the magma sea, was awakened by the roar. He looked at Kang Xian's red eyes, as if he was about to lose himself. Kang Xian! Shangguanhen shouted angrily. Boom! Kang Xian quivered and woke up. Was he about to turn into a demon? You lost your consciousness. Shangguanhen stared at him. Roar, no. Kang Xian defended himself. I'll teach you the Tao Te Ching. Shangguanhen persuaded. No need. Kang Xian stubbornly refused. After a few more times, Kang Xian finally admitted that if Shangguanhen did not wake him up time and time again, he would have completely lost himself. At this moment, Kang Xian finally saw how abnormal Gu Hai was. His Majesty's one day is longer than yours, not to mention the baleful aura of the 18th layer is even more. Shangguanhen bitterly smiled. Humph. Kang Xian coldly snorted. Do you want me to teach you the Tao Te Ching? Shangguanhen smiled. No need, this round is about to end, and the entrance to the 18th layer of hell is about to open. You go and call Gu Hai out. If he doesn't want to go out, I'll go first. I'm not like you, who can sleep all the time. Kang Xian ferociously said. Ha 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 ha, good. Shangguanhen laughed. Kang Xian's words were very clear. At this moment, he finally lowered his head. The 18th layer of hell. Gu Hai sat cross-legged at the entrance of the dilapidated palace. His consciousness entered the central heavenly palace. The whirlpool-like suction force from the Earth Spirit Book had disappeared. The Earth Spirit Book can absorb the wandering energy of heaven and earth. Although hell is divided into 18 layers, it is still the Hell Dao secret realm. This is a whole. Therefore, the Earth Spirit Book absorbs the energy of the entire Hell Dao secret realm. But now, it can't absorb even a trace of it. Gu Hai bitterly said. In that case, all that energy in the Hell Dao secret realm has been absorbed by the Earth Spirit Book? In other words, all the energy accumulated in the 18th layer of hell has been absorbed by me? It's useless for me to stay here any longer. But, what about my cultivation? Gu Hai bitterly said. The 8th layer of the central heavenly palace? Even after absorbing all the energy in hell, he still couldn't complete the central heavenly palace. The 8th layer of the central heavenly palace? Gu Hai felt uncomfortable all over. Continue to stay here. What a joke. If he continued to stay here, Gu Hai felt like he would turn into a fossil. He couldn't take it anymore. But, what about his earth spirit? All that energy in the Hell Dao secret realm had been absorbed, but it still couldn't fill up his earth spirit. The remaining ones would definitely be harder to cultivate. What would he do if he left the 18th layer of hell? In the past, the Long Zhanggua had also told Gu Hai about his energy. The Long Zhanggua had cultivated to the central heavenly palace. He used qi to return essence to the central heavenly palace. Then, he used essence to return essence to the lower heavenly palace. He made the lower heavenly palace complete. Then, from the lower heavenly palace, he used essence to return essence to the upper heavenly palace. But Gu Hai wasn't like that. Instead, he rushed up one heavenly palace after another. He didn't have the Long Zhanggua's cycle, but it was the most solid foundation. But this was the hardest to cultivate. The Earth Spirit grabbed the Earth Spirit book and sat back down in the palace with a gloomy expression. Gu Hai also returned to his body with a slightly bitter consciousness. Sigh, the 8th level of the Central Heavenly Palace? Forget it, there's no point in staying any longer. It's about time. Gu Hai sighed softly. He got up and waved his hand. Boom! In the distant starry sky, a huge object suddenly floated over. It was as if it was dragging an entire galaxy towards Gu Hai. As it got closer, those galaxies slowly became smaller. It slowly shrank. Soon, it shrank into a bubble and returned to Gu Hai's right palm. A bubble. The bubble was faintly discernible, emitting gentle starlight. Immortal Dome. From today onwards you'll be called the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. Gu Hai took a deep breath and gave it a name. The Immortal Dome of the Ancients trembled slightly. It was as if it had given Gu Hai life from this moment on. Gu Hai waved his hand. The Immortal Dome of the Ancients disappeared. However, at this moment, only Gu Hai could see it. The Immortal Dome of the Ancients was around him, right in front of him. Others couldn't see it, but it was there. Only he could see it. A world that only he could see, a world that belonged only to him. He took a step forward. Buzz! Gu Hai disappeared from his original spot, but stepped into the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. Once he entered the world, Gu Hai stepped on the air and looked down. The Immortal Dome of the warring states of the past had long changed, and everything had changed. At this moment, there was a vast land with countless starry skies. The common people were almost extinct, but they didn't completely disappear. After all, there were still some who survived. Human civilization was destroyed, and everything turned into nothing. Some humans had entered the era of eating raw meat and drinking blood, just like the Stone Age that Gu Hai saw on Earth in the past. There were also some dinosaurs. Gu Hai raised his head and waved. Whoosh! The stars above his head immediately lined up, forming a 33 large array. The moment the array appeared. Buzz! The array seemed to form a suction force that led to the outside world. Suddenly, spiritual chi surged into the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. Of course, this spiritual chi was pitifully little. After all, there wasn't much in the 18 levels of hell. However, Gu Hai believed that as long as he reached the divine continent, there would be endless spiritual chi gathering. When the Immortal Dome of the Ancients was repaired, it integrated a trace of the attribute of the Hell Dao secret realm. The time inside is countless times faster than the outside world. I have spread the cultivation techniques of Earth in the past. I hope there will be some changes. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. He waved his hand. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, on the ground of the Immortal Dome of the Ancients, huge mountains rose from the ground. On the mountains, there were pages of cultivation techniques from Earth. After doing all this, Gu Hai took a step out of the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. The moment Gu Hai stepped out of the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. Boom! Suddenly, not far away, there was a loud bang in the void. The entrance to the 18 levels of hell opened again. Gu Hai took a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, the planet under his feet was dragged into the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. Just as he was about to step out of the entrance of the 18 levels of hell, Gu Hai suddenly frowned and turned to look at the largest star not far away. At this moment, a large number of stars were arranged around the star. It was a super chess game. This chess game was different. The horizontal was 34, and the vertical was 35. Gu Hai swung his sleeves. Boom! This strange chessboard suddenly exploded into pieces. It was chaos. After looking coldly at it, Gu Hai stepped into the entrance to the 17th level. The 16th level of hell. Roar! The moment the passage to the 18th level of hell opened, Kong Xian roared and endless demonic qi filled the entire 16th level of hell. In the black chi, Kang Xian's eyes were red. He flapped his huge wings and the surrounding magma rose into huge waves. Shen Guanhen stood in the distance and watched quietly. Chains, break! Kang Xian roared with a ferocious expression. Boom, 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 boom. The 5 chains suddenly exploded, and the 5 mountains also trembled violently. The Dharma mountain that was suppressing Kang Xian also shook and broke free. Kang Xian roared and seemed to be about to break free from the seal of the rank 9 golden lotus. At this moment, the future Buddha led a group of monks into the entrance to the 15th level of hell. As soon as they entered, demonic chi surged toward them. The faces of the monks changed, revealing looks of horror. The future Buddha opened his eyes and his expression changed. Kang Xian! How dare you! The future Buddha suddenly shouted. Chapter 766. The future Buddha led the monks into the lower levels of hell as soon as the 18th level of hell opened. They soon arrived at the entrance of the 16th level of hell. Buddha, it's another round. Will Kang Xian be able to take it? One of the monks asked worriedly. I saw that he was on the verge of death the last time. It's another round. It'll be 32 million years. I hope he won't go crazy. Hurry. The future Buddha said solemnly. I'm guessing that he can't wait to join the spirited mountain's sacred ground. The monk beside him laughed. Although the future Buddha did not respond, a smug smile appeared on his face. The group stepped into the 16th level of hell. Boom! The moment they entered, they were greeted by rolling black demonic aura. The demonic aura was so ferocious that all the monks shuddered. Demonic aura? How can it be so dense? It wasn't so exaggerated the last time. The 16th level of hell is covered by demonic aura. How can this be? Oh no! Buddha, the chains! The chains are broken! Roar! Kang Xian's expression was ferocious as he let out a roar. After breaking free from the chains, he tried to break free from the 5 mountains. As he roared, the surrounding magma shot up into the sky. The Fa mountain on his back trembled violently as though it was going to break free at any moment. The future Buddha opened his eyes wide and his expression changed drastically. Kang Xian! How dare you! The future Buddha suddenly shouted. Kang Xian's current strength had completely exceeded the future Buddha's expectations. Was he going to break the seal and come out? Once he came out, it would be bad. Boom! The future Buddha took a step forward and was about to charge toward Kang Xian to stop Kang Xian. However, at that moment, an aura of a fist suddenly emerged from the magma and crashed toward the future Buddha. A golden fist punched out, causing the void to tremble violently. What? There's someone else? The future Buddha's expression changed. He extended his hand and threw a punch, colliding with the golden fist with a loud bang. Hong! There was a deafening sound as a powerful spatial wave rippled out from where the 2 fists collided. The future Buddha took a step back with a look of horror on his face. They saw a super vortex forming below the rolling magma. It revolved around a man shining with golden light. That man raised his head with a ferocious look on his face. Shen Guanhen. Suddenly, a monk exclaimed. Impossible! That was Shen Guanhen's fist. The monks exclaimed in shock. The future Buddha's expression also darkened. Shen Guanhen. You're not dead. Why do you think I will die? Shen Guanhen smiled coldly and immediately stepped into the air. He flew in front of the future Buddha and looked at him with a cold smile. That fist just now. No, aren't you even inferior to Sun Wukong? When you first entered the heavenly palace, did you remember your fist? The future Buddha said with a gloomy expression. You don't need to know. Shangguan sneered. Gu Hai. What about Gu Hai? Is he dead? The future Buddha suddenly thought of something. What do you think? Shangguan said coldly. Roar. In the distance, Kong Xian roared again. Rumble. The 5 mountains shook, and cracks appeared on the mountain of Dharma above them. Not good. The future Buddha's expression changed. 1,000 Buddha hands of compassion and sorrow. The future Buddha struck out with his palm. Boom, 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 boom. In the void, thousands of golden palms appeared in an instant and struck at Shangguan. Humph, petty tricks. I'll defeat 10,000 palms with my strength. Shangguan glared and shouted as he punched out again. Boom. Suddenly, one of the golden palms exploded, and the remaining 999 palms landed on Shangguan body. At this moment, Shangguan was surrounded by golden light. His invincible Vajra body was activated. Nearly 1,000 palms hit Shangguan, but Shangguan was only pushed back slightly. What? The future Buddha's expression changed. At this moment, Shangguan fist was right in front of the future Buddha. Dong! It was as if a golden hammer had struck a bell. With a resounding boom, the future Buddha was pushed back 1,000 feet before he could stop himself. Shangguan, how did your cultivation increase so much? What technique is that? Why is it so similar to Sun Wukong's? No, you're stronger than Sun Wukong. The future Buddha was shocked and angry. It was also at this time that Kong Xian unleashed his greatest power. Roar. With a loud roar, the demonic aura around him increased by more than 10 times. Boom. The huge Dharma mountain on top of him exploded. Below him, the 5 mountains changed shape and turned into a dazzling 9th-rank golden lotus. Kong Xian broke free. Screech. A clear roar of freedom seemed to spread throughout the 18 levels of hell in an instant. Kong Xian is out of the seal. The demon has broken the seal of the 9th-rank golden lotus. Buddha, save us. The group of monks screamed in fear. The future Buddha was also shocked. Kong Xian, don't be so stubborn. Roar. Kong Xian was surrounded by demonic aura. He didn't care about the future Buddha at all. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Boom. The huge 9th-rank golden lotus was swallowed by Kong Xian. What? How dare you? That's the 9th-rank golden lotus of the spirited mountain. Spit it out now. Otherwise, no one can save you. The future Buddha's expression changed. Screech. Kong Xian shouted. He flapped his wings. Shangguan, you're too kind. Don't be soft-hearted to this bald donkey. You can't do this to me. Kong Xian shouted with a ferocious expression. With a loud shout, Kong Xian flapped his wings. Immediately, a gust of black wind rushed towards the future Buddha. Bastard! The future Buddha struck his palm towards Kong Xian. However, Kong Xian opened his mouth. As the black wind rolled over, he took a deep breath. Boom! The future Buddha was swallowed by Kong Xian. In the distance, the group of monks was scared out of their wits. Kong Xian swallowed the Buddha. My eyes are playing tricks on me. That's the future Buddha. The future Buddha was swallowed by Kong Xian. No, help! The monks screamed in fear. Not only did I swallow the future Buddha, but I also want to swallow the past Buddha and the present Buddha. I want to swallow everything in the spirited mountain. Swallow, swallow, swallow. Kong Xian roared. He flapped his wings again and released a black wind. The black wind swept the escaping monks into Kong Xian's mouth. The giant peacock swallowed all the monks in the blink of an eye. Shangguan expression froze. Was Kong Xian possessed by the devil? Why was he so fierce? That was the future Buddha. He swallowed him just like that. At this moment, Kang Xian's heart was filled with anger. Swallowing the future Buddha had eased Kang Xian's anger a little. However, the anger that had been suppressed for nearly 100 million years could not be eliminated so easily. Kang Xian's eyes were filled with hatred. He wanted to rush up from the 16th level of hell and swallow everything. Just as Kang Xian's fighting spirit was soaring and his hatred was boundless, a voice suddenly sounded. You swallowed him just like that? Aren't you afraid of indigestion? A voice suddenly sounded. It could be said that it was a provocation to Kang Xian. Who is it? Kang Xian turned his head with a ferocious expression. Your Majesty. Shen Guanhen's face lit up with joy. Gu Hai. Kang Xian's expression froze. Congratulations to the great Miujin for breaking free. Gu Hai suddenly walked over with a smile. Looking at Gu Hai, Kang Xian's face twitched. Although Shen Guanhen had been trapped for a long time, he was mostly opportunistic. Although Kang Xian approved of him, he did not submit to him. However, Gu Hai was different. He did not have the talent of the black tortoise, but he had been trapped for 250 million years. He had been trapped for less than half of Gu Hai's time. Boom! Kang Xian instantly turned into his human form. Gu Hai, are you really still alive? Kang Xian's expression was ugly. Yes. Unfortunately, there is nothing here that I was looking forward to. Otherwise, it would be a perfect place for cultivation. Gu Hai smiled. Kang Xian. Your Majesty, please don't say any more. I'm about to throw up. Shen Guanhen said bitterly. Shen Guanhen, how many have you reached? Gu Hai looked at Shanghai Hen. Barely. More than 7 or 9. Shen Guanhen smiled bitterly. 63 levels. Not bad. You are much stronger than Sun Wukong. Gu Hai smiled. 64 levels. But, I am still far from 72. Shen Guanhen said immediately. Not bad. You are much stronger than you were in the past. Gu Hai smiled. Of course. Shen Guanhen said with a smile. After Gu Hai finished speaking, he looked at Kang Xian. Kang Xian's expression was ugly. He remained silent for a while. Gu Hai didn't say anything. He just looked at him. Shen Guanhen smiled and said, Kang Xian, His Majesty saved your life. You made a bet with His Majesty. Why? Are you going back on your words? Shen Guanhen sneered. Kang Xian's face fell. Who said I am going back on my words? That's right. Gu Hai, your willpower is stronger than mine. You are really good. I admire you. We agreed on 50 years. I will enter the Dahan for 50 years. Kang Xian greets your Majesty. Kang Xian immediately bowed. Although he felt that Gu Hai's cultivation had not reached the heavenly palace, Kang Xian didn't care about cultivation anymore. So what if Gu Hai's cultivation had not reached the heavenly palace? He was stronger than him. There was no need to refuse. It was only 50 years. In that case, I will confer Kang Xian as the commander of the 5th army of the Dahan Empire. You can lead an army and be conferred the title of Viscount Ming. Gu Hai said solemnly. The title of Viscount was only because he had not made any contributions to the Dahan Empire. Now, he had made an exception and was conferred as the commander of the 5th army. Kang Xian greets your Majesty. Solemnly Kang Xian bowed. Since His Majesty was stronger than him, he could worship him. At this moment, although Kang Xian was still a little uncomfortable, he did what he said. In that case, let's go. Gu Hai said. Your Majesty, I want to seek revenge from the Buddhas of the Holy Land of Mount Numinous. Kang Xian was still brooding. Let's go out first. Gu Hai shook his head and rejected Kang Xian's idea. The group flew towards the first layer of hell. However, Kang Xian still felt somewhat dissatisfied. You did train extremely well in hell. However, are you sure you can compare to the current Buddha? Do you think that he is the same as the future Buddha? Gu Hai asked sullenly. Yes. Kang Xian felt somewhat unconvinced but did not refute. The group soon arrived at the first layer of hell. Gu Hai reached out and took out the suet jade bottle that Bodhisattva Lien Xing gave him. Chapter 767. The entrance to the first layer of hell. Jidong Bodhisattva, Di Ting Bodhisattva, and the Ghost Kings were waiting. Do you think Kang Xian is obediently waiting for the Buddha's orders now? Jidong Bodhisattva laughed. Of course. What kind of place is the 16th layer of hell? The baleful aura there is countless times more than the first layer. He has been imprisoned there for nearly 100 million years. Ha, it's scary just thinking about it. As long as he is not crazy, he must be crying and begging the Buddha. Di Ting Bodhisattva sneered. The two bodhisattvas are wise. The Ghost Kings flattered. Just as everyone was waiting, at the entrance to the first layer. Whoosh! Suddenly, 3 figures flew out. Are they back? So fast. A Ghost King was surprised. No, it's Gu Hai, Shenguan Hen, and that's Kang Xian. Jidong Bodhisattva's expression suddenly changed. How did they come out? However, he saw Gu Hai take out a white jade bottle in the distance. Where's the Buddha? Di Ting Bodhisattva's expression darkened. No, they must have escaped from the Buddha. Gu Hai is still alive. Kang Xian escaped. We must inform the Buddha immediately. Jidong Bodhisattva's expression darkened. Buddha, Kang Xian has reached the first layer. Come quickly. Di Ting Bodhisattva suddenly roared. The sound formed a strange frequency that rushed to the second layer of hell, and then to the third layer of hell. In the distance, Kang Xian, who was suppressed by Gu Hai and was still resentful, suddenly turned around. Ha! Baldi, roar! Kang Xian roared. He waved his hand and a black wind rushed out. Kang Xian opened his mouth and inhaled. Ah! The monks and Ghost Kings were suddenly swept up by the black wind. Oh no, I can't break free. Save me. Buddha, save me. Ah! Everyone screamed and tried to break free from the black wind. Your Gautama Buddha is in my stomach. If you want to find him in my stomach. Kang Xian inhaled ferociously. Huff! Everyone was sucked into Kang Xian's mouth. Gu Hai was speechless. Kang Xian, why are you so resentful? You want to swallow this bunch of little monks? Shenguan Hen said with a bitter smile. It's none of your business. Kang Xian added coldly. Shenguan Hen smiled bitterly and said nothing more. Gu Hai opened the suet jade bottle. There was originally a reincarnation lotus bud inside. 250 million years. At this moment, that flower bud had completely bloomed. No, it had already bloomed, forming a lotus pod, and even nurturing new lotus seeds. Then, the lotus seeds grew again, growing into 5 lotus flowers. 5 flowers bloomed. It seems that growth is slower in the 18 levels of hell. Gu Hai said with a smile. Only 5 flowers grew in 200 million years. However, it was enough. Your Majesty, when present Buddha opens the exit, we will rush out immediately and swallow him. Kang Xian said with resentment in his eyes. Present Buddha. Kang Xian, you'd better not provoke him for the time being. Gu Hai shook his head. Why? Kang Xian was still unwilling to accept the result. Let's go out first. Gu Hai reached out and plucked a reincarnation lotus. Wang! The plucked flower instantly withered. At the same time, the reincarnation lotus also withered rapidly. It withered and emitted a colorful light. Suddenly, a passage appeared in front of the three of them. This is... Kong Xian was puzzled. Let's go. We can go out through this passage. Gu Hai explained. The three of them stepped out of the passage. Phew. Soon, the three of them passed through the passage and appeared on the other side. After exiting for a while, the passage disappeared abruptly. The three of them stood on the peak of a mountain and looked at the flat land in all directions. Sniff. The three of them inhaled deeply at the same time. This is the spiritual energy. This is the feeling of the divine continent. Ha 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 ha. We are back. Shangguanhen suddenly felt refreshed. It was too difficult to endure in the underworld. Kong Xian's baleful aura also dissipated somewhat. He was finally back. He felt much more comfortable. This place is... Gu Hai frowned slightly as he looked around. Bodhisattva Yanxing said that one would appear randomly in the divine continent after exiting the reincarnation lotus. This place was not marked, so Xiao Qin did not know where it was. Shangguanhen, go and investigate. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Whoosh. Shangguanhen immediately flew to a city in the distance. Soon, he returned. Your Majesty, it is really far. This is the border of the Great Yellow Dynasty. We are already in the southwest of the divine continent. Shangguanhen said with a bitter smile. Let's go and meet up with Ao Shun and Chang Ming first. Gu Hai said seriously. All right. The two answered. Bang! The three of them turned into three beams of light and disappeared into the horizon. Hell Dao Secret Realm, Yama Palace Entrance, Wang. All of a sudden, an opening appeared. The present Buddha and the past Buddha led a group of bodhisattvas and arhats into the first layer of hell. Huh? Where are they? The past Buddha frowned. The surroundings were a mess. The Yama Palace collapsed, and the ghost soldiers and ghost generals hid in all directions. Buddha! Buddha, you're finally here, you're finally here. A ghost king stumbled over from afar. Yama King. Where are the others? How did you end up like this? The past Buddha asked seriously. Gu Hai, Shangguanhen, Kong Xian, they escaped. They escaped. The others were eaten by Kong Xian. Eaten. The Yama King said in horror. Eaten? What eaten? Kong Xian escaped. The past Buddha's expression changed. Future Buddha, I don't know. I went down to take a look. No. Maybe they were eaten by Kong Xian. They escaped. The Yama King said in horror. What happened? Tell me, where is the Buddha? The past Buddha asked anxiously. The Yama King didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything he knew. After that, the past Buddha's face darkened. This Gu Hai is really a scourge. The present Buddha closed his eyes, as if he was sensing something. Buddha, has the future Buddha really been eaten? It shouldn't be. He still has the closed eyes world meditation. The past Buddha said anxiously. He is still alive. He used the undying golden body technique. The present Buddha shook his head and said. With their speed, it took them more than 10 days to reach the border of the spirited mountain. Boom! The three of them landed on a mountain peak and stirred up a gust of wind. Countless bats flew out of the forest. Whoosh! Countless bats gathered and soon formed a figure in a black robe. It was Chang Ming. Your Majesty, you are out. That's great. Chang Ming was pleasantly surprised. Oh. You are alone. Gu Hai was puzzled. Ao Shun will be back soon. That day when we split up, I saw you in the distance. Ao Shun wanted to rush forward but I stopped him. These days, Ao Shun has been leaving early and returning late at night to inquire about your majesty. I have been waiting here. Changming immediately said with a smile. The great Myojin. Changming suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at Kong Xian. Kong Xian's face was cold, but he didn't say anything. He is now the 5th army commander of the Dahan Empire. Gu Hai explained. Oh. Changming was startled and nodded his head. While everyone waited patiently, Gu Hai began to set up the array. In the evening, Ao Shun indeed returned. When he saw Gu Hai, he was pleasantly surprised. Shangguan Jizun, you have recovered your cultivation? Ao Shun asked in surprise. Yes. Your Majesty imparted me a cultivation technique. It was tough. Shangguan Ji said bitterly. The 18 levels of hell were indeed not a place for humans. However, Ao Shun didn't know that. Tough. You call that tough? In just a dozen days, you went from having no cultivation to reaching the heavenly palace realm. You still have the cheek to call it tough? Ao Shun didn't understand. He had a strange expression, but couldn't bring himself to ask. Your Majesty, what are we going to do now? Changming asked in a low voice. Capture Sun Wukong. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Ancient Emperor, I will go this time. Ao Shun immediately requested. Your Majesty, I can turn into a bat and hide my body. I will go. Changming requested. Your Majesty, I will go. It shouldn't be difficult to capture a monkey. Shangguan Hen said confidently. Your Majesty, I will go. Kong Xian also requested. Although Kong Xian requested, Gu Hai could see a different feeling in Kong Xian's eyes. Resentment. A towering resentment. Although he had suppressed it, it was still endless resentment. Persuade Kong Xian, lay out the facts, and reason with him. Given Kong Xian's personality, he definitely wouldn't listen. You can go, but I want to ask you. Are the future Buddha and the others really still alive? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Crack. Kong Xian opened his mouth and spat out. Instantly, the future Buddha was spat out. However, the future Buddha seemed to have turned into a golden statue. He didn't move, and black demonic chi surrounded him. The other monks and ghostly beings have been digested. Only his invincible golden body technique can survive for now. However, he will be digested sooner or later. He won't be able to hold on for long. Kong Xian said in a low voice. There is still a rank 9 golden lotus. Gu Hai looked at Kong Xian. I want that golden lotus. Your Majesty, you won't steal my spoils, right? Kong Xian frowned and looked at Gu Hai. Ha, if you can keep it, then keep it. Gu Hai said with a smile. Kong Xian nodded. Obviously, he couldn't hand over the rank 9 golden lotus. Give the future Buddha to me. You and Shangguan Hen go to Mount Huagua and capture Sun Wukong. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Kong Xian looked at the future Buddha and nodded. Okay. Be careful on the way. Try to keep it a secret. That monkey is very smart, but don't be fooled by his appearance. Gu Hai said solemnly. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Shangguan Hen nodded. Shangguan Hen knew Mount Huagua. Shangguan Hen also knew Monkey. Monkey's 72 transformations might be able to fool others, but Shangguan Hen also cultivated the art of 8 and 9 mystic arts. Moreover, his cultivation level was even higher than Sun Wukong's. Naturally, he couldn't escape Shangguan Hen's grasp. Whoosh! The two turned into streaks of light and disappeared. Ancient Emperor, Shangguan Hen's cultivation level has increased by a lot. Ao Shun said in a low voice, looking at Shangguan Hen's back. That's right. Crown Prince Ao Shun, what are your future plans? Gu Hai looked at Ao Shun and asked. My future plans? Ao Shun was silent for a while. Right now, Ao Sheng is the North Sea Dragon King. If you don't mind, why don't you join the Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Like Shengguan Hen, you will be the king of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty's national beast. I remember that a country can have more than one national beast. Gu Hai looked at Ao Shun and invited. Chapter 768. When Gu Hai invited Ao Shun did not reject. Instead, he fell into deep thought. After a moment of silence, Ao Shun smiled bitterly and said, Ancient Emperor, although Ao Sheng is bad, he is still my younger brother. I don't want to compete with him. You misunderstand. I didn't ask you to compete with Ao Sheng. Don't feel burdened. Are there only the North Sea Dragon tribe dragons in the world? Can't you form a new dragon tribe army? Just like that Sakura. Gu Hai said solemnly. Ao Shun frowned slightly. Besides, I feel that although Ao Sheng is much stronger now, he is not a wise ruler. In the North Sea Dragon Palace, there are many dragons who grew up with you. They fought with you and were injured for you. Can you really bear to let Ao Sheng mess with them and kill them one by one? Gu Hai said solemnly. No, I don't think so. Ao Shun frowned and said. Whether you will or not, I'm not sure. But at the very least, when they have nowhere else to go, you can give them a place to stay, right? Isn't that so? Gu Hai asked. Ao Shun fell into deep thought. Of course, the sovereign of the nation's beast, if you're not willing to forcefully pull the group of dragons to become your subordinates, I won't force you either. Having you alone is enough. You've also seen it for yourself, Sakura and Ao Sheng, they were eyeing your bloodline previously. This is just the beginning, will there be more enemies in the future? You are the supreme beast of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. At the very least, we can be allies and help each other. Unless you look down on the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. In that case, just pretend I didn't say anything. Gu Hai said with a smile. How could that be? How would I dare to look down on the Dahan Imperial Dynasty? It's just that I will cause a lot of trouble for the ancient emperor in the future. Ao Shun said with a bitter smile. You agreed. Ha ha ha, trouble. This emperor is least afraid of trouble. Gu Hai laughed happily. Since your majesty doesn't mind, I, Ao Shun, will be thick-skinned. Ao Shun said with a smile. No, why would I? Ha ha ha, this emperor is overjoyed. Obtaining Ao Shun's help is like obtaining an arm. Gu Hai immediately laughed. Congratulations, Supreme Ao. You've managed to recreate the glory of Supreme Ao Tianhuang. Chang Ming said with a smile. Flower Fruit Mountain, Water Curtain Cave. Get out, get out. Sun Wukong angrily drove the monkeys out of the Water Curtain Cave. My king, what happened to you? One of the monkeys mustered up the courage to ask. Scram. I get annoyed whenever I see those bald donkeys. You guys are their eyes and ears. Don't think that I don't know. Scram, scram, scram. Sun Wukong shouted gloomily. A group of monkeys immediately swarmed out. They even sent a group of demon kings to surround my Flower Fruit Mountain. Are they monitoring me? Humph. Sun Wukong shouted angrily. No one knew who he was scolding. Just as the group of monkeys stepped out of the Water Curtain Cave gloomily, Sun Wukong's expression suddenly changed. Who's there? Shengguan Hen and Kong Xian quickly flew to Flower Fruit Mountain. Here. Kong Xian's expression darkened. That's right. Shengguan Hen nodded. Whoosh. Kong Xian immediately waved his hand, and billowing black gas instantly enveloped Flower Fruit Mountain. Who's there? An angry shout suddenly came from within Flower Fruit Mountain. It was Sun Wukong who flew out of the water curtain cave. Kong Xian, you stay behind. I'll catch him. Shangguan said in a deep voice. Whoosh! Shangguan immediately rushed down and flew towards the water curtain cave. Boom! A gust of wind blew past, and Shangguan suddenly appeared in front of Sun Wukong. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, Stinky Turtle. Ha, ha 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 ha, Gu Hai escaped. Where is he? Sun Wukong stared at Shangguan, his eyes emitting a golden light. His Majesty is not here. Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, please come with us. Shangguan said in a deep voice. Oh. He's not here. Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly lit up. As long as Gu Hai was not here, Sun Wukong was not afraid of anything. Please. Shangguan said in a deep voice. Please. Ha ha ha, Gu Hai is not here. You stinky turtle, you want to take me away. Eat old Sun's stick. Sun Wukong suddenly shouted. He took out the Jingu Bang from his ear and enlarged it countless times. Sun Wukong's face was ferocious, and he slammed the staff towards Shangguan. Humph. Shangguan eyes flashed with a desire to fight. He took a step forward and met the attack with a punch. Use the 8 or 9 mysteries art. You know it, so do I. Do you think you have an indestructible Vajra body like me? Beat me up. Sun Wukong shouted with a ferocious face. Clang! A loud sound rang out as Shangguan golden fist collided with the Jingu Bang. The Jingu Bang was instantly knocked back. A huge shockwave spread out in all directions. The entire Flower Fruit Mountain was instantly enveloped in a storm. The rebound of the Jingu Bang made Sun Wukong's hands numb. What? How did you become so strong in such a short time? Sun Wukong's face changed. Xiao Chen's staff strike had killed countless fiendish demons. However, Shangguan fist actually blocked his staff strike. Before the golden light on the fist faded, Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly shrank. 8 or 9 mysteries art. You know it too. Sun Wukong's face suddenly changed. His Majesty taught me it. Just like you. Shangguan sneered. Humph, just like me. No one is more powerful than me in the 8 or 9 mysteries art. Even Yang Jian was no match for me. Humph, again. Sun Wukong shouted coldly. Shangguan took a step forward and instantly approached Sun Wukong. Boom! With a punch, Sun Wukong was immediately sent flying. It was so fast that Sun Wukong was caught off guard. Impossible, you, how many levels are you? Sun Wukong stared and shouted. 64. Shangguan shouted coldly and instantly appeared in front of Sun Wukong again. Boom! Sun Wukong was instantly smashed into the ground. The entire Mount Huagua shook violently, and the surrounding sea water rose up. Kong Xian stood in the sky and looked coldly at Shangguan who was suppressing Sun Wukong. He frowned slightly. Obviously, he was also curious about the 8 or 9 mysteries art. However, at the next moment, Kong Xian suddenly squinted his eyes and looked at the surrounding islands. Come out, old brothers. Kong Xian said coldly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Suddenly, more than 10 figures rushed into the sky with different expressions and surrounded Kong Xian. They were the group of grand demons who had been captured by the Buddha together with Kong Xian. They had also accompanied Kong Xian to set up the cosmic stars formation. Kong Xian, you really came out. The leader of the bull demons said coldly. This Shangguan was so powerful. That Sun Wukong was a powerful character, and he was caught just like that. You go, Shengguanhen, I'll help you stop them. Kang Xian shook his head. No need, they won't be able to catch up to us. Shengguanhen frowned. I said, you go first and bring Sun Wukong back. This group of monster kings is just the beginning. Soon, the people from Spirited Mountain will be here. The present Buddha and the past Buddha will be here soon. I'll stop them, you go first. Kang Xian said solemnly. Shengguanhen's eyes were filled with uncertainty. He saw Kang Xian's determination and nodded. Swish! In an instant, Shengguanhen shot into the distance. Stop right there. The Minotaur stared and wanted to stop him. Roar! Kang Xian opened his mouth and roared. Once again, a gust of black wind engulfed the Minotaur. He opened his mouth and sucked the Minotaur into his stomach. What? Kang Xian, you swallowed the Minotaur. The Buddha will not let you go. Another wolf demon stared and roared. Ha 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 ha, Buddha. Today, I'm not leaving because I want to wait for them to come. Not only will I devour you, but I'll also devour the entire Spirit Mountain Holy Land. The Buddha of the past and the Buddha of the present won't be able to escape. I'll devour them all. Boom! Kang Xian turned into a giant peacock that was 3,000 feet long. Demonic chi burst out from his body and dyed the entire sky black. Chapter 769. Boom! The peacock spread its wings and the demonic aura instantly dyed the sky black. The demonic aura carried a monstrous resentment and burst out as if there were thousands of demons howling inside. The Monster King's expressions changed instantly. Kang Xian, how did your strength change? Why do I feel like I'm looking at the Eastern Emperor Tai? Let's attack together. The holy grounds of the spiritual mountain will know soon. Quick, take him down. The Monster Kings immediately transformed into their monster forms. The aura around them surged and huge waves suddenly rose around the Flower Fruit Mountain. Ha 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 ha, what a dog of the spiritual mountain. You're courting death. You can't blame anyone. Kang Xian stared. He flapped his wings and a black storm formed around him. It swept towards the Monster Kings. Let's attack together. One of the toads shouted angrily. He opened his mouth and spat out a long tongue towards Kang Xian. Swoosh! Kang Xian spread his wings and shot out a ray of 5-colored divine light. As the divine light brushed past, the toad's tongue disappeared. Ah! The toad exclaimed. Kang Xian opened his mouth and inhaled. Swoosh! The toad was swallowed by Kang Xian. All the Monster Kings attacked almost at the same time. Their beast claws and bird claws turned into divine weapons and charged towards Kang Xian, as if they were going to tear Kang Xian apart. Swoosh! Kang Xian flapped his wings again. As the 5-colored divine light passed, all the beast claws and bird claws disappeared. Ah, my leg! The Monster Kings exclaimed. Roar! Kang Xian opened his mouth and inhaled. Immediately, 3 more Monster Kings were swallowed into his stomach. The demon monarchs lost a leg and were inexplicably terrified. Kang Xian really has the strength of Tai. Run, run! The Monster Kings exclaimed. No one would have thought that Kang Xian's strength would be tyrannical to this extent. Tai's strength? All the Monster Kings trembled. They turned around and fled in all directions. Escape? It's too late to escape now. Kang Xian's eyes turned cold. They flapped their wings and chased after the most demon kings. Among the demon kings, the slowest one was sucked into Kang Xian's stomach in the blink of an eye. Up ahead were some bird-type demon kings. Quick, over there, that's Tianning Temple, a subsidiary temple of the Holy Land of Mount Numinous. Tianning Bodhisattva is inside. Hurry, Tianning Bodhisattva, help. A few bird-type demon kings pounced over in surprise. In Tianning Temple, a white-robed monk was instructing his disciples when he suddenly heard a loud shout in the sky. Moreover, an enormous wave of vicious qi rushed towards him. The white-robed monk's expression changed. Quick, activate the formation. Buzz. Tianning Temple was immediately enveloped in a great array of golden light. Boom. The group of demon monarchs in front were immediately stopped. Let us in, Tianning Bodhisattva, let us in. The demon kings cried out in alarm. Go, go. Tianning Bodhisattva ignored him. Behind them, Kong Xian didn't fly fast, neither fast nor slow. There was a hint of hatred in his eyes, like a cat catching a mouse. Bah, Tianning old bald donkey, I didn't say a word when you asked me to help you find the spiritual treasure last time. Now that we're in trouble, you're ignoring us. The leader of the demon monarchs roared in grief and indignation. Bastard, scram, don't cause trouble for me. Tianning Bodhisattva glared at him. The demon monarchs flew into the sky resentfully. Kong Xian, on the other hand, was right in front of them. The entire sky was instantly dyed black. Tianning Bodhisattva's expression changed. Then, he saw Kong Xian flapping his wings. Swoosh! Tianning Temple's great array exploded with a bang. What? Tianning Bodhisattva's expression changed. Roar! He opened his mouth and inhaled. The black wind swept up all the monks of Tianning Temple and instantly entered Kong Xian's stomach. No, no, ah. Tianning Bodhisattva had nowhere to run and was instantly swallowed by Kong Xian. Tianning Temple was empty. The fleeing demons in front suddenly changed their expressions. This is only the beginning. As long as it's related to the holy mountain, I'll eat it all. Kong Xian flapped his wings with a ferocious expression. The demons in front fled while Kong Xian ate at the back. Tianning Temple, Ningguo Temple, Daming Temple. Kong Xian's stomach was like a bottomless hole that kept swallowing. The demon monarchs in front were terrified. 500 Arhat formation, quick, stop Kong Xian. Ah, the 500 Arhat formation was eaten by Kong Xian too. Demons are rampant, Bodhisattva, save us. Ah, Bodhisattva was eaten by Kong Xian too. For a moment, the holy mountain seemed to have encountered an unprecedented calamity. The demons were ferocious, and Kong Xian swallowed the heavens and the earth. The entire holy mountain was alarmed. Countless bodhisattvas, arhats, bhikkhus, and vajras looked from afar and felt a chill in their hearts. This was an unprecedented calamity. Kong Xian was too strong. He was so strong that as long as the monks rushed over, they would all be swallowed into his stomach. Formation. They couldn't resist Kong Xian's five-colored holy light. All the magic treasures disappeared in the five-colored holy light. The black wind blew wildly, and Kong Xian's mouth was like the 18th level of hell. Countless bodhisattvas, arhats, and bhikkhus flew to the holy mountain and the entrance of the Mahavira hall in horror. Ancestral Buddha, the demons are too arrogant. Ancestral Buddha, please uphold justice. Buddha, the demons are attacking and destroying our holy mountain. Buddha. More and more monks gathered. At the entrance of the holy mountain. The present Buddha, the past Buddha, the South Dragon Maiden, and a group of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas were all looking into the distance. Amateus Buddha, this Kong Xian's heart is full of resentment. The past Buddha frowned. The present Buddha also frowned at Kong Xian in the distance. Buddha, Kong Xian has completely turned into a demon. Buddha, please don't be lenient. The past Buddha smiled bitterly. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately. The present Buddha put his palms together. But the past Buddha was worried. I can only enlighten him personally. The present Buddha's eyes flashed with a ray of light. Yes. The group of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats said respectfully. The present Buddha took a step and disappeared. The past Buddha led all the Bodhisattvas and Arhats to stand on the square, watching how the present Buddha subdued Kongxian. Huagua Mountain. Shangguanhen saw that persuading Kongxian was ineffective, so he didn't try to persuade him anymore. After all, Kongxian wouldn't listen to him. Moreover, His Majesty was most concerned about Sun Wukong. He had to send Sun Wukong to His Majesty as soon as possible. Therefore, Shangguanhen didn't try to persuade him anymore. Instead, he took Sun Wukong and instantly shot into the distance. Kongxian had a falling out with the group of demon kings. His ferocious aura was spreading everywhere, and his demonic aura was overflowing. However, there was another person watching from afar. It was the head of the demigods and semidevils, Dishir Tian. Dishir Tian squinted his eyes, Kongxian. He came out this time with such a ruthless aura. His strength actually soared so much. Could it be that the 18 levels of hell have such benefits? It seems that I have to enter the 18 levels of hell to train myself. Dishir Tian didn't stop Kongxian, because he understood that Kongxian was at his peak now. He might not be able to stop him. Moreover, Kongxian was so arrogant. The present Buddha, the past Buddha, and the rest must be watching from afar. Dishir Tian raised his eyebrows and looked at the direction where Shangguanhen left. Shangguanhen. His cultivation was already crippled the last time, but now, he's so powerful. Even Sun Wukong isn't his opponent. What happened to them in the 18 levels of hell? I'll catch them and interrogate them properly. Dishir Tian's eyes turned cold. Xiao. Dishir Tian instantly chased after Shangguanhen. After half a day, Shangguanhen finally returned to the previous place with Sun Wukong. Your Majesty, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Shangguanhen smiled. Where's Kongxian? Changming asked curiously. A group of monster kings set up an ambush at Huagua Mountain. Kongxian asked me to leave first, so he stopped them. Shangguanhen smiled bitterly. I knew that Kongxian wouldn't be satisfied if he didn't get rid of this resentment. Sigh. Gu Hai sighed slightly. Gu Hai, ha ha ha, you really don't give up. You insist on sending me back. Sun Wukong was restrained by Shangguanhen and said with grief and indignation. At this moment, Gu Hai waved his hand. The void trembled slightly and the array reappeared, forming a huge black hole behind Gu Hai. Sun Wukong, I'm sorry. When I was a child, I heard of your deeds of causing havoc in the heavenly palace and worshipped you. If it was another time, I would be very willing to be friends with you. However, I'm no longer a child, so I can only offend you. Gu Hai said solemnly. Ha ha, worship. Ha ha ha, put away your hypocrisy, Sun Wukong said coldly. You can go back and find Ancestor Bodhi. He will tell you everything. I have no choice but to send you back. At the same time, you don't have to be too angry. This may not be a farewell forever. Perhaps, you will be back soon. Gu Hai shook his head. You're lying to me. Do you think I will believe you? Sun Wukong glared and roared. Sorry. Gu Hai said solemnly. At the same time, he gave Shangguanhen a look. Shangguanhen immediately flew over and wanted to throw Sun Wukong into the void. Ka, let me go, stinky turtle. Sun Wukong was still unwilling. However, the cruel fact was that he was really powerless. He thought that he was the strongest in the 8 and 9 mysterious arts. Who would have thought that this stinky turtle would be better than him in just a few days? Just when Shangguanhen was about to send Sun Wukong into the 2 passages. Boom! Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed over, and a figure instantly appeared on top of a mountain peak not far away. Who is it? Changming and Ao Shun immediately stared and became alert. Sakura. Gu Hai's face darkened. Sakura, quick, save me. Sun Wukong was suddenly happy. Oh. This passage again. Where did Sun Wukong come from? Where are you going to send him? Sakura stared and asked. Your Majesty, sorry, I didn't notice that Sakura was following me. Shangguan frowned. He didn't expect that he would attract Sakura. No need to apologize. Leave Sun Wukong to me. You go and stop him. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Shangguan replied. After handing Sun Wukong and the Jingu Bang to Gu Hai, Shangguan immediately rushed towards Sakura. At this moment, Sakura also rushed over and met Shangguan head-on. Oh. You want to stop me too? Sakura revealed a cold smile. My mistake, naturally, I will solve it. Shangguan stared. The two of them faced each other and raised their fists. Hong. Chapter 770. When Shangguan punched over, Sakura revealed a trace of malevolence. Although Shangguan cultivation wasn't obvious in the past, Sakura saw it clearly when he defeated Sun Wukong previously. Hence, he was extremely careful with Shangguan and punched with almost all his strength. Boom! Both of their fists collided in the void. A huge air wave rushed in all directions, and even the void was distorted. Both of them didn't take a step back when they clashed head-on. A strong wind blew from all directions. Ao Shun and Changming immediately flattened the void to prevent Gu Hai's formation from being destroyed. Bang! Shangguan and Sakura each took a step back. Sakura's eyes flashed with bewilderment. Increased by so much? Sakura looked at Shangguan in surprise. Sakura. Good ability. Shangguan said with a gloomy face. After the tempering in hell, Shangguan thought that he was already very powerful when he came out. However, when he met Sakura, he was actually on par with him in one punch. Ha ha ha, it seems that there is indeed a great opportunity in the 18 levels of hell. After this time, I will definitely go in and have a look. Humph. Sakura snorted with a malevolent face. Sakura rushed over again. His eyes were filled with fighting intent. He wanted to know how strong this Shangguan was. Come on. Shangguan also rushed up. Boom, 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 boom. The two peerless experts made their moves. Their speed was extremely fast, leaving only afterimages. Shangguan deliberately led Sakura away from Gu Hai, allowing Gu Hai to continue setting up the formation. The two of them fought towards the distant sea. The entire sea was surging with huge waves. The sea was overturned, and the surrounding islands were constantly exploding. The loud sound shocked the surrounding cultivators. Sun Wukong looked at Shangguan method, and despair flashed in his eyes. 9 Mysterious Art. He really reached 64. Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with strong unwillingness. When he learned this technique in the past, he was high-spirited and didn't put anyone in his eyes. It was as though this technique was tailor-made for him, and no one could compare to him. He couldn't cultivate anymore because of the flaws in the technique. He had cultivated to the limit. No one could surpass him in this technique. Sun Wukong never faced his laziness. But at this moment, Sun Wukong hated himself. Why didn't he cultivate diligently? But now, Sun Wukong, I'm sorry. As for the Jingu Bang, only you are worthy of it. Here, take it. Gu Hai grabbed Sun Wukong and threw him into the tunnel. At this moment, Sun Wukong was filled with regret. It wasn't because he was caught, but because he was too playful in the past. How did you guys do it? How did he cultivate to such a high level? Sun Wukong looked at Gu Hai, eager to know. Shangguan Hen's talent isn't as good as yours. You cultivated for 7 years. However, Shangguan Hen cultivated for close to 100 million years in the 18 levels of hell. You were cowardly and avoided him, but he endured for 100 million years. Can you do it? Gu Hai said solemnly. 18 levels of hell, close to 100 million years. Sun Wukong was shocked. Looking at Shangguan Hen, who was showing off his prowess in the distance, Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with humiliation. 18 levels of hell. Ha, I'll go there too. I'll definitely get back what I lost today. Sun Wukong said with a ferocious expression. Phew. Sun Wukong entered the tunnel and disappeared from Gu Hai's sight. Knowing shame and courage. I hope you can do it. In the future, I hope to be able to fight side by side with you, great sage equal to heaven. Gu Hai said solemnly. Huff. The entrance to the formation suddenly shrank and disappeared. Wang. Gu Hai waved his hand and removed the ritual array. Then, various enchanted treasures emerged from the ground. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, all of them entered the immortal dome of antiquity. Ao Shun and Chang Ming were stunned. Over 100 million years. What did that mean? Gu Hai didn't explain. Instead, he looked at the battle between Sakura and Shangguan Hen in the distance. The battle between the two was getting fiercer and fiercer, but no one could do anything to the other. Your Majesty, do we need to help? Chang Ming asked solemnly. We still need to save Kong Xian, but we can't do anything else. Gu Hai frowned. What happened to Kong Xian? Chang Ming was puzzled. According to my analysis, he must have gone to the sacred ground of the Soul Mountain to cause trouble. Sai, Ao Shun, you stay behind and support Shangguan Hen. Chang Ming, follow me to find Kong Xian. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Chang Ming and Ao Shun answered. Phew. Ao Shun immediately flew towards Shangguan Hen in the distance. Gu Hai took another look and flew away with Chang Ming. In the distance, Sakura also saw Gu Hai leaving while fighting. Stop! Sakura's expression changed and shouted angrily. Boom! Shangguan Hen punched Sakura and made him retreat. Focus, Sakura. Your opponent is me now. Phew. Ao Shun suddenly came forward. Shangguan Jizun, let me help you. No need, just watch. Shangguan Hen said confidently. In the sacred ground of the Soul Mountain, wherever Demon King Kong Xian went, the demonic aura would soar to the sky. He devoured countless monks, and countless monks died in the mouth of Kong Xian. The 8,860 temples of the Soul Mountain suffered a calamity at this moment, and countless were in panic. As he devoured, the demonic aura around Kong Xian grew stronger and stronger. Ha 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 ha, Buddha now. These monks died because of your greed. If you didn't imprison me for 100 million years, how would there be today's calamity? Roar. Kong Xian roared. The demonic sound soared to the sky, and thousands of monks trembled in fear. Amateus Buddha. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the center of the demonic aura. Buddha. Help. Suddenly, countless monks shrouded in demonic aura revealed a look of ecstasy. Buddha now is finally here. That's the voice of Buddha now. That's right, every time Buddha now gave a lecture in the Hall of Great Strength, his voice would spread everywhere. Kong Xian lowered his head and immediately saw a mountain peak not far away. Buddha now was sitting cross-legged on the peak of the mountain. Buddha now. You're finally here. Kong Xian stared and sneered. Buddha now looked up at the sky. A peacock that was 3,000 feet long, like a demon that could destroy the world, turned its head and rushed towards him with a monstrous aura. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Kong Xian, are you still so stubborn? Buddha Nao's body resounded with a monstrous aura. Boom! The loud sound seemed to condense a myriad of golden light. The golden light instantly dyed the heaven and earth golden, and was particularly dazzling in the demonic aura. Buddha! Ha ha ha, so what? Today, I will destroy Buddha, destroy the sacred ground of the Soul Mountain, and devour everything in the Soul Mountain. Kong Xian roared with a ferocious expression. Boom! Almost all the demonic aura was suddenly swept up by Kong Xian's wings and rushed towards Buddha Nao. The demonic aura that filled the sky condensed and reached Buddha Nao in an instant. Buddha, now that he's here, this big demon is finished. Buddha, now he's talking about Buddhist principles. There's no need to deal with such a big demon. Buddha Nao, he'll definitely be able to capture this demon. The surrounding monks were waiting for Buddha Nao to make his move. However, they saw the demonic aura turning into a black wind and sweeping Buddha Nao up. Roar! Kong Xian opened his mouth and a strong suction force rushed out. This suction force seemed to be able to devour the heaven and earth. All the monks' expressions changed. The monstrous demonic aura suddenly rushed towards Kong Xian's mouth. Buddha Nao. The monks in the four directions were shocked. Boom! In one gulp, Kong Xian swallowed Buddha Nao into his stomach. What? Impossible, how could Buddha Nao be swallowed by this demon? The demonic aura is overflowing. Is this the end of the sacred ground of Spirited Mountain? Buddha is 1 foot tall, the demon is 10 feet tall. Countless monks exclaimed. In the distance, at the entrance of the great Thunderclap Temple, all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats were shocked. Buddha Nao. Buddha Nao. Sacred ground of Spirited Mountain. Ha 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 ha, now that Buddha Nao is in my stomach, it's your turn. Roar! Kong Xian roared again. Boom! The demonic aura around him exploded again and dyed the entire sky of Spirited Mountain black. No! A great sense of despair shrouded the entire sacred ground of Spirited Mountain. Even Buddha Nao is not a match for this big demon. Kong Xian flapped his wings and flew towards the Mahavira Hall because there were the most Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats there. Wherever Kong Xian went, it was like the end of the world. Past Buddha, what should we do now? The monks asked anxiously. The past Buddha's expression was also terrible. Just as everyone was at a loss. Boom! A loud sound rang out, but Kong Xian's abdomen exploded with a loud bang. A golden light flew out from the inside. The golden light flew out and landed on Kong Xian's back. Boom! With a loud sound, the 3,000 feet long peacock shook violently. Screech! The peacock cried out in pain. On the peacock's back, there was a huge 9th-rank golden lotus that was emitting a dazzling golden light. On the golden lotus sat the present Buddha who was just swallowed. Now, with a swing of his sleeves, countless monks were thrown out. Buddha Nao, is that Buddha Nao? Buddha Nao is still alive? That's great, he came out of Kong Xian's stomach. Those are the Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Bhikkhus who were just swallowed. At the entrance of the Hall of Great Strength, countless monks were pleasantly surprised. Amateus Buddha, if I don't go to hell, who will? Buddha Nao is merciful. In order to save the living beings swallowed by Kong Xian, I purposely allowed myself to be swallowed by Kong Xian. From the world inside Kong Xian's stomach, I saved the living beings who were swallowed. Good, good. The past Buddha put his palms together. Buddha Nao is merciful. All the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Bhikkhus put their palms together. They were in awe of the present Buddha's bravery. Screech, present Buddha, did you purposely steal the 9th-rank golden lotus to enter my stomach? The peacock roared ferociously. It flapped its wings and tried to break free from the present Buddha. Boom! Under the present Buddha's control, the ninth-rank golden lotus suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light and suppressed Kong Xian, making him unable to resist. Amateus Buddha, evil creature, are you still not awake? The present Buddha put his palms together and looked at Kong Xian coldly. Don't even think about it, roar. Kong Xian roared with a ferocious expression. The sea of bitterness is boundless, turn back and you will be saved. Kong Xian, you have committed an unpardonable crime in the Calamity Spiritual Mountain and should be killed. However, I came out of your stomach and have the virtue of giving birth. I will spare your life and confer you the title of Buddha Mother, Mahamayuri. I hope you will behave yourself. The present Buddha sat on the ninth-rank golden lotus and said coldly. Buddha Mother? Buddha Mother? Ha ha ha, present Buddha, are you crazy? Dream on. Kong Xian roared with a ferocious expression. Humph. The present Buddha snorted coldly. The ninth-rank golden lotus suddenly suppressed. Boom. Puff. Kong Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, but he was suppressed to the point where he could not move. Under the suppression of the ninth-rank golden lotus, Kong Xian's body seemed to be out of his control and flew towards the Mahavira hall. Greetings, Buddha Mother, Mahamayuri. At the entrance of the Mahavira hall, a group of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats bowed. Buddha Mother, your grandmother. Old bald donkey, you dare to insult me and call me a female? Roar. Kong Xian roared with grief and indignation. Boom. Pooh. Another mouthful of blood was forced out by the ninth-rank golden lotus. Chapter 771. Greetings, Mother Buddha, Mahamayuri. At the entrance of the Mahavira hall, a group of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats bowed. Mother Buddha, your grandmother. Old bald donkey, how dare you insult me and call me a female? Roar. Kong Xian roared in grief and indignation. Boom. Pft. Another mouthful of blood was spat out by the ninth-grade golden lotus. Kong Xian's ruckus at the holy mountain had also angered the present Buddha. Initially, he was prepared to subdue Kong Xian. However, this Kong Xian was too insensible, so he could only use force. Today, you have to agree even if you don't want to. Demon? You think you're a demon? You're still too inexperienced in front of me. Do you know how I got the title of Tathagata's heavenly demon? The ninth-grade golden lotus under the present Buddha suppressed Kong Xian. Kong Xian tried to twist his body, but he couldn't break free. Roar, let me go, bald donkey, roar. Kong Xian roared as the demonic aura around him filled the sky. However, it was instantly melted by the ninth-grade golden lotus golden light, and the demonic aura turned into Buddha's light. Kong Xian, are you still so stubborn? The present Buddha said coldly. Boom. Pft. The ninth-grade golden lotus became heavier, and a strong pressure suppressed Kong Xian. Kong Xian immediately spat out blood. When the Buddha's light entered his body, it was unbearable, as if millions of ants were gnawing at his body. This was even more painful than the 16 levels of hell. This was an indescribable despair. Living was worse than death, but he couldn't die. Ah! Amidst the pain, Kong Xian felt as though golden lotuses were beginning to grow in his body. Golden lotuses were taking root and sprouting in his body. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. The present Buddha chanted again. Ah! Kong Xian screamed in pain. In the distance, the past Buddha said, Buddha, this demon Kong Xian is so stubborn. Why don't you convert him? Convert? How dare you? Kong Xian's expression changed as he shouted in shock. Convert? This was the most horrible torture in the holy mountain. It was brainwashing, turning one into a puppet, forsaken one's past, and only devotion to the Buddha. How could Kang Xian tolerate becoming a dog of the present Buddha? Let me go, roar. Kang Xian struggled with all his might. However, at this moment, Kang Xian suddenly realized that this Buddha was much more terrifying than he had imagined. At the very least, he couldn't do anything about it now. His body gradually turned numb, as though he was at the mercy of the Buddha. Do you want to be the mother Buddha of the spirited mountain, Mahamayuri, or do you want me to convert you? The Buddha's voice. Buddha's voice, the presence Xian, of. The resentment and unwillingness of the past turned into a sorrowful howl. In all directions, countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Bhikkhus were chanting scriptures, as if they wanted to help the current Buddha enlighten Kang Xian. Kang Xian's eyes were filled with despair and anger. Just as Kang Xian was at his wit's end, a voice sounded from afar. Holy Mountain, are you going to submit to the Dahan imperial dynasty? The Dahan imperial dynasty is very picky when it comes to accepting people. A cold voice sounded. All the monks in the holy mountain raised their eyebrows and turned to look. He saw a black-robed man standing on the peak of a mountain in the distance. Gu Hai. The past Buddha's face darkened. The Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats were stunned. Everyone had heard of Gu Hai before. Some of the higher-ups even knew that the Buddhist ancestor had been searching for Gu Hai during this period. He wasn't afraid of death. Why did he come here? Even the Buddha was slightly surprised as he looked at Gu Hai, who was at the peak of a mountain not far away. Ancient Emperor. Long time no see. The present Buddha said in a deep voice. Doubt flashed in his eyes. Why, Your Majesty? Kang Xian's face changed. Kang Xian might have submitted to Gu Hai for 50 years because of the bet, but he still felt conflicted. However, Gu Hai's sudden appearance gave Kang Xian a strange feeling. Is he here to save me? Dahan Imperial Dynasty, Gu Hai. Greetings, present Buddha, past Buddha. Gu Hai said solemnly. Gu Hai didn't seem to care about the others. Gu Hai, what are you doing here? The past Buddha shouted coldly. I'm here. I also want to ask the present Buddha. Why are you, a man, sitting on the Dahan army commander? He's a man, you're a man too. You're riding on him and forcing him to admit that he's a woman. Ha, ha ha ha, what a joke. Gu Hai didn't hold back at all. Insolence. The group of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats shouted. Was Gu Hai insulting the Buddha? Dahan Imperial Dynasty Army Commander. You mean Kang Xian? The present Buddha looked at Kang Xian with a dark expression. The present Buddha knew how prideful Kang Xian was. He had tried all sorts of persuasion, but Kang Xian wasn't willing to submit. Now he wanted to be the Dahan Imperial Dynasty Army Commander. That was ridiculous. That's right. Dahan Imperial Dynasty, 5th Army Commander, Kang Xian. Am I right? Gu Hai looked at Kang Xian in the distance. Kang Xian's face stiffened. Yes, Your Majesty. Kang Xian's greeting caused an uproar among the monks. Kang Xian had really submitted to Gu Hai. That didn't make sense. In front of everyone, Kang Xian had admitted to submitting to Gu Hai. On one hand, it was the truth. On the other hand, he was touched that Gu Hai had come to save him. This was the sacred ground of Mount Numinous. He didn't know his place and had barged in. And now, Gu Hai was going to go against the entire sacred ground of Mount Numinous in order to save him? Amateus Buddha, ancient emperor, Kang Xian has wreaked havoc in the sacred ground of Mount Numinous today. How can you leave just because you say so? At this moment, Kang Xian is the mother Buddha of Mount Numinous, the Mahamayuri, the present Buddha replied coldly. Kang Xian has wreaked havoc in Mount Numinous today and caused damage. My Dahan Imperial Dynasty will compensate him accordingly. Kong Xian, I must take him away today. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Ha, Gu Hai, what courage do you have to be so confident? The past Buddha said coldly. The present Buddha also revealed a cold smile. He reached out his hand and an alms bowl appeared in his hand. It was the reincarnation pool. Whoosh! With a swing of the reincarnation pool, a strong suction force rushed towards Gu Hai. Just like the previous time in the West Sea, Gu Hai was going to be sucked into the reincarnation pool. Your Majesty, please leave now. I'm a burden to you. Kong Xian's expression changed as he exclaimed. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a strong gust of wind swept towards Gu Hai. The mountain below Gu Hai's feet trembled and was suddenly sucked into the gust of wind and into the reincarnation pool. However, Gu Hai was still standing in the wind, motionless. The gust of wind didn't move Gu Hai at all. What? The bodhisattvas and arhats in the distance were shocked. Even the present Buddha squinted his eyes. You're there, but not there. The present Buddha looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Gu Hai smiled faintly. It's just a small trick. Don't think much of it. In the distance, the past Buddha's expression darkened. He didn't know how Gu Hai did it. How about this? I'll use this as compensation for the damage Kong Xian caused. What do you think? Gu Hai reached out his hand. Buzz! A golden statue instantly floated in the air. Future Buddha. The past Buddha's expression changed. The present Buddha's expression darkened. Whoosh! The past Buddha moved very quickly. He appeared in front of the future Buddha in an instant and reached out his hand. Whoosh! He grabbed at empty air. What? The past Buddha's expression darkened. How is this possible? The future Buddha is clearly in front of me. Why can't I touch him? Don't touch him. The future Buddha is not in this space-time. The present Buddha said to the past Buddha. At the same time, he looked coldly at Gu Hai. Well. Gu Hai, you actually have such a trick up your sleeve after a trip to hell? The present Buddha's expression darkened. Where is the future Buddha? The past Buddha stared at Gu Hai. Give me Kong Xian. I'll give you the future Buddha. Gu Hai said firmly. How dare you? Gu Hai, do you know who you're negotiating with? The past Buddha said coldly. I know. The Ling Mountain sacred ground. I'm not blind. Gu Hai laughed. Ha, do you know the consequences of going against the Ling Mountain sacred ground? A small imperial dynasty like yours dares to act presumptuously in the Ling Mountain sacred ground. Believe it or not, as long as we give the order, your Dahan imperial dynasty will be annihilated. The past Buddha said coldly. Ha, past Buddha, do you think I'm afraid? Gu Hai suddenly glared. Huh? The past Buddha's expression darkened. I'm talking to you nicely and even humbling myself. But you don't know what's good for you and keep threatening me? Do you really think the Ling Mountain sacred ground is invincible? Go to the sect. So what? I established the imperial dynasty. If I don't have the courage to create a new world, how can I dare to call myself an emperor? If you have the guts, you can come to my Dahan imperial dynasty and give it a try. Do you think you can make me kneel in front of you with just a few threats? Gu Hai said coldly. You. The past Buddha glared. Indeed, the lords of imperial dynasties were usually lawless. In the past, Shiyu the Great dared to challenge the Tongtian sect master and Tai. Why? Because in an imperial dynasty, the emperor could still mobilize the power of the country. He wouldn't fear anyone. However, that was only possible in mature imperial dynasties and powerful emperors. Gu Hai's Dahan imperial dynasty seemed to have just started, right? Future Buddha, compensate for all the losses of Ling Mountain. Now Buddha, past Buddha, Ling Mountain won't lose out. Gu Hai said again. Shang Rua, what if I'm not willing? The present Buddha's cold voice came from the sky. The present Buddha was also observing the surroundings, trying to find Gu Hai's weakness. However, Gu Hai's state was too strange. He just stood there, but couldn't be touched or touched. It was a little like standing in a small immortal dome. However, how could Gu Hai have an immortal dome? You will be willing, future Buddha, one of the 3 pillars of Ling Mountain. Today, I can't bring Kong Xian away, so I'll learn the future Buddha's great mercy from the other Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Bhikkhus. Gu Hai said with a smile. Great mercy. The past Buddha frowned slightly. I have a group of eagles here. They have been hungry for a long time. If they don't eat, they will starve to death. Future Buddha, you are so merciful. You feel that all living beings are not easy. I'm sure you don't mind the little bit of flesh on you. Feeding the eagles with flesh is great mercy. Amateus. Gu Hai said lightly. As he spoke, Gu Hai waved his hand. Screech. 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 Suddenly, a large number of eagles flew over and circled above Gu Hai's head, as if they were really hungry. The past Buddha waved his hand but didn't touch them. Were these eagles also in another time and space? However, he saw Gu Hai reach out and pull out a blood-red long knife. The Life Slayer knife. It's best to use this knife to cut meat. Gu Hai looked at the countless monks in the distance and sneered. Chapter 772. It's perfect to use this knife to cut the flesh. Gu Hai sneered as he looked at the countless monks in the distance. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats were glaring at Meng Qi. Gu Hai held a bloody knife in his hand and used it to cut the future Buddha's body as if he was going to feed it to the eagles. No, he was dismembering one of the 3 Buddhas of the spiritual mountain in front of them. This was an insult to the spiritual mountain. Who wouldn't be angry at this moment? The present Buddha sat on Kong Xian's body and looked at Gu Hai coldly, but he didn't say anything. The past Buddha sneered, can you cut it? Even the demonic aura in Kong Xian's abdomen couldn't hurt the future Buddha, let alone your little knife. Indestructible golden body technique? Ha! If I remember correctly, the indestructible golden body technique can make the body indestructible and indestructible. However, there's a weak point, right? The weak point seems to be the inner mouth of the right ear. Let me try. Gu Hai smiled. As he spoke, the Life Slayer knife suddenly pointed at the inner side of the future Buddha's right ear. Buzz! The future Buddha's body suddenly surged with a golden light. The future Buddha quivered and seemed to wake up. The golden skin on his body suddenly disappeared without a trace. His eyes were still closed, but he seemed to be alive. He couldn't see, but he could hear. He could even see with his eyes. Where am I? Gu Hai, my body is sealed. How is this possible? Is this the Maha Kassyapa's difficult heart seal? The future Buddha suddenly exclaimed. Huh? The present Buddha's face suddenly darkened. That seal was the one that he had used to seal Gu Hai not long ago. How did Gu Hai know it? Chi. Gu Hai didn't say much. He reached out and cut a piece of flesh from the future Buddha's right arm. Blood and flesh flew into the sky. Screech, screech, screech. A group of hungry eagles immediately swooped down and happily ate the piece of flesh that was cut off. Ah! The future Buddha suddenly cried out in pain. It wasn't the pain of having his flesh cut off, but the Life Slayer blade. The Life Slayer blade seemed to be sucking blood. When the blade had cut him, it had sucked away nearly half of his blood. If Gu Hai hadn't suppressed it, his blood would have been sucked dry. Stop! The past Buddha glared at him. How dare you! Instantly, a group of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats surrounded them angrily. Killing Buddha Ling Chi in front of the spirit mountain was even crazier than the great devil, Kong Xian. This was not only harming the future Buddha, but also shaking the foundation of Spirited Mountain. The three reincarnations Buddhas were not only three individuals, but also the foundation of Spirited Mountain. They represented perfection and were the spiritual pillars of all Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats. Now, the future Buddha was about to be dismembered by Gu Hai. It was as if doomsday had descended upon Spirited Mountain, causing despair to appear on everyone's faces. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave had risen. The Buddha had just subdued the great devil Kong Xian, and now there was another great devil, Gu Hai. Was this Spirited Mountain's calamity? Gu Hai, are you really not afraid of death? You want to shed all pretense of cordiality with Spirited Mountain and fight to the death. The past Buddha looked coldly at Gu Hai. Fight to the death. Ha 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 ha, if I don't target Spirited Mountain, will you not target my Dahan? Gu Hai said in a low voice. What do you mean? The past Buddha looked coldly at Gu Hai. Nothing. Since Kong Xian has entered the Dahan Empire, as the ruler of the Dahan Empire, I have the obligation to ensure his safety. Today, if I allow you to humiliate him, how can I lead the Dahan Empire? How can I convince the Dahan Empire? Spirited Mountain is a sacred land with a lot of assets. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Return me the army commander, and I will set the future Buddha free. Gu Hai said coldly. Ha ha ha, Gu Hai, you are just seeking momentary gratification. Do you know the consequences of this? The past Buddha said coldly. Consequences? Ha ha ha, the consequences are that in the future, if you find trouble with my officials again, I will continuously look for the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats of Spirited Mountain and feed them to the eagles. If you can't find a way to counter me, I will fight to the death. Gu Hai said coldly. How dare you? The past Buddha glared. However, Gu Hai was in another time and space, so the past Buddha couldn't attack Gu Hai. But it was hard to fill the depression. Long Zhangguo's Warring States Immortal Dome. The present Buddha suddenly said in a loud voice. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows and looked at the present Buddha. The present Buddha didn't say anything, but he discovered Gu Hai's weakness in a short time. Immortal Dome. Warring States Immortal Dome. A hint of envy flashed in the present Buddha's eyes. Gu Hai's face fell. The present Buddha had good eyesight. He found out that he was hiding in the immortal dome of the ancients. No, I can't waste any more time. Gu Hai understood that at this level, the most powerful means were those that the other party didn't know. Once the other party knew, there would be a way to counter it. For example, if the present Buddha didn't find out about the immortal dome of the ancients, he could keep using it. However, once it was found, he would try to find a way to counter it. Once he found it, it would be time for him to destroy himself. Ha, it seems that Spirited Mountain really doesn't care about the future Buddha. If that's the case, then forget it. The future Buddha's mercy will continue. For the sake of feeding the hungry eagles, you give up your life. Gu Hai glared and was about to slash. How dare you? The future Buddha's face changed and he said angrily. Ha, future Buddha, you don't have to be angry. I know that you have the closed eyes world purification Zen. You didn't use that suicidal technique even after being swallowed by Kong Xian. Now you want to die together. It's useless. I'm not standing directly opposite you. You're facing the past Buddha, the present Buddha, and the thousands of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats of Spirited Mountain. You want to use it? Gu Hai said coldly. You, despicable. The future Buddha said angrily. I'm not despicable. I don't want to make things difficult for you. It's just that the present Buddha doesn't care about your life. He'd rather you die than capture the Dahan. As long as you let go of my people, you'll be free. He's not willing. Sorry. Gu Hai said coldly. As he spoke, he was about to slash. No. The Bodhisattvas and Arhats shouted. Enough. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the present Buddha. The loud sound went straight to where Gu Hai was. The void around Gu Hai trembled slightly. Ha, present Buddha. Even now, you're still testing me. Gu Hai's face was gloomy. The trembling of the void just now wasn't just the present Buddha's anger. It was the present Buddha testing the immortal dome of the ancients and trying to crack it. How could Gu Hai not be angry? Kong Xian is yours. The future Buddha is mine. The present Buddha said in a low voice. Thank you, present Buddha. Gu Hai smiled slightly. However, Gu Hai was still cautious. The present Buddha wasn't someone to be trifled with. Boom. The 9th grade golden lotus left Kong Xian. Screech. Kong Xian spread his wings and flew towards Gu Hai in the distance. Kong Xian turned into his human form. However, his body was contorted as if he was in great pain. Kong Xian has troubled your majesty. Although Kong Xian was in great pain, his face was full of gratitude. At this moment, Kong Xian finally acknowledged Gu Hai from the bottom of his heart. There was no longer any resistance. In order to save him, Gu Hai was going against the entire holy ground of Mount Numinous. Kong Xian has been released. Where is the future Buddha? The present Buddha said coldly. I'm not joking. Future Buddha, I'll return you. Gu Hai patted the future Buddha's back. A ray of golden light entered the future Buddha's body. Puff! The future Buddha spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Hai shot it towards the present Buddha. Boom! The present Buddha caught it immediately. Kong Xian, come here. Gu Hai waved. Kong Xian flew towards Gu Hai immediately. Your Majesty. Kong Xian was still in great pain. Kong Xian arrived in front of Gu Hai and entered the immortal dome of the ancients. Woo 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 woo. Within Kong Xian's body, countless strands of black qi suddenly rushed out. The black qi was transparent, as if it had a life of its own as it drilled out in all directions. Your Majesty, this is what the present Buddha injected into my body. Oh no, he's evil. He's trying to break apart your secret technique. Kong Xian's expression changed. This was to find the flaw in the immortal dome and restrain Gu Hai. Kong Xian was anxious. This was a disaster for His Majesty. Kong Xian grabbed it and opened his mouth to suck it in. Boom! Billows of black wind swept towards the black transparent life form. However, it could not touch it at all. What is this? How can it be? Rainbow holy light. Swoosh! The rainbow holy light swept across, but it still could not touch it. Kong Xian was extremely anxious. In the distance, the past Buddha's eyes lit up. He was about to be overjoyed. However, Gu Hai extended his hand and formed a hand seal. Heavenly demons? Present Buddha, you're using the heavenly demons to test my strength? Ha! Gu Hai laughed coldly. However, Gu Hai formed a spell. Suddenly, the heavenly demons flying in all directions gathered at Gu Hai's fingertips as if they were attracted by something. Heavenly Demon Traction Spell. This is a spell that I personally created. How can you know it? The present Buddha's eyes widened in shock. Only he knew this. How could Gu Hai know it? This is the secret technique that the Gautama Buddha passed down to me. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai laughed. However, they saw the group of heavenly demons gathering at Gu Hai's fingertips. They saw Gu Hai gently pinch his fingers. Suddenly, the group of heavenly demons turned into ashes and disappeared. Countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats were already at a loss for words. How could Gu Hai do this? Even Kong Xian was at a loss. How could he not see through his majesty? Present Buddha, past Buddha, I'm in the limitless celestial capital. If the two of you are not convinced, you can come to the limitless celestial capital to find me. See you next time. Gu Hai sneered. With Kong Xian in tow, he stepped forward and was about to fly into the distance. Stop! The past Buddha glared. Oh, stop me. You'd better care about the future Buddha first. If you don't save him, I can't guarantee how long he can live. Gu Hai said coldly. Huh? The past Buddha turned his head. However, he saw the past Buddha's face turn purple. He was convulsing in the present Buddha's hand. Heavenly Demon Heartbreaking Seal. That's my secret technique. How did you know it? The present Buddha's face suddenly darkened as he looked at Gu Hai in the distance. I said that it's the secret technique that Gautama Buddha passed down to me. Ha ha ha, present Buddha, since you know that it's the heavenly demon heartbreaking seal, you should also know that if you don't expel the heavenly demon in his heart, his temperament will change greatly and he will completely turn into a demon. You schemed against me. I only want to leave safely. Same to you. Gu Hai sneered and shot into the distance. Gautama Buddha. The present Buddha's face darkened. He thought that Gu Hai was talking about the good Gautama Buddha. However, he didn't know that Gu Hai was talking about Earth's Gautama Buddha. Gautama Buddha, what should we do now? The past Buddha turned his head and looked at the present Buddha worriedly. No need to chase. Past Buddha, follow me into seclusion and expel the heavenly demon for the future Buddha. The present Buddha looked deeply at Gu Hai, who disappeared into the horizon, and said coldly. Yes. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.